In other words, are there moments that you actually really ultimately should say, no, I don't accept this. Um,
no, I ever since I've accepted for myself, things just it makes sense. It's kind of hard to describe, but just a tiny bit, not in a bad way, but like it was just like a light switch went in my brain. I can't like I. It's just to me, I'm you know I'm living every day like it's my last, obviously, because I know like when it's gone, it's gone. So I'm doing a lot more, I would say, with my life.
I think you said it, Raph.
what's that?
Sorry. I think you said it, Raph. You accept the things that you cannot change and change.
Saying that he should accept things
Yeah,
regardless
I
of
just
whether it's
accept it
true
for
or
face
not.
value. I kind of just stopped questioning a lot, like too much, you know, and it's been helping. I don't know. I just feel so. I feel enlightened. I feel good.
Do you
Do you
feel an
think there's a
urge? Like, do you feel? Um, Look, um, I'm thinking of the movie Yes Man. I would actually recommend watching it. I think it's like a really great
No,
movie.
yeah, I believe I've watched it. I just gotta rewatch it to be honest.
He'll say yes to anything.
Yeah,
He says no to everything at first, but then he says yes to everything, and then he realizes that there's ultimately a balance. Um, you know, I think that this is very much Aristotelian thought that there are two twixt. And I guess, like, you might be in this place of radical acceptance, and I think that that's like really great, especially for what you expressed, struggling with. And also, I wonder, long term, like, I could even think that far ahead.
as in like my future.
Do you think it's going to be necessary to find a balance?
Yes and no, like how you were going to death, like the yin and yang. You can, or you can be throw a whole bunch of other things, but yes, I accept things, but also at the same time, if it's morally bad or I don't believe in it, I'm still a human. You know what I mean? I care about people. It's not like, oh, nothing's gonna happen. I don't give a fuck about life anymore. I'm just gonna just cruise through it. I'm still a good person. I believe that, and I love people, and I know
What
my purpose.
what about when something out control, but you also um, cannot find a way to accept? How do you find the balance there?
I would say I'd have to find an outlet, as in something positive, to help me figure it out, as in writing in a journal, or uh, I mean, there's a lot of other things I could do too.
A really good answer. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thanks for the question. That's why I like talking to you guys. You guys ask these like really cool questions that just open your mind. It's good.
Well, it helps me selfishly. It helps me think about things too. So, you know, I appreciate the answers.
Yeah, you just good. you don't know, but that answer really did just help me a lot. Also, Rav, when we started talking at the same time, we were asking the same question.
Nice. Love that.
But yeah, I think that to my fullest strength, and I'm just gonna keep cruising life, man, and enjoying it. That's all we can do. But I don't want to stay on here and keep talking too long and stuff. You can if somebody else wants to come up or anything like that. So
Yeah, if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, if you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. I do need to make sure that I thank Heather's Descent 96. Um, but Flying Napkin, I wonder, um, do you think that there is something that could ever convince you that a god does exist and that is?
maybe I this is how I'm gonna answer it. I can't answer that definitely. It has to just when it happens, it happens. I will be in the mindset of when if it, I mean that's a really good question. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know. I can't really answer that right now. If you want me to be honest, it's just
No worries, I don't know is a perfectly acceptable answer. It's a great answer.
yeah. Just when that time, if that time ever does come in my life, then it does.
I appreciate you, Napkin. I don't really have any more questions for you myself, but if anybody else does.
Can I just make an unsolicited guess?
Yeah, go
Um,
ahead.
this has nothing to do with alcohol or anything of substances or anything like that. The fifth chapter in the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous
Hmm.
is one of the greatest chapters. Uh, a chapter that describes precisely what you are, I mean, wrestling with, which is this notion of acceptance and like what does radical acceptance and radical honesty look like in praxis, um, and like I think that it should be taught. Uh, not, I could talk at length about it. I'm not trying to preach or anything like that. I'd be curious to hear your thoughts about it if you end up reading it.
Yeah, can you so I can
Sure.
start reading it right after I get done and stuff like that, and I'll give
Yeah.
us some thought. I'll give us some brain power.
If you look up chapter 5,
Oh,
yeah,
anonymous.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. If you look up the PDF online, it's totally free online. Um, yeah.
No, I like when people like tell me stuff like that. I really don't mind it at all. I'll come back. You know, I come in you guys' lives and just listen and stuff. So, but hey, much love to all you guys. I really appreciate you letting me come up on here and talking to you guys again.
Appreciate you, Napkin, I really do. I
Yeah,
hope
for
you'll
real.
keep asking questions, or at least if you do, if you find any answers, bring it back to us, and we'll question those. Thank you. Big W's for Flying Napkin in the chat. Absolutely questioning his beliefs in a very profound way. first interview was really good, Raccoon. I think was Raccoon here for the first one when Buddhism
Don't believe
was
so.
mentioned. Higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs. There's boxes on the screen just for you. All you've got to do is hit you can question your beliefs.
It's so simple.
It's very simple. Very simple. With no intention to belittle, degrade, or make you look like a fool. Although some people do that on their own.
Positive outlet.
What was that?
He said, find a positive outlet.
Mm-hmm.
Hard one.
I didn't hear you at all, Kat.
Oh, I just said that's a hard one.
Positive.
Scenario that I presented.
I'm going to mute you, Rat, just because we can hear you.
Hadn't thought of.
Every little bit of background noise. It's a good mic.
That's something I hadn't thought of before.
You hadn't thought to find a positive outlet.
How do you channel the answer is
Ooh, I
art?
got a chapter for you.
I have an NA book. I don't have an
No,
AA book.
not from the big book. This is from Martin Buber's The Way of Humanity. It's like a 20.
I need to buy that book.
It's so good. It's like 35 pages, but it is just so good. And this one, it's saying there are two types of conflict. There's the internal conflict, and there's external conflict. That internal conflict is a result of lack of integrity. And the way that he defines integrity is the alignment between my action are misaligned, then I will experience conflict. But if it is only if I am fully aligned, then any conflict that is external to me is not actually my conflict. It's somebody else's conflict, and that it's up to me to clean my side of the street and ensure that my integrity is intact, and then I can navigate anything. It uses a cool Hasidic story to kind of frame the idea, and then it discusses it.
Thank you.
There's only 66 of us in the room, but we're already up to 88,000 likes, which is really amazing. I appreciate all of you for tapping and sharing the live. And the more we tap, the more we share, the more likely we'll get out to the FYP, and somebody might actually come along who's curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs. Is it skulls? Is that what the previous guest said a while ago? That
Demons and evil things. Mm. Oh, and Jesus is there. That's
and
off-putting
Jesus is
for
there.
religious people.
Oh, are you saying I missed something interesting? Man,
What was that, Wilda? And it wasn't even the guest that called me the devil. That was the first guest.
Mm-hmm. That was interesting.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. No, it was another guest who told me that all the skulls and demons are what's off-putting to the believers, and why none of them will request up. The first guest was great, and they did call me a devil.
Mm. You are you know, adversarial in the sense that you are.
Hasatan.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Nothing wrong with a little Satan.
Little devil.
That is what she called me, a little devil.
Oh boy, that sounds a little different.
I think it was meant a little different.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like there's so much data to be like derived from these conversations. You know, not only data to have or espouse or that sort of thing, but also like what sort of interactions exist. Um, you know, uh, people talk about your voice all the time, and it's like it never ceases to be bizarre for me. Like, who comments on somebody's voice?
I don't know, Tom Hanks.
He
People
that
who
also
say
weirds
what
me
they
out.
don't
Like,
have.
there were people that like literally would not let it go about the Tom Hanks thing, and like genuinely were like, "No, you're actually Tom Hanks." It's like, stop. Don't be a weirdo.
I think some of them actually think I'm the devil, so.
oh no, see, Tom Hanks is taller.
Lately. Actually, don't know. Is he not Jewish at all?
No, he's not Jewish.
Oh, not Jewish at all.
Tom Hankstein.
Yeah, I don't know.
Don't laugh too hard at that one. I'm just kidding. You can laugh all you want.
I have heritage.
Where am I going?
I don't know if there are any believers in the chat, but if there are, You should know that we're not here to debate or argue. We're not here to tear you down or make you feel foolish. We just really want to know if you can question your beliefs. And if you think you can, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate. I don't want to insult you. I'm not here to prove you wrong. But if you can question, then you know where the boxes are.
Catholic and Mormon is his religious background.
Religious background.
With Tom Hanks.
Interesting. I never would have guessed Mormon.
Yeah, me neither.
Okay, but like, which one first?
Catholic was first.
Who's his wife again?
Which one? Oops.
Current, maybe? I don't know.
Rita Wilson.
Is it Renee Zellweger? Was that his wife? Not Renee Zellweger. Catherine
No,
Zeta-Jones?
No, it's Rita Wilson.
That's too much.
Oh, God.
So, when he was screaming Wilson, I mean, come on. Easy.
Just calling his wife.
Yeah.
His wife? I thought he was talking about the neighbor on Home Improvement.
Oh my God. But he wasn't on Home Improvement.
Yeah, wrong guy, my dude.
That wasn't.
What the fuck are we talking about? That's a great question. I decided we needed another what the fuck that wasn't quite Omega level.
Is that getting there?
This one.
Hold my apple cider. I'll get us there.
What's the next topic, peeps? Well, the topic is the same topic it was before, but it is a new topic. Here it is. Can you question your beliefs? What is your belief, and why do you believe? Here, we'll make it officially new by changing the background art and asking the exact same question. Look, now we're in hell.
So warm.
I needed warm thoughts. It's quite cold here.
I say it's getting biting at you a little bit.
Just a bit. Yes, it's the same topic as every night, Pinky. Can you question your beliefs?
Amazing.
Brain.
Don't make me drop you.
Sorry.
I need to know who Pinky is.
He was the smart mouse. No, the silly mouse. Excuse me. Obviously, the brain was the smart mouse.
I don't know. You might have been the smart one.
Well,
Listen,
the
they
one
mice
time
or
they listened to
rats?
Pinky, they do take over the world. The first time they listened to Pinky.
Cartoon show on Cartoon Network where there were two like lab mice or rats, I can't remember. and they
Do you
would
believe
break out of their
they are
cage every
mice?
night. What's that?
I do believe they are mice.
Or I'm sure they're dead now.
Or
Nope, still alive and well.
Yeah.
and if your belief is alive and well, but you're capable of questioning that belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, then go ahead and request on be about to have to nuke the panel, because apparently we're all intimidating. We're all so terrifying that not a single solitary soul will request up to question if they even have a soul.
I'll take some questions if that'll warm the water a little bit.
What, Morgan, do you believe in anything supernatural?
I believe in a lot of supernatural things, yes.
What does that mean?
It means that I think there is a closer to accurate, not study, but we're closer to getting an answer on paranormal events than we are on God. So, insofar as, and I'm not saying that EMF readers and all that stuff are reliable in any way, shape, or form, but there is technology being developed to be able to either dispel or prove that ghosts are real.
I guess the question would be, how do you prove a negative still?
That's a great question. I don't know. The end.
I don't know.
Also, what is super? Like, because even if you would deem, like, even if a ghost existed, like even if they could prove the ghost existed, it would still be natural because it would be within nature. So I don't. That
Right,
whole
but
notion of supernatural
that
doesn't
would
actually.
no longer be supernatural then, because it would be explained.
How can something
Right?
outside of any system interact?
I believe it's only outside the system because we don't have the means to measure it.
Well, but the that doesn't make it outside of the system, does it? Have the means to
No,
measure
it doesn't.
gravity. It doesn't mean that gravity is outside of our system.
But we can measure gravity.
Now we can, but gravity was always in our system.
I mean, just because... Can you ask the question again, please?
Mm-hmm. How can something that exists in our system, or how can something outside of our system interact with something?
Saying it's outside of the system isn't an accurate representation.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same question that I have of like when people say like God is outside of time and space. Well, how can it interact with time and space then?
Right.
It just
But
don't
no,
make any
it's...
sense.
Yeah, it's still
It's like wiping before you go. It just don't make no sense.
preemptive wipe. Oh my god, Ralph.
Okay, I'm done. I'm gonna get kicked out of here. This is gonna be the end of my time on this panel.
Speaking of clearing obstructions,
That's unhinged.
if you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that, you're capable of questioning that belief. I'll clear your obstructions and hand out.
Chakras or otherwise. No, 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 no.
Sure. That definitely wasn't a can we heard open earlier.
Hello,
I'm
noob
drinking
trader.
soda. Yeah.
Hey, can I get your age for TikTok, TOS?
I'm 40.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah.
And which god do you believe in? Bible from beginning to end.
Not in a very, very, very long time. Like
I see.
decades ago.
Do you believe the stories from the book to be true and literal?
The vast majority of them, yeah. 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 No, you can say yeah.
Are there any stories that are not true?
No, I said you can say yeah.
Okay. So you believe the 6-day creation and Adam and Eve in a garden.
Sure.
Why do you believe those stories?
Why not?
I'm not here to tell you not to. I'm just asking why you do.
That's what I'm saying. Why would I not believe them if that's what I read? Why would I not believe them?
Is that how you approach Jack and the Beanstalk and Humpty Dumpty as well?
Well, no, because they're obviously fictitious tales.
Are you sure?
Nobody claims they're true.
Nobody ever claimed they were true.
Somebody may have claimed they're true, but not enough people claim that they were true that it meant anything to me. Like,
This isn't a debate. So,
well,
are
that's
you
no,
saying...
I'm not saying it's a debate. I'm just saying that no one's ever claimed this as a theology for the world, Jack and the
I see.
Beanstalk.
So because somebody claims it's a theology for the world, and you've read it, then you believe it to be true. Is that why?
Not only that, but the fact that other people, it's been tried and true for generations upon generations, and that has led to relatively positive outcomes for generations. Yeah.
What do you mean by tried and true?
Tried and true as far as um there's not a lot of contradictions unless you can point to them. um Maybe you can, and I'm just unaware of them. So like if you can point to the contradictions, I'd be happy to entertain them. And generally the things that are discussed within the biblical text, um when it comes to prophecies and coming true, have generally done that.
Can you give me an example of a biblical prophecy that's come true?
I mean, is basic as like the initial scripture when he says that I am, and then he fulfilled the prophecy by dying on the cross and fulfilled that. When you understand the
Sorry,
Aramaic,
which prophecy?
it's in the burning bush.
Sorry, what about Moses in the burning bush? Did Jesus
Are
fulfill
you
by
familiar
dying on
with
the
Moses
cross?
in the burning bush?
Yes, I am. I'm asking you, what prophecy did Jesus fulfill related to that?
What terminology did it refer to himself as?
said, yeah, sure, yeah, I will be what I will be.
I will be what I will be.
Mm-hmm.
What did that mean to Moses?
I don't know. What does that mean to Jesus? I think that was the question I asked. Was what does this have to do with Jesus?
What did it mean to Moses at that time? What was the claim that he was
Are you
making?
having trouble? Are you having trouble with the questions?
No.
Okay, so you're saying that this thing the burning bush said has something to do with a prophecy about Jesus dying on the cross. Can you tell me what that is?
Yeah. Yeah. What's your understanding of the burning
I'm
bush?
sorry, I didn't ask you to ask me a question. I asked you to explain what it is that connects Jesus dying on the cross to the burning bush. What is the prophecy that you were talking about there? Are you capable of answering the question, or are you just going to try to gauge my understanding or knowledge? I
He was
see.
making it.
Well, just if you
Okay.
decide that you're actually capable of questioning your beliefs, you're welcome to request back up. But I think we're going to move on unless you've decided you're going to question and answer questions. Can you do that?
No, you're more than.
Okay, then we're going to move on. Cool. No worries there. You are, of course, welcome to request back up if you can answer the questions. But literally every question being answered with a question attempting to gauge my understanding or knowledge is clearly not you questioning your beliefs. It's you looking for grounds for debate. That's not going to happen. I don't mind listening to the lute music. If he thought there was some desperation to talk to him, sorry. Hello, Ivy. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hello, I'm 19.
What year were you born?
I was born in 2000.
Or anything like that?
Yeah, I believe in Jesus Christ.
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
I haven't read it from beginning to end.
Do you believe it to be true and literal as written?
I believe that there's things that I find literal and things that I find metaphorically in the Bible.
So none of it's not true. Some of it's just metaphor. Some of it's literal.
Yes.
I see. What about the Genesis account? Is that literal or metaphoric?
Are you talking about like creation?
Yeah, we'll start there.
I believe it's literal. It could be metaphorical, but I believe it's literal.
Why do you believe it's literal?
I believe it's literal because of the way that it's written. It seems straight up. This is what happened. This is what didn't happen. You know.
So, because it seems to be written in a sort of authoritative way, this is what happened on this day and this day and this.
Yes.
What about the next chapter with Adam and Eve? Do you believe that to be literal?
I do.
Why?
For the same reasons.
Because it's also written authoritatively, saying this is what happened in this order and here's why.
Yes.
I see. Does it matter to you that the orders expressed in Genesis 1 and Genesis 2 contradict each other?
How so?
The order given in Genesis 1 is light, firmament, plants, sun and moon, animals, man and woman. In Genesis 2, it gives the order of man, plants, animals, woman.
No.
You disagree?
Well, no, I mean, like, yes, doesn't matter to me. I don't really think so.
You don't think it matters if there's a different order given from one chapter to the next about the same event?
No, I don't think, like I said before, like, it could be, whenever I don't, like, it doesn't really have significance per se as to what the Bible is truly about. So,
I see.
to me,
So
this is not really.
So if that story, the first story in the Bible, weren't true about the creation, then why would you believe any of the stories that follow?
Well, I would never. Well, yeah, if the story about creation wasn't true per se, or the Bible lied, then I wouldn't feel as sturdy in my beliefs. But there's no, like, I guess there's really no way to prove or to deny the story of creation.
If two stories give different orders that contradict each other, can they both be true?
No.
Does that mean one of the stories is incorrect?
Yeah, you said in Genesis 2 and Genesis 1 they give different orders. I never been proposed to that argument, so I definitely have to look into that because, I can't give you a full sober mindset or a full sober opinion right now because I've been encountered many things and I've had to look over it so I could give the right opinion. So you could very well be right.
If there was a contradiction between these two chapters, at least disagreed, does that mean that one of them has to be right?
Yes.
Why?
Well, it could mean one of them are right or both of them are wrong. If one contradicts the other, then I feel like it's obvious that there has to be one thing that certainly happened and one thing that didn't.
So logically, it could mean that one could be right, or one could be wrong, or both could be wrong.
Yeah.
Thank you, Z-Witch. So if both of them could be wrong, why would you believe that either of them are correct?
I mean, that's where, again, like, I guess I'll have to discern that when I look into Genesis 1 and 2 and see that contradiction that you're talking about. You understand what I'm saying? Like, so like I said, you could be right, but there's been a lot of debates per se, and I've had to look into this time I will, but I haven't seen yet. I don't know.
Do contradictions matter in the big picture to you?
Yes.
So, like, if a verse said, "Don't be afraid, for God has come to make you afraid," would that bother you?
Um, don't be afraid, for God has come to make you afraid.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's more of a, what's the word? Paradox.
Contradiction.
A paradox means at first glance it doesn't seem like it makes sense, but once you reading into it, it does. So from what I just heard, God always talks about fearing him. Fearing him means to have respect for him. So he could be talking about by being afraid. I don't really see that. And by the way, the law of contradiction says that directly say that this isn't and this is. You understand what I'm saying? Like, just like how in Genesis, if ever, but
Thrayle
if
was
he
on.
if he spoke the truth, that is a straight up contradiction. You understand what I'm saying? But right there, that doesn't seem like a contradiction. Rather, it seems like a paradox.
You're saying do not be afraid, for the Lord God has come to make you afraid is not a contradiction. It's somehow a paradox. Are you saying that it's some kind of literary device that they're using it to kind of
Yeah, that's why
provoke
I
a
see it
thought?
as, because when God speaks about fearing Him, He speaks about respect. So that's how I'm seeing it right now.
I see. So the one I cited throughout the text.
Yeah, if you spoke the truth, then that would be a problem.
Do you have a Bible handy?
I'm actually on vacation. I'll have my Bible on me right now.
Understandable. Yeah, I would definitely recommend reading through Genesis 1 and 2
Yeah, definitely.
very carefully. So if there were a contradiction as fundamental as the order of creation between 1 and 2, would that call into question the truth of the rest of the book?
It would cause me to look over the rest, especially the Gospels, since that's what the Bible is, the most significant, I would say. So I would definitely do anything that points out to prove that maybe this book is not the Word of God. So the first couple times I read the Gospels, I haven't found any contradictions. But then again, maybe if I find the Genesis one, I can have more of a keen eye and start looking for more. But then again, I haven't really stumbled across any contradictions so far. I've read through.
Do you remember I suppose then, by your definition of contradiction, a gospel including something like zombies, and then 3 other gospels not including zombies while describing the same event, that
3 Gospels, I would have to say, like, there aren't zombies per se.
they would just have to say there are none.
Yeah, that would make it contradict. But me merely not mentioning something when another does, that's not contradiction.
Does this not contradict the entire thesis of the Christian Bible?
Sorry.
Oh, Hosea 11, yeah. I was looking at this one the other day. I will not turn to destroy, is it Ephraim? For I am God, Ephraim. For I am God, not human, the Holy One in your midst. I will not come in fury. This is 11:9, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, I was going through this book the other day.
No.
By the way, it says Ki El Anochi, for I am God, below Ish, and not Ish, not man.
Oh, are you saying that's the contradiction for I'm God and not human?
There's 2 contradictions within this. For I am God, not human, would contradict Jesus being God. But also, I will not act on my wrath. I will not destroy Ephraim. For I am God, not human. Does that not contradict the end of the New Testament?
So first off, he says, this is Hosea. So first off, he says, for I'm God and not human. you could obviously assume that this is God the Father. Well, I believe in the Holy Trinity, right? So, Father, Son, Holy Spirit. So this is God the Father. He is certain divinity in the Trinity. So for I'm God, not human, that's not really a contradiction, since he is the personal being of God, the Spirit of God. But if Jesus said, that would definitely be a contradiction. I would be crazy, but and you said, the Holy One in your midst, I will come in fury. You're saying because of the end of the Old Testament where he judged.
I will not come in fury.
I will not come in fury. So because of the end of the Old Testament, he's judging all these people groups. You're saying because of that,
I will
he
not
contradicts you.
act on my wrath.
Yeah, I will not act on my wrath. So Hosea 11. So what is, I'm sorry, I haven't fully read all of Hosea. What is the context of this chapter? What is
It's a great question.
It's a chapter.
Okay. So who is he talking to, right? Or is he talking to a prophet maybe, or is a prophet like, do you know? I'm not like quizzing you or nothing. I'm just genuinely
I hear you.
asking. Because I feel like this could really be taken in a general, right? I will not come in fury. He can mean right now. He can mean tomorrow. He can mean like it. That's where it's like finicky with these contradictions that we try to call out and states A does not equal not A, B does not equal not B. You understand what I'm saying?
How do you know? So it was interesting, like when you say that, like sometimes it's Jesus talking or this is God the Father talking. How would you distinguish between such a thing, especially in the Hebrew Bible, like in the what you would call the Old Testament?
Well, if Jesus were to be talking, he would be walking the earth and talking. Eyewitnesses would have seen him, right? But God the Father, especially. Hold on, I'm sorry. Let me go out and let me read the verse so I don't speak off of non-knowledge. I'll be right back.
That's what I'm saying.
Go ahead, Raph.
Like I've heard people talk before. Like sometimes they'll say like the Malach Adonai, the messenger of Adonai, the Yod He Vav He, or they'll even say that Yod He Vav He is Jesus or something like that. And I just am curious to hear what like they think. Like what's the measuring stick for determining? Because it is interesting because this L here is like that's the generic God term. I would still disagree, but it's interesting nonetheless.
Okay, so yeah, Hosea is in the Old Testament, so that means it was obviously written before Jesus Christ. I just wanted to make sure of it before I even said anything like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, so when he says, I am God and not man, that is pretty straightforward and obvious.
That he's God, not man.
Yes.
Yeah, I guess what I'm saying is like, where do you see Jesus? Like when if you were to see Jesus in the Hebrew Bible, what you call the Old Testament, like how would you know that that's Jesus?
Well, you're saying like, when is Jesus speaking?
Mm-hmm.
So when we read the Bible, well, at least in my Bible, when Jesus is speaking, there are red highlighted words. That's usually what's in most.
Oh, but that's only in the Christian Bible. That's not it. That's only in the what you would call the New Testament.
Yeah.
Like red letter is only in the New Testament. So you're saying that Jesus is not in the Hebrew Bible. Jesus is not in the first half.
I would say Jesus is not speaking in the first half. No.
Okay, so that's interesting because like many people would say that Jesus is in the first half.
Yeah, I would say Jesus is mentioned. Jesus is prophesied in the first half, but he's not speaking. There's no record of
We can
somebody
talk about
hearing
that in a
him and
minute.
saying, "Oh, that's Jesus." You know.
So I guess so how do you know then this is God the Father speaking?
We know.
And would God the Father not make the rules about like what God is and is not?
Yeah, we know this is God the Father because he reveals himself as such. He's revealed himself as the beginning and the end, the creator of mankind, right? So we know that he is God the Father. But when Jesus comes, he reveals himself as the Son of God, as the Messiah. So it's how they reveal themselves.
So what does Messiah mean?
I don't know for sure. I'm pretty sure it means Savior. I don't remember, but I can't quote you on that.
What if I told you it meant anointed one?
Okay, anointed one.
Do you know what the? I mean, this is probably a long shot also, but do you know what the role of anointing was in the ancient Near East?
No.
There were three reasons that anointing was used. One was for medicinal purposes. One was for like um, cosmetic purposes, like perfume. And the third was for elevating one's status. So if you look to like Leviticus 4:3 or Leviticus 8, you'll see Moses using the unction, the oil unction. And the term Mashiach is used when Moses anoints his brother Aaron. This is the first time you see this used. And this is the same process where a prophet anoints the elevated person to their new status, same as Samuel elevating Saul, Samuel elevating David, so on and so forth. So each time there is this element of anointing with oil. And I guess I'd be curious to know at what point is Jesus anointed with oil by a prophet?
I don't. No, I. You said the three uses for anointed is what cosmetics, leveling up, and something else.
And like medicine.
And medicine. I can't give you a good answer on that. I don't really know. I I wouldn't say Jesus levels himself up, but he reveals himself as up. He reveals as God. So I can't really give you a straight answer on that.
That's
So
no
he just,
problem. Sorry, Thrayle.
so he just says he is.
Oh, like I said before, I don't know the history of being anointed. I probably shouldn't be the guy to ask that question.
No, I don't know is a great answer, but worth looking into, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. So let's just table the anointing thing. You were saying that there were prophecies that you would expect that were either speaking about Jesus or demonstrates that Jesus would be this anticipated messianic figure. What kind of prophecies would you cite to
Yeah,
prop that
there's
proposition up?
over like 300, I'm pretty sure. Isaiah, um, it talks about how, what is it called? He was born in, hold on
Bethlehem.
just a second.
Thrayle, let me know if I'm taking up too much space.
We're all right for the moment. But if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. We'll probably be taking a new guest soon. And I think we do have a spot for Sage.
Howdy, folks.
Hello, Sage. How you doing?
Hey, buddy.
I'm all right.
That's all right. I had a feeling that might happen. But IV is always welcome back if he's up for questioning his beliefs another time. He actually seems really interested in diving into some of the questions that we have. So I really appreciate him treating them with some thought and a little bit of diligence there. So appreciate you, IV.
So, can you tell me, Rabbi, is calling someone a Jew an offensive term?
Only if you're pointing while you're doing it.
What did I tell you?
I'm a Jew.
I call you my Jew rabbi friend.
Well, there's only one kind of rabbi.
Bugs Bunny?
Exactly. The T is silent. Jew rabbi friend sounds a little funny. Like it's that seems to be more of a syntax issue.
It's got a bit of a redundancy issue going on.
Exactly. Yeah.
There's an
My rabbi
emphasis.
friend. Yeah, my rabbi friend is Jewish. I know a Jew who is a rabbi. I have a friend. I have a Jew friend. Is also a syntactically weird sentence.
They all seem redundant once you get to rabbi.
Yeah. Well, you could say I have a Jewish friend who is a rabbi, but like saying Jew friend, it's a weird hyphen.
But if you say, I have a friend who is a rabbi, doesn't that already entail that they're Jewish?
That's true.
Are there any rabbi converts?
Sure. Yes, absolutely.
So maybe you could mean ethnically Jewish.
Sure.
But anyway, I had to go up on the panel last night and tell them that Jew is not an offensive term, and they said, but a rabbi told me that it's offensive.
I think it's offensive, like, if you're like, the Jew, you know? Or like, that Jew over there. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that's very different than, he's a Jew. Also, if you say it like, he's a Jew, then it's like...
I think intonation's definitely going to make a difference.
Yeah.
That sounded offensive.
It did.
Yeah, right.
This neighborhood is kind of Jewy.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I wouldn't do
I
it
use that all the time. I use that, and I say that all the time.
I don't...
Maybe it's weird.
wouldn't
Maybe
do
it's
that.
weirder. Maybe that's more of an internal thing.
Maybe.
Yeah. Because it inches up on. Sorry, Thrayle.
Stereotyping. Yeah, it inches up on stereotyping.
Right. Yeah.
And I've often been told that Jewish people are not a monolith. So
That's true. Also. Yeah.
I've also seen it demonstrated time after time when I interview people on this live who have wildly different beliefs and all identify as Jewish.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever really been up here when there's a Jewish person up here.
There've been a few, and they sometimes get very heated.
I think Jews are very on edge lately. Not trying to explain away, but I think just to
sometimes that can be the reason. Yeah, I've seen that happen.
And there's
sometimes there's a fundamentalism to it, to some of them.
And just to say also that, like, not only is there a fundamentalism to it, but a vehemence that we will not be put in our place.
Mm-hmm. Understandable in some ways, but also
only in some.
You
only
should see
in
some
ways.
You should see some of the interactions.
Yeah.
But they do go very differently. Hello, Freebird. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hi, I'm 19. I didn't expect to be let up so early.
I see. What year were you born?
2006.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I do.
And what god do you believe in?
I believe that there is a god. Like, I don't really follow any other beliefs. I guess the Christian God. Like, I believe there is a God. I believe in heaven and hell. I believe in the supernatural stuff, you know?
Sorry, you said you don't believe in the Christian God, but you believe there is a God. You believe in
Yeah.
heaven and hell, and you believe in the supernatural.
Yes.
Okay, so when you say that you believe there's a heaven and hell, where does that come from, if not from the Christian religion?
I'm gonna be honest, I don't really know. I just, growing up in my household, when a family member would pass away, I remember overhearing my parents talking about, like, an uncle that passed away, and they were mentioning heaven and hell. I'm like, what is this place? And
Freebird, can you stop fidgeting with your phone? We hear you, like, rubbing against your microphone.
oh, sorry, I have it against a pillow right now.
Yeah, we could hear that. But you were saying an uncle passed, and they would argue about where he went. Is that what it was?
Yeah, because my dad did not like him at all, but my mom really liked him. And I asked about what heaven and hell was, and that's where I really started to believe in it. And I thought to myself, like, maybe I'll end up in heaven. And my mom said, oh, yeah, you will. So, yeah.
So that's why you believe in heaven and hell, is because your parents talked about it.
Yeah.
Do you have any reason to believe that that is true?
I believe it's true, but I also know that it's probably not true. Because I'm the type, I forgot what it's called, but there's a name for it. I'm the type of person that believes in in God and everything else, but I know that there's a chance that that's not true at all, and the possibility of it being true is unlikely.
Are you saying that you're agnostic?
Is that what's called?
I don't know, because the way you described it was a little strange. But also, there's two things happening with your audio, and I need to address them. There's like a whirring sound, just a whoop, whoop, whoop sound, if you could get away from that. And also, there's a really strong echo. I'm hearing my voice right back at me as I'm speaking.
That's strange. That never happened before.
Thrayle, just so you're aware, there's some weird things happening in the comments.
Oh, of course there are, always when I'm not looking. Well, I would recommend that. I don't know if we can continue with the audio like that, but I do
Nice
appreciate you,
day.
Freebird. And if you get some headphones, maybe use those. Oh, the whirring is gone. It was like throbbing in my skull.
It sounded like a heart monitor, maybe? But I don't think that's what it was.
No, it was much lower pitch, like a fan.
Like a fan.
What is going on in the comments? That's a little strange.
Exactly what you think is happening.
Just rage baiting.
I see. Well, I mean, nobody needs to deal with all that. But if you got a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not interested in arguing or debating. I don't want to prove you wrong. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs, and if you can, then what is it that you believe, and why do you believe it? And if you want to join us up here, there are boxes on the screen that say request, or you can hit the two little blue and pink people next to your chat box, and either one will send a request up here, and we'll pull you right up if you can question your beliefs. I see somebody in the chat wanting to come up. Well, we had a request and then they went away. Another ghost in the queue. But if you believe in ghosts or gods or goblins or ghouls, then you can question your belief. And we are at 123,000 likes. I really appreciate everybody tapping the screen, sharing the live. If you haven't already, add it to your story or repost it. You can do that. Help get us out to the FYP of anybody who's following you. Nope, I'm not that desperate for guests. If you actually do have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, go ahead and request on up. But if you're up here to cosplay something that you're not, lie a whole bunch for 30 minutes and play some silly game, then I really just don't give a fuck. You know who you are. Anonymous, I don't know if you missed it. We had a very interesting guest yesterday who decided to be annoyingly dishonest, and yeah, he thinks he's going to get back up to do it again, but I'd much rather talk to someone who honestly can question their beliefs.
We're not trying to change minds. We just want to know why.
That's a great point. Like sometimes I get intense with questions, not because I'm trying to change the mind, but like I really want to understand more deeply. And that's, I think, off-putting maybe, or difficult.
Thank you, Yersa. That was beautiful. Thank you so much.
It's also hard to temper frustration when questions keep getting dodged.
Yep.
Catfather Sebastian says, we all know you have a secret agenda, Raph.
I do. I have two secret agendas. They're not really secrets. Ulterior motives.
What would you say your ulterior motives for questioning are?
To inoculate people to Jewish people.
Hmm.
And to, I think, expose unrealized beliefs about Jewish people that are just not true.
To inoculate people to Jewish people.
Yeah, I mean, it's a weird way of putting it, but basically to expose
Wouldn't it just be
people.
to a Jewish person? To expose people to?
Yeah, well, yes, that's true. That's true. I am one Jewish person, but I like to think that I'm able to hold multiple Jewish perspectives at once, and often try to provide a range of perspectives when asked. Maybe not so much in this live space. At least I'm exposing people to one Jewish person, but in other spaces, I often will provide a range of opinions and sort of belief structures.
Even as somebody outside of that faith that knows a decent amount, I don't fucking know shit. I don't know anything.
Meh, you've met one, you've met them all.
Wow.
It's so funny because like outside of like this relationship, like I feel like that would sound so horrible, and like I find it funny because I know you and I know where you're coming from and I get the joke. You know, like if somebody else were to come up and say that, I'd be like, what the fuck did you just say?
Yeah, right. And it's not for lack of trying to, like, it's not that I'm not trying to understand. It feels like I don't get all of the information when I ask.
Sorry, what did you say? I was responding to somebody in the comment. I apologize, Morgan.
Oh, that's a troll.
Wow.
Don't feed the trolls.
Big time troll. Don't even give that person the time of day. No, I just like there's so much information when it comes to Judaism, and just overarchingly.
We got a few thousand years.
And I mean, like, I did some work at an interactive history museum where one of the houses is supposed to represent, I think it was 1917? No, maybe. Anyways, so the it's supposed to be a family of Ukrainian Jewish immigrants that came over. It was either right before or right.
Well, 1917 would be before World War I, even so.
That's what I meant. I'm so sorry. Did I say World War II? I meant World War I. So I do think it was right before World War I, so it had to have been like 1917. But anyways, my point is that in order to accurately represent that history, I had to learn a lot about Jewish culture. That was where I first learned about Sukkot and like a bunch of other different traditions and like the mezuzah and all the other pieces of their lives in that time. And even in working in that environment, I still feel like I know nothing at all.
Sorry, this was like a home of like one of those sort of like a tenement museum sort of thing.
So yeah, it was a neighborhood that has.
Are you saying that Jews are not forthcoming?
No, that's not what I'm saying. Oh God, Rav, what was the question you asked?
Well, I guess like what was this place?
So okay, yes.
And are you able to say where it was, just out of curiosity?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I'll give the name of the place. I literally don't care. So it's Strawberry Bank Museum in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. It's like an not open air, but interactive snapshot of 400 years of history. The oldest house there, I think, is from 1695, and the newest time period that they represent is the 1950s, when that neighborhood was turned into tenements, so like split level houses and stuff like that. And so it's just like a museum that you can walk through, like the different time periods and like what people were dealing with in the town at that time. But yeah, I was a historical interpreter for 3 years.
Cool. I would ask more questions, but I'm gathering that they may not exactly be,
Why does the text say quest line instead of question?
Does it say quest line?
AI
No, it
is
doesn't.
terrible. It does say quest line.
Double T.
I thought, yeah, I think it's question.
Oh yeah, I guess it does have a little bump up there, doesn't it?
Yeah, what is the quest line?
There's a quest line? I've been missing out this whole time?
That's a background that needs editing before it gets used. That's what happens when I'm at Dash. Trying to get 5 of them done before the live.
I thought you were only doing 3.
I managed to get 2, well, 1.5 done now, clearly, before the live. And the other 3 are kind of been worked on throughout, but
Half-baked.
Half-baked. But I do need somebody with a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like that, if you got that. We're just here to see if you have a belief in a god or gods and can question that. Can you question that? Because that is what the fuck we're talking about. And there's 80 of us in here with 129,000 likes on the verge of 130. If we all just keep tapping that screen, I'm sure we could get somebody in here who's curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs. Might find us on their FYP. No. Let me. That's what I'm gonna do to you. Now you're threatening me. Wow. That's a quick way to get banned from a live. Possibly even reported. Why would you threaten the host of a live? Absolutely not the way to get on stage. Goodbye. If anybody's got a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, you're capable of questioning your beliefs. Go ahead and request on up. If you're an immature child who couldn't stop lying yesterday using fake accents and, well, just being an absolute shit, then fuck off.
Obnoxious waste of time.
How bizarre.
Hello, Jungle Cucumber. That's quite a name. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Sorry, I clicked the right and wrong button.
No worries if you didn't mean to be here. I'll set you back down. If you do want to question your beliefs, you're welcome to request back up. Just what I heard waiting in the comments for someone with a Scottish or Irish accent, I assume. Any kind of brogue will do. Is that what it is?
Man, look at those likes.
I know, 130,000. You guys are amazing. I appreciate every one of you. But with a belief in some kind of, I don't know, deity or supernatural thing, if you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request it. I'm not here to debate you or prove you wrong. I'm not here to burgle your gods or make you look like a fool. I just want to know if you can question whatever it is that you believe.
Is it possible that that maybe, well, maybe people are looking for a fight,
I mean, I'm sure there are people who are just looking for a fight. I see tons of those.
But that's not us.
I'm not sure what Justin Daughtry in the comments is talking about, but you're welcome to request up if you've got a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that. You're capable of questioning that belief. We're not here to change your mind or be sermonized to. We're not here to have you prove your God, just to see if you know what it is you believe and why. And if you can question that.
Is he calling you God?
It's been a while, but it wouldn't be the first time.
God of Sheds.
God of Sheds.
Mm.
The hat trick was nuts. There was a hat trick. Wonder what the hat trick was. Was there a rabbit involved?
I think it's a skateboard.
A long while back, I had a question for Rav. I don't know if it is relevant or whether we want to make time for it.
Wait, you had a question for Rav?
I did.
Oh, if he's awake.
Yeah.
Starting to get to be his bedtime.
Har.
Rav, a while ago somebody came up and I forget his name. I was here when the Buddhist commenter from a while ago.
The flying napkin.
He was talking about radical acceptance, and you brought up the Serenity Prayer. I have a question about the Serenity Prayer. I'm confused about it. Do you think that you can change that which you don't accept?
Can I change what I don't accept? Well, whatever I don't accept must necessarily be something that I think I can change. Or maybe I can contribute to the change of.
I wonder if maybe the word accept is being used in two different ways in terms of radical
I think it's just
acceptance.
like a normative poem. suggestion.
I guess there's three there's two categories. What must I accept? In other words, people, places, or things. What can I change myself? Um, and maybe ideas too. I can't expect to change them, but I don't have to accept it either, if that makes sense. Like, I can't expect that somebody change because I say they should, or a thing should change because I say it should. I should accept the outcome, but I also should uh, not. I also think that if it is something that I think should be changed, I should exert myself onto that, and I guess be a part of the discussion. Um, how I view my responsibility and my ability to respond.
That's the part actually that when you said it's something about myself that I think I should change. Doesn't that imply some acceptance that there's something that should be changed?
Yeah, I can't change that I need to change. I mean, whether I like it or not, I'm changing. I'm only getting older.
Did you hit 35 yet?
37.
Oh,
Working
so
on it.
you're up there.
Yeah, over the hill, or getting to the top, ideally, God willing. Or, you know, look, I think this was actually an interesting conversation earlier. I'm not so like the whole unaliving thing is not. I've seen enough of it to like know that it's. I mean, if everything goes well, it should be fine. But I guess like I feel the guilt of the relationships. I think that that's probably the hardest part. And like, you know, it just is a constant reminder to like really just be fully present and do the things. Um, yeah, um, that's I think the hardest part. But I think it's a good reminder to, you know, say what you need to say and do what you need to do and put yourself out there.
I feel like we
There's
slipped
a
up my question a little bit, but
Yeah, okay. There's a quote that I'm thinking of that comes from Pure Cav Vote. It says, "You're not free to desist from the work. Sorry, you are not compelled to finish the work, but neither are you free to desist from it."
I think I understand that. That's pretty complex. Sounds like a contradiction.
Yeah, I think like I might not. Well, the question is, what's the work to me? Um, and most people in my circles would define the work as repairing the world. Um, but that also implies seeing it as broken, which is, you know, it's more complex than that for sure. Um, but the framework is that doing more good and seeking more channels of equity is ultimately that's the real work. But none of that
Right.
requires like a belief in God or anything like that. but it does require somebody to say, I can do something, and I must, I guess to your point, I must accept that I can do something, and therefore I must accept the yoke, or I ought to accept the yoke of that responsibility.
Yeah, and I think to deny, if we take for a fact the world is broken, to deny the world is broken would mean not beginning the work.
And indifference, at best.
As a Jewish person, do you see the world as fallen?
What do you, I mean, fallen in the Christian sense? No. I think that I'll say that the most Orthodox would say that there will be a singular good deed that tips the scales toward redemption, toward a world of equity and peace. Like there will be a ribbon cutting moment. And I think that, the people have heard me do my process rant enough times know that I would say that it's just constantly in process. And it's constantly becoming.
So if the world has always been this way, what's to say it's broken and needs fixing?
Yeah, well, I think it's broken because we can imagine something better. Like, if I can imagine an idealized version of things, it doesn't serve anybody to say, oh, that's just your imagination.
I think that with regard to radical acceptance, I don't think it helps to deny what has already happened. I think what's best is to accept what's already happened and move forward from there.
That's
and
for
from what I
sure.
was hearing from the guest before, it sounded like that was kind of where he was at, applying radical acceptance to the current state of things. But I may have misheard.
I think that's a much.
I think we should fight rage into the dying light. No acceptance.
Yeah, but what you're saying is he was actually talking about the past and I was talking about the future, and so we were talking about two completely different relationships with time and change, or acceptance. Like he was talking about accepting, you can't change the past, you can only change your relationship to it. And I was saying there is a moment that is happening right now, and I have to determine whether it's something I have to accept or something I can act upon. But I guess the past is also one of those things that's happening in this moment that I have to accept that it's already past.
Yeah, I agree. I think when we speak of the future, acceptance and denial does not. That's illusory, maybe.
What do you mean by illusory?
We accept as fact something will happen, but we can't know that for certain.
Well, there's one thing.
Right.
Actually, two.
And they are?
Well, actually, maybe one, but one for certain, two for most probable. The certain one is suffering. The most probable is unaliving.
Oh, I would just go with, I'm fairly certain that I'm receiving a whole bunch of sense experience.
Say that again.
I am fairly certain that I am receiving a whole bunch of sense experience.
Present.
Yeah, truly, all the time. My back hurts. You know what I mean?
Unfortunately.
I'm not so sure about all the other things.
I got the
Yeah, what did you
WTF
call that? Epistemic. What did you
Solipsism.
call it? Solipsism. That was so funny when that just flew over people's head. Really? I thought we were having a nice conversation. Wrong again, Ernie.
But if you'd like to have a good conversation and you believe in a god, God's higher power, or something like that, request up. We have some questions for you.
Are you with us, Stacy? Looks like Stacy's still loading in. If you meant to join us, you can request back up. Yeah, try again, Stacy. But we are here to question beliefs, and I'm noticing there's a dwindling number of people in the room. I wonder if it's because you think that we're here to debate you or argue with you, if you think that we're waiting to pounce. Does it look like a panel full of atheists just ready to tear your God to shreds? Because it's not. We're just here to see if you can question your beliefs, if that's something you're even capable of. And if you are, well, then go ahead and request on up.
Man, you never let me have any fun.
I don't. Not ever, not once. And also, I don't know when it happened, because sometimes it doesn't play me the sound, but thank you, Morgan Le Fay, See the Witch, and also 96 for helping with our previous goal. I really appreciate you guys. I think we might actually have a request. If he's there. We've talked to the old McStain before, but can I get your age for TikTok, TOS? Old Mix, and do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
I believe in the Fae.
When you say you believe in the Fae, what does that mean to you?
But trees are sacred.
So when you say you believe in the Fae, you're saying that trees are sacred?
And everything else.
And everything else, so not just trees, but everything is sacred.
Yep.
Doesn't that seem like saying the same thing as nothing is sacred?
That's a good question. What does sacred mean?
Sacred means churches are built on my sacred ground.
I don't think that's what sacred means. You're just using the word again.
There's places, there's holy places.
There's holy places.
Yep.
That's what sacred means. Holy places.
They've been ancient sacred places for a long, long time.
What do you mean sacred places and sacred holy places? Does that mean that only certain things are sacred now? Or is everything still sacred?
Well, at the end of the day, yeah, everything is. At the end, everything is sacred.
At the end?
Yep. At the end of the day.
So it's kind of like a sandwich.
Oh. What?
A sandwich, right? If I wanted to say everything was a sandwich because everything is layered or can be described as layered, and that's what sandwich is, well then everything's a sandwich, right? Is that kind of what you're doing with sacred?
No, I'm not
sacred
because
not getting
I would
it.
take sacred to mean like that which cannot be or must be maintained and cannot be corrupted at all costs.
That's the one.
Must be maintained and cannot be corrupted. Is that what you say, or what you mean when you say everything is sacred? That it can't be corrupted and must be maintained.
Well, the tree in the middle of a field, a hawthorn tree in the middle of a field.
Tree.
Yep.
What about a hawthorn tree?
In the middle of a field.
Sacred.
Because that's where the Fae live.
So what is a Fae?
What is a Fae?
Yes.
The other people of the mines.
People.
They are people, yes. They're people that were here before us.
Are they like human people? Are they a different kind of people?
Interdimensional.
Interdimensional Fae. So, can you tell me what a dimension is?
No. I can't.
See. But whatever.
And they're there. And we're related to them. But we're related to them.
If we're here and they're there, then what is the interdimensional part? Like, how are they getting? Did you mean intradimensional network?
Well, no, they were here before us. We're Milesian.
So they were here, they're not there, they're here now.
We're Milesian.
What is Milesian?
How would you know if something was here before us?
We're Milesian.
I want to ask what Milesian means, but Sage asked a great question. How would you know that they're here before us?
Well, can you see everything that you see?
I assume that if I'm seeing it, then yes, I can see everything I see.
What do you see?
I don't see everything I see. What does that mean?
No, you don't.
Are you just...
Well, no, I'm not being...
I didn't say you were being anything.
I thought you were going to say that I was being something or other, but why Why?
Drunk.
No. Well, yes, I. But here, listen to. Listen.
Can't
Why do
argue with that.
birds? What? Why do birds have 4 cones when we have 3? Birds.
I thought you were going to ask why do they suddenly appear.
No. Why do they have 4 cones in their eyes, and we have 3 when we're the superior?
I'm not sure that why is the type of question that could be asked in.
You assume that we are superior.
Well, humanity. Really?
Do you assume we are superior to birds in some way? Are you a superior flyer to a bird? Are you a superior egg layer to a bird?
Well, we're an apex. We are the apex predator, like. You know what I mean? We are the top end. We are. You know what I mean?
Not really.
Is that what makes you superior?
Well, that's what we're told. That's what we're told.
We're told we're the top.
Yep. We're the top of
The top of the whatever it is.
Yep.
This is why I tend to prefer to have conversations with a more lucid mind. So, I appreciate you being here, but I don't know if you're really quite all here, are you?
No, I am actually here, dude. I am actually here. I have, yes. Don't kick me. Don't kick me. If there's stuff you want to know, I'll tell you.
I'm not sure you would be able to deliver it at this moment.
Serious?
Oh, Mick, I appreciate you being here.
Dude.
I just don't find that we're gonna have a very coherent conversation if you're not coherent.
I'm coherent. I am coherent. I work better drunk. It's drunk magic. Everything is... Nothing is real. Everything is permitted. Assault reality.
You said nothing is real, everything is permitted.
Assault reality. Heal Ellis. Heal Ellis.
Is that from something?
Yes, it is. I don't remember what, though.
It's chaos magic. It's not Assassin's Creed. A lot of people put it down to Assassin's Creed, right? It's not Assassin's Creed.
No, it pre-exists that.
It's chaos magic. It's not Assassin's Creed. Assassin's Creed stole it.
Oh, I appreciate you being here. I don't know that you're actually giving us much to question. I would wonder this before I let you go.
Well, then you're questioning, aren't you?
Do you think that you can question your beliefs?
No, I am. And you are.
What is it that you question? Oh,
I don't question. I manifest. Synchronicity. I manifest intent.
So you don't question?
No. I manifest. I
really wish you could manifest yourself sober right now.
I acknowledge synchronicity. I acknowledge synchronicity. when you say coincidence,
Yeah. So you believe in synchronicity, you believe in manifestation. Do you believe that if you write something down and you do nothing to act towards the goal, that the universe will provide that goal?
No, Thrayle, you have to put it on a collage. It's called a vision board.
what's a vision board?
Well, I was asking if you believe that things will happen if you just write them down and do nothing to act towards them.
No,
Or when
even
you're
write
manifesting,
them down. Not even write them down.
just think it.
If you visualize it, it will
So
manifest.
if I visualize you sober right now, will you be sober?
Hopefully. I have to.
It's when two people have opposing
I have to
things
be
that they're trying to
sooner or
manifest.
later. Like, would you rather talk to me when I'm sober? Is that what you mean?
Yes. I prefer not to have conversations like this with drunk people because I find them frustrating, and I don't find that we're actually gaining any ground in the way that you think of or question these things. I feel like we're just hearing drunken ramblings. And maybe that's not the case. Maybe you do work better this way.
If he works better drunk, I'd hate to see him sober.
People say, but it was entertaining. I don't know if I was that entertained by it. I find it frustrating that we're not really getting anywhere. We just get one drunk thought after another.
I guess we can pack it up. If he's wins.
I just saw the comment.
Yeah.
There were definitely some spirits involved. But if anybody has,
we don't know. It could have been ether.
Could have been. Oh goodness. If anybody has a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request on that. I'm not trying to debate or argue. I'm not looking to humiliate you or make you look like a fool. I really just want to know, if you can question your beliefs, then what is it that you believe, and why do you believe it? Hello, Oasis. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Is it a walls or a ways? It looks like a ways.
It's an eye.
There's a name there. And if you didn't mean to request up, then I'll go ahead and set you down and you can try again. If you meant to. Hello, Oasis. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
G. Yes.
Nope. Oops, that wasn't the right button. Wow, it's not letting me disconnect him. There we go. Had to use a different screen. I don't know. Answer my question. And they sounded too young.
He's ESL.
I mean, that's entirely possible.
Yeah.
But you'll have to put your age in the comments before you are accepted back up. I'm not gonna risk it. But if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, I feel like a broken record. Really, I enjoy the nights when I only have to say it a few times between guests. It's like carnival barking.
Hurry, hurry, hurry. Maybe that's what you should try.
Question right up.
Step right up and see
On
if you can
Sunday,
question
Sunday,
your
Sunday.
beliefs. All you've got to do is hit that button and step right up. See if you can impress yourself, impress your lady, impress your life. If you can question your beliefs. Something like that.
Potential. I think it has potential. We can workshop it.
It's been a while since I've been to a carnival.
Oh,
I could sound more excited, right?
I suppose. See, that's how you gotta open the live, is with the like carnival barker, and then like it slowly calms down into the, you know, the Thrayle we know and love.
Just pretend to be someone else at the beginning. That'll draw them in.
Isn't idea okay?
Do you or someone you know have a belief that they can question, that you can question? Is it something that you are convinced of, convicted of, or in some way actually have a doubt in? Or is it something you're open to explore? Why do you hold to this thing that you believe, or why do you consider it even a belief? No, that doesn't work. I'm trying to change it up. I don't know if I like it.
Yeah.
Gotta workshop it.
We'll fix it in post.
I should drop down for the Thrayle. Fading.
I'm getting tired, Jimmy.
Yep.
Appreciate you being here.
Thanks for letting me up.
Absolutely. Is a Raph still with us? Or we put him to sleep too?
I think we might have done it.
He might be asleep, but as soon as we set him down, he wakes up.
He's gonna go, hey, I was watching that.
Hello, BYB fan. I see. So we're just gonna go ahead and move right on.
Why are these babies awake at this hour?
Yeah, if you put your age in the comment, I might think about letting you back up, but that moment, yeah, just didn't sound old enough.
Which we'll admit can be deceiving. So if you want to throw your age in the comments, we'll try again. Maybe. If you're nice. Yeah, sorry, friend. You shouldn't even be on TikTok.
Yeah, you definitely had to lie about your age even to be in a room. Don't worry, we'll help you out. So if anybody has a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're old enough to join a TikTok live, well then go ahead and request up.
Remember when you used to do karaoke lives, Thrayle?
You did this last time. Stop it.
I never did karaoke lives. There were people who sang and got away with it, and there were people who didn't get away with it anymore. Hello, Gagak. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Okay, well, if you meant to be here, you can request backup, but if you're not going to speak and tell me your age, we just move right along. Hello, Anthony. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 13.
Yeah, well, you'd had to lie about your...
What the fuck?
Thrayle booted himself?
No, I don't.
His phone, his device probably died.
I booted him on one device, and I ended up leaving on the other somehow.
We all just went,
Yeah, it was strange.
Because I have no powers to do anything, and I don't know if Sage does.
He has limited power.
Yeah, I don't think I have booting powers, just muting or whatever.
But if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're actually old enough to be on TikTok Live, then go ahead and request on. If you are under the age of 18...
That last person didn't sound like they were 13, by the way.
They weren't. They were lying. It's an attempt to try to get the live flagged. It's probably what the next guest is doing as well.
Why? Why we can't have nice things? For why? Also, fix your goal.
Oh, did it disappear again?
Yeah.
Why does it keep doing it? TikTok really does not like me tonight. Yeah, any of you 13 or supposed lying 13-year-olds in the chat, go ahead and raise your hand right now. Because this live is flagged for adults only, which means you lied about your age to TikTok to even be here. But if you're over the age of 18 and you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request up.
The multiple exclamation points don't help you.
No. The more eager you are, the less likely I am to accept. And tries to hide the gift goal from me, not just from you.
Really?
Yep, they make it hard
Describing your
to
age
know.
as 18 plus is wild.
Oh, there we go. You did something.
Anime Lover says, I believe in a certain thing.
Well, considering your actual username is secret account 123, be so for real.
If only you could see the queue right now. I don't know if
I
there's...
believe it. I
don't know
fucking
if there's
believe
an
it.
over 18 in there.
Oh, we're getting the chat flooded.
Hello, Connie. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 32.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
To be fully transparent, it goes back and forth. Usually because of semantic crossroads. But do I think that there's powers that are higher than my incarnation? Yes. Do I believe in God?
Do you think there's powers higher than the incarnation of any man or group of men?
Yeah, I actually, I want to tread lightly because I want to be respectful. That what was the question you just asked me? I didn't quite understand it.
Like, do you think that there are powers that are higher than any single human or group of humans?
Well, for example, I think that we're circling around. Do I think power is higher in a group of 5 humans versus 1 human? Yeah, in some ways. But I think that there's a common essence. Maybe that would be what I would call it. Like, there's a common essence between the one individual and the group of 5. There is a commonality there, so there's something that is more ubiquitous to both parties. But I think that I struggle quite a bit with the term God. I don't like using that word.
I see. Really quickly, I'm going to talk past you and thank Angel and One Love Two Homes for helping with that goal.
I'm so sorry. My headphones died right as you started your answer, and I just got them back working.
Uh-oh. Well,
I also want to let you know I'm not like coming in a contentious way. I'm not claiming to have any authority on this knowledge. I just I like sharpening the samurai swords by talking with each other. Like that's what I'm here. Yeah.
Well, what we're doing is seeing if you can question your beliefs. So far, you've said that you believe that there is something more powerful than a group of humans that is more ubiquitous, you said.
Well, yeah, like nature, for example. I think that we are nature, but I think...
So, just to clarify, though, when you say that you believe in this higher power, this is powerful forces, are you thinking of something with mind and intention, or is it just natural forces at work?
Well, I would have a tendency to reference nature. That would be my immediate.
Sure. Do you think nature has a mind and intention, or is it just things that are natural?
Well, if we are part of nature and that we have intentions, that would imply that nature has intentions, right?
I don't know that it would. Are you saying the entirety of nature has intentions? Because
no, I didn't say the entirety. I didn't say the entirety.
Well,
I said
was my
that
question.
Oh, okay. So does the entirety of nature have intention? No, parts of it definitely don't.
So you're not thinking of a higher power that is somehow willful or has agency.
Well, is it? I actually, like I said, I have no exact. I'm developing my thing. I have any authority, but is it possible that that uh that nature could have parts of it that are intentional and parts of it that are not? Meaning, part of that higher power could have intention and not be trivial. Like, I'm totally down to learn. I would love to absorb information.
Saying parts of it might have intention and parts might not. Do you mean like us? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, exactly. Like we
Right, is that
we
the
can have
same
the.
though as I'm sorry, are you just
No, I don't. I'm
trying
trying
to
not to interrupt. I'm trying to be polite.
It's my job to interrupt.
No, seriously, because a lot of people come on and they can't shut their mouths. So I'm just trying to make sure I talk when it's like actually welcomed. But the point I was making was more along the lines of that intention, as we experience it, is obviously a quality of consciousness. But is that inherent to the overall nature of? It's not inherent to the whole experience. Like,
so just to clarify, um, you, you're saying parts of consciousness are inherent to the experience, like our consciousness, but there's not like an underlying consciousness intending for us to be here and experience what we're experiencing. Or are you saying there is?
I think it would be hubris, and it would be my ego if I were to claim knowledge on that. The only honest answer to that
I'm
is
not
I don't
asking
know.
for you to claim knowledge. I
No,
appreciate that.
I was just saying the only honest answer for me to say is I don't know. I have certain inclinations. Yeah, definitely certain inclinations that if intention is part of the entire race, intention must thus have intention as part of its programming. Otherwise, how could I experience that unless I'm completely creating that in my own experience? But if I'm part of that, then I am the kaleidoscope creating intention, right? So we can't escape intention in some form, even to the grandest scale. There has to be intention.
It's up to Thrayle, of course, but I think a more well-developed worldview works better with this type of platform.
That is true. It's not that there's nothing there to question. There's nothing. You're not claiming belief on anything, and
Well, I could get more specific. I believe that consciousness is the substrate through which all experience is arising. Does that help, like, narrow it down a little bit, or?
No, that's just the definition of what like consciousness is.
yeah, experience arises through consciousness.
Maybe I'm having trouble with like what the actual question is. And I'm not asking you don't owe me an explanation, or you don't have to reiterate. I don't understand the question.
I think we can reiterate, give it a shot.
Can I question my beliefs? Joining, yeah, I love doing that.
Do you feel that consciousness is something apart from a mind? Can it exist absent a mind?
I think that consciousness is the ground through which mind arises. And I know that might be vague, but I mean, it's part of narrowing down what we're talking about. Consciousness, I think, is the substrate, and then mind is what the human being experiences. So I think that consciousness is there inside of a pig or a horse or a hawk. I think that consciousness is there.
Is it there
Mind,
inside of a rock?
is consciousness there inside of a rock? I think if I were to say no, the real version of consciousness, I think it's possible that a rock might be the most primordial version of consciousness, but I don't think that the rock is conscious, no.
Sounds like he's like one step away from panpsychism.
I guess what I'm saying is that life, let's call it
Is
life
somewhere
force.
between panpsychism and idealism.
I think that life force is present in all life. And if all of the realm we're inhabiting is life, then there is a little bit of that special sauce.
Can you like
in every
say
single
anything that's non-trivial? Life is life. I get it.
Okay, then ask me, I guess, a more specific question, and I can answer it.
Exists. Life is life. Consciousness is the substrate of experience.
You're asking questions that are that broad.
They're not, though.
So
the questions I've asked have not been that broad. Do you believe there's an agency to to nature or to your higher power? You started talking about the substrate, how consciousness is the substrate of experience, which, I mean, I guess if you define consciousness as in such a way that, you know, it generates or is the necessity of experience, then yeah, that would be trivial. So I'm not sure what the belief system is here. It's almost tautological. Everything is just everything.
I like I mentioned earlier, I'm still developing my belief system. I just came in to play around and see.
I understand. I'm not trying to mock you. I'm just stating kind of what I'm experiencing.
And I appreciate your transparency. Like I said, I'm here to refine the samurai sword, and I can answer more specific questions better. But like you said, you went back to, is there agency? I guess your question was, is there agency to nature in general? Is that correct?
Yeah, we were trying to see if you...
Nature...
I think that... Does nature have a mind? I couldn't say that, no. I don't know that. I know I have a mind, but I don't know if nature has a mind.
And I don't know is a perfectly fine answer. It's just, there's nothing left to question there. If you don't know, if you don't have a belief or some...
Well, I have beliefs. I think that there's an agency in terms of there's overarching consciousness to nature. Otherwise, mind couldn't exist. But if before you
just said the opposite, like 2 seconds ago.
No, what I'm saying is I'm holding both in regard, right? I'm saying that the yin and the yang can exist at the same time. But before you boot me, if you could explain, I'm genuinely curious as to your...
You don't accept the law of non-contradiction?
I believe in non-duality, meaning, so if you're asking me my belief system, I'll answer your prompt. Non-duality...
What's the question from the beginning? I don't know why it took so long.
No, because I was answering the first prompt, which is,
Did you believe in
can
a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
no?
Was
The
the
first
first
question was,
question that
can
I asked.
no? I'm looking at your prompt, which
The
is
very first question that I asked when you got on panel was, do you believe in a god or gods, higher power, or anything
no.
like that? The
I was just
questions are
saying
geared around that to see if you can question your beliefs. I don't know why you're arguing with what the questions
No,
were.
I'm not arguing. No. I was just saying that I was looking at the picture that says, "Can you question your beliefs?" And that's the first thing I was saying. I can definitely question my beliefs.
Yeah, you've said that a lot.
You say that your belief is non-duality, and then
Non-duality,
at the same time, simultaneously, which would be duality.
meaning I hold them both. Non-duality, meaning I'm not picking one or the other.
I think you might need to look that one up.
Have you read any David Hawkins at all?
Non-duality would be something other than duality.
It surpasses that and this. It's beyond black and the white. It's beyond those.
Oh, Morgan, if you had a question, go for it.
I don't know why these conversations always have to take a tone of like contention. I genuinely did not come here to like.
Who's taking a tone of contention?
It's the underlying theme here, not from you necessarily, but this.
Do you? I mean, like you see that the topic is, can you question your beliefs? I've asked you questions. Some of them said I don't know, and I have no problem with that. There's nothing wrong with I don't know. It's a fine answer. But there's nothing to question beyond that. And then it takes a very long time to actually get you to answer what you believe. And so now I'm not surprised nobody's really interested in questioning, because it seems like you've been circuitous and disingenuous since you got here. So I think that's why there might seem to be some not really forthright with your answers.
I'm trying to be forthright. I'm not trying to be disingenuous, but you're talking with human beings. If you're looking for a echo chamber, TikTok is not the place. I told you, I'm not firm in my beliefs.
Now.
TikTok can be an echo chamber if I want it to be an echo chamber.
Are you fucking serious?
He really did. He really did. He thinks I want an echo chamber. I want people who are capable of questioning their beliefs and honestly answering questions. You managed to do fine up until the end when you decided to be a condescending jackass. Fuck off.
Unfucking real.
I thought I'd go the whole night without telling anyone to fuck off. That was the plan.
I was really optimistic about it, to be honest with you.
If you were to not tell someone to fuck off, I'm not sure you would be Thrayle anymore.
I prefer not to tell people to fuck off. I really do.
Not even if they deserve it?
Even then.
I will also agree with Z, though. I really do appreciate how you say the F word, though.
Yes, we all get hard when Thrayle says things.
I could say things, but that's a Discord response, not a TikTok response.
Oh my. If anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your belief, go ahead and request on up. I'm not looking for an echo chamber. If you're an atheist, I'm probably going to question you very quickly and move on, because I'm not actually trying to get people to agree with me. See, that's what an echo chamber would be. I just want to know if anyone has a belief in a god or gods and can question that belief.
I thought an echo chamber sounded like, hello, hello, hello.
What's even funnier is we all hold a different belief in one way or another. And I'm just talking about here on the panel.
I have been accepting ghosts this whole time, so if
Oh,
you are,
I know. Yeah.
if anyone is in queue and you do have a belief, be patient. I'll probably get to you.
I think it's time for me to go to bed.
I appreciate you being here, Sage. Look, your replacement just arrived. We'll see you, Sage.
And that is the changing of the guard.
You just call me a replacement? Wow. Bye, Sage.
Sage is probably thinking, did I get replaced by a witch?
Hi, y'all.
Hello, Z. How you doing?
Better now that I'm here.
Glad to have you. Hello, El Amador. And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
To be honest, I want to hear your guys' opinions.
Oh, I see. So what we're doing here is seeing if people can question their beliefs, if they have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that. And it doesn't really matter what we believe to be able to do that. So I appreciate you coming up, but if you're not actually here to question your beliefs, I'm going to move on. Okay.
What would you do for a Klondike bar?
So many things.
Thanks, Thrayle. Now Sage is like, great, that's the worst replacement. Awesome. Awesome. Real one anymore. Jeez. Shit.
Well, there. That'll make Sage feel better. It took two. Hello, RC.
Hello. How's it going?
Going great. How are you?
I'm doing fan-freaking-tastic.
And Siler, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I am 20.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yes.
And which god is that?
I have as a polytheist, I have numerous, but I follow more Germanic tradition, I guess you could say.
So Nordic.
Yeah, Germanic. So yeah, Nordic, but with, I guess, Germanic names.
Slavic.
But I'm having an existential crisis. Maybe you can help me out.
Okay, so you're a polytheist. You're a polytheist who believes in Germanic gods, and you're having an existential crisis.
Yes.
Is it related to your god belief?
Yes.
Do you believe that your gods exist in some form and interact with this world?
Yes.
In what way do they exist?
And this is exactly the issue, right? Because, in my mind, they exist quite literally. Like the sun exists in the sky and gives life and provides,
I'm sorry, they exist on a physical level because the sun is in the sky.
Well, they exist on a I don't know, like they exist, in a spiritual way, but they also
These gods manifest in the form of planets and celestial bodies.
No, and I'm pretty sure I'm one step away from being an atheist, but there's things holding me back from that. Like, I don't know, like when I look at natural phenomena, like, like the sun, or concepts like the earth, time, or even like the concept of space, planets, the pursuit, humanity's progress, like these concepts seem bigger, I guess, than just concepts. They seem like they have more to them. Like the sun, like it seems there's something more to it than just the ball of helium floating in the sky.
Why?
They provide, like, they interact with us on a very personal level and provide
What is the
provide, like, for example, like with plants, they provide photosynthesis. With us, they grow our food.
How is that personal?
Well, I mean, we interact because of the sun, there's light and we have day cycles, and it gives us things like that, I would guess you could say.
Astrology?
Huh?
I'm sorry. Do you subscribe to astrology?
No. Like zodiac signs?
Yes.
No.
Because that involves the planets and stuff.
May I ask?
Go ahead, Morgan.
What does your current practice look like?
My current practice is based more on like ancestor veneration. So I've been like exploring and cataloging like my family tree. It consists of like a meditative practice, especially like connecting with like nature, like going outside on walks and stuff like that. So a very simple practice. I am in college. I have a lot of stuff to do, so I try to make it as simple as I can.
I completely understand. I'm a parent, a farm owner, and full-time employee at a hospital. I get it. So you mentioned that the sun gives or interacts with us on a personal level, and that's why you see it as both a physical manifestation and a spiritual embodiment, yes?
Yeah.
Okay. What can you rephrase the dissonance that you're experiencing?
Like in my mind, it doesn't really make sense. Like my friends tell me, like, you're basically just personifying the point. You're just taking an extra step. You're one step.
So,
you're basically an atheist with extra steps.
No. Let me pause you right there. Thrayle, is this okay?
I mean, are you going to question him? Or are you going to reassure him?
I am going to question him, but there's going to be reassurance involved.
I have a question.
I'll say that.
I do want to hear where it's going, though, Morgan. But Z first, real quick.
Sorry, Morgan. How do you define this personal interaction? How does it happen?
In different ways. Like, I guess it depends on the circumstance. Like the sun, for example, it gives us, like it grows our food. It gives us day and night cycles. We use it to mark our days and stuff like that. But different concepts interact with, different ways. Some are more personal, like especially like the concept of war, for example. Like that interacts in a different set of.
Can I interrupt you for 1 second? How do you say that the sun is a personal interaction? It's a natural cosmological thing, but what makes it personal than just? What makes it personal and not just a natural experience? Or
I mean, it's personal. Like it.
That's subjective, though, isn't it? Aren't you?
Yeah. I would say
it anthropomorphizing it in a way.
Yes, exactly. This is the issue.
The issue is the fact that that's your belief. So are you questioning the fact that, like, you wonder why you're doing this to the sun?
I mean, kind of, but not really, because, like, I mean, this,
really.
To me, the sun, like, it acts more like a...
Okay, stop. What's a deity?
A deity, I guess, is also subjective. It has a more I don't think a deity necessarily has to have like a thinking mind or personality.
How is the sun itself something that you personally experience? Let's try that again.
I like the way I see it. Like I personally experience it when I wake up every morning and there's daylight outside. I go to work. When the sun sets, I go to sleep. Like,
does it
Does it gives me a sunburn.
Have a relationship that responds to just you? Does it reveal something to just you?
No, I mean, I'm a human. I'm a, like, why would it? But it also interacts with me nonetheless.
Right, but that right there, what you just said, that's you anthropomorphizing it, saying it gives you something personal. It's a reaction to you, even though it's a natural thing that occurs in our cosmology.
Yeah.
Right, so it's kind of like we're in a circle now. So, but does it have a sentience?
No. I wouldn't say so.
It's not a deity with consciousness.
Yeah, that's what I said.
But you said it was a deity.
I mean, yeah, it is a deity, but like, it's kind of more nuanced than that. Like, it has a consciousness, but it, like, the way the myths like anthropomorphize like the gods, it gives them like human like moral systems and emotions and personalities. I don't think that's quite right, or it doesn't really make sense for a deity that old to think or act in a way that would be similar.
So you're deciding that it has consciousness and that it's old. How do you know this?
It's old, first of all.
Am I in an echo chamber?
The sun is old, yes.
Morgan, do you want to ask your questions now?
Yes. Okay. Sorry, I have to think about how I'm gonna word this.
You're good. I'm sorry. I'm trying not to confuse you guys. I'm happy.
You're doing fine.
I just would like to add, like, I'm a deeply, like, I love romantic, like, the romantic literature, like, especially, like, like, I read things like Percy Shelley, and stuff like that, or like Revolt of the Angels and all of that literature, and it inspired me.
I want to ask you simple questions. It's all right.
It's okay, buddy. Calm down. Take a deep breath for me, okay?
This is actually kind of something that I was kind of suspecting, but I wasn't sure if we want to ask it. So, Siler, would you say that a lot of your belief kind of boils down to like awe or like wowism?
I don't know what that means.
Your Majesty.
Yeah.
Something you can't define that's from the natural experience.
I mean, yeah, but I would say it's grounded more than that, than just like, wow, that's pretty.
Cool. It's... How do you explain all?
From outside of yourself, it transcends. So when you see the sunrise, no, seriously, it doesn't have nothing. The fact that you didn't create it, you get to experience it, and it's a beautiful
You just get
experience.
to be here, and it's amazing.
You get to be in this moment. You get to see. That is the awe of what we are. That has nothing to do with anything else. It's just the awe of like, wow, how did that happen?
Very much so. Like, when I look at a tornado, like, it just is, Like, it doesn't feel bad about anything than what, like, the Bible lays out or anything else.
So there's something I keep hearing every time you go down to like really stripped bare bones. These deities are representative of concepts or
At their most base form, some of them, yeah, I would say.
why?
Because
why at their base forms would they be concepts?
Because that's like the most primal, that's the most like bare bones primal expressions that they hold, like, like war, for example, like just the pure brutality of war, like that's the primal force.
What do you mean by primal? Can you define that a little bit more?
Just like the raw, just hold on, let me figure out how to explain this.
Take your
Take your time.
It's a good moment for me to go ahead and thank everybody for tapping the screen up to 159,000 likes. We're almost to 160, guys. That's really amazing. I appreciate all of you being here, all of you tapping, all of you sharing the live. Also, if you haven't, you can repost and share your story, and maybe all of that will get somebody else in here who's capable of questioning their beliefs. Go ahead, Siler, if you got an answer.
Yeah, I'll just add one more thing. I'm not trying to like clog up your guys' time, but you know, like
Can you answer the question before
You're all right.
diverge?
Morgan was asking you a question.
Can you restate? I'm sorry, that kind of threw me off.
You're okay. So, what I asked was, why would these deities, at their bare bones essence, be considered concepts?
I don't really know how to like explain this, but that's kind of like, that's just what they are. You know, like, especially like a lot of their names, like I'll take Odin, for example.
Okay.
Like they're,
I'm so sorry. Let me rephrase. Why would we view them as concepts in that manner?
like, why would we view them as divine?
That's not quite where I'm headed.
I'm still confused. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I'm also confused.
Why did you mention Odin?
I was just gonna mention like how his like name relates to the concept itself. Like his name embodies his concept, like what he represents.
What does he represent?
So Other means like frenzy or like divine inspiration. Like, he's a very ecstatic god. Because the term Other, like it is the feeling you get like when you drink alcohol, that inspiration, that emotional like ecstasy, that is what kind of like what Odin embodies.
Just pause. Sorry. Don't add. Sorry. Understand or cope with right now. Like what is it about Odin other than what you said?
Especially with like, how does he help?
Yeah, what does he help you cope with? Why are you mentioning Odin?
Like Odin is the god of inspiration, or like the concept of inspiration, right? Thing to ground your mind on, you know, that inspiration.
So do you think that Odin, because you've kind of said it, do you think that Odin is a symbol that you're experiencing, a concept, or is it a identity of a someone that you can't explain that's acting directly within your life?
Like, it's a real concept. Like, it's the feeling is real.
So it has influence.
Yeah. Rays?
How do you know I feel the sun's rays?
That's a good question.
It's subjective, right? So we're trying to figure out how you explain this belief system that you have. You started with the Germanic part, and you mentioned that it's more old world. From what we're gathering, it sounds like awe, a little bit of animism, that everything has some type of influence, persona, archetypal thing. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but that's what it sounds like. So is there anything that you do to invoke any of these things, or is there some ritualistic practice that you have?
You know, I feel like meditation, or like, especially like, you know, as like Odin, for example, like stuff like that.
What does it do for you?
It helps, like, it is like that inspiration, you know, like it puts me in a more creative headspace. It puts me in a more receptive mode, like kind of puts me on track of what I am trying to do in that moment.
Right, but Siler, when did you discover this belief system to make that decision? How old are you?
20.
Okay. Do you think that you had inspiration before Odin?
Yeah, of course.
So do you need this outside external thing that's undefinable in a way
I
to
don't
be inspired?
I don't think you need it per se. But grounding myself with this concept has brought like a new respect and a new way of like going about and conducting my life. You know, appreciate things as much as I do now.
So how did these deities or these concepts help you find respect for life?
Just especially like with the myths they're attached to, like they are stories, right? But the stories give inspiration and the identity of a like those deities themselves is what like helps.
I feel like somebody else would have questions based on this, but thank you.
Okay, yeah. If you guys need me to go, I can dip. Let someone else.
No. We're just we really want to know, so we're trying to make sure we're not like attacking or making you feel like we are. We just want to ask you the right kind of questions.
I think Morgan's got another question.
Do you honor any other gods other than Odin?
Not personally.
And sorry, I know Z asked, where did you first hear about this practice?
Just out of curiosity of like, I like history and like ancestry, right? So I just explored and kind of exploring my own like history and lineage led me down that path.
Yeah.
European, so like Anglo-Saxon.
Yikes.
Or Anglo. So, not I do have like so I have I have Swedish and Danish like ethnicity as well, but it's very small compared to my like Germanic or Northern European Anglo-Saxon English inheritance, I guess.
If you don't mind me asking, then, are you also a person of color?
No.
Because I noticed that you've got like a.
No, I just like Kodak Black. Yeah. Well,
does it matter to you if what you believe is true or not, Siler?
I think it is true in like no matter like you don't have to like respect or worship or attach names like to these concepts, but I feel like the concepts themselves are real and hold a real sense of truth in a way.
What if Odin didn't exist tomorrow? What would you do?
I mean, to me that would seem weird because like that concept, if that concept, it'd be like getting rid of a whole concept almost. I mean, the name could go away, but the concept itself. Odin has like 50 titles, 50 names.
Right. Do you think that's you holding on to that though and not actually answering the question that I asked? Like just thinking outside the box.
Like if Odin didn't exist tomorrow, I don't think it would really change anything.
Inspiration question that I asked you, you could be inspired without Odin. You found Odin, what, 5 years ago, like you said, these beliefs.
Yeah.
Does this myth, these beliefs somehow help you reflect upon yourself in the world? Like what ideals or values does it give you though? Ethics, morals, anything?
I really think this is a personal choice, but I choose Odin, you know, because that's what is personal, like what I personally value, you know.
What are the values though? That's what we want to know.
Like a love for poetry, like learn of like tales of what knowledge costs, the sacrifice that comes with, you know, the price you have to pay for knowledge, the nobility of like helping, and also a respect for death as well.
Okay.
addresses people from different backgrounds?
I think it's like a cultural like lens affect or be negative towards people of other backgrounds.
Okay, what parts of this tradition that you follow seem to be meant for every people? Do you know?
Do you want like the traditional like answer?
I just want you to answer my question.
I mean, I don't
This
think
is your belief.
a lot, you know, because I mean, Odin's called the All Father, you know, Father of all. So
what parts of your tradition seem to be meant for everyone, and what isn't?
I think all of it can be for everyone. I don't think one part of it is.
Feel that they were tied to race that were unfair or limiting?
Yeah, people definitely weaponize it for sure.
Who's people?
Right. I'm sorry.
But occupiers, yeah, for sure. From the 30s, 40s, we get that. Yes. So you're okay now with these beliefs, or does it need to be?
It'll always be it's a plague that will always rear its ugly head, but needs to be stamped out. But
so is a lot of your belief then Reconstruction?
Not. It used to be, but like as I've gotten older in my tradition, not so much anymore.
So in the last 5 years, and how old are you again?
20.
Gotcha. I'm gonna think about some more questions if I have any.
Yeah.
Do you think that the traditions are worth keeping alive if they've been used for hatred and violence in the past?
That's a very good question. Give me a second to think about that.
Absolutely.
My gut reaction is no, but I do want to think about that.
Mm-hmm. While you think about that, I might go ahead and if I can find it somewhere in here, there's a poll that asks a similar question. There we go. That's the one. So if everybody wants to go ahead and vote in that poll in the upper left-hand corner of your screen, you can. Is it worthwhile to reclaim a symbol or tradition that has been used for harm? Very simple. Similar
I think
question.
so.
You think that it's still worthwhile to hold on to, even if it's been used in a negative way?
Yeah, I do think so. It's very nuanced, because that's not originally how it was used. You know, it was perverted in a way. It was never under that context. Even in the old days, it wasn't like that. So,
You know, I've heard you say the word nuance, and it's about your beliefs, and we want to understand. Can you just kind of walk us through what nuanced means to you here with this?
yeah. So like, in this case, you know, like in the old days, it wasn't a racist thing. It wasn't an exclusive religion. It was very open. They interacted with people of different cultures. They were documented by different cultures. They weren't like xenophobic or anything like that. They were cultures. So like you have this like framework where they're very open and, you know, very culturally acceptive, and then you have, you know, National Socialists who want to do that and take these symbols and attach a certain agenda and rhetoric to it. It's like a perversion. I feel like that's more nuanced than something that like kind of started off bad and then turning it into something good, I guess.
I do hear what you're saying. You know, you're saying that you found somewhere that they were not xenophobic, racist. They wanted to interact, but
I mean, that's not like all like it's not like a blanket. Not everyone was like that, but
I wasn't trying to imply that it was. I just was going to follow up by saying, by today's standards, what sources or examples have led you to that conclusion?
Just like from what I've seen personally, like how they interacted with the Rus,
Were you
or
there?
not the Rus. No, I wasn't there. No.
So what have you used to cite as your source to know this information? That's what I'm asking.
Some sources, if you would like. Is that what you want?
Yeah, I would like to know, because we've talked to other people with Germanic beliefs or Norse beliefs. We just want to understand. So when you say that they're not xenophobic, right?
Yeah.
How? What were the sources? What were the examples that you used from sources that led you to that conclusion?
Like they didn't discriminate other cultures specific.
I want to know.
Specifically based on race.
Siler, I want to know the source, please.
Hold on, give me a second.
Okay, no problem.
I so badly want to say my piece on the thing, but I'll wait till you guys are done with Siler.
I mean, it's a Socratic question. We're trying to be kind and understand. And Siler's young, so we just ask questions.
I know, but I mean, as far as like the poll, I so badly want to explain my answer.
Oh, your vote.
Yeah, my vote.
You want to explain your vote? I don't know. There are 18 votes in the poll, by the way. 30 seconds left if you want to voice your opinion. There's a clipboard in the upper left-hand corner of your screen with a little blue check mark. If you click on that, you'll get to answer the question how you would answer. Is it worthwhile to reclaim a symbol or a tradition that has been used for harm?
Yeah, that leads me to a good question. Thank you for posting that poll, Thrayle.
Mm-hmm. The fact that I had it ready should say something.
I'm really trying to be pragmatic right now, but it's hard.
Yeah, I'm sorry if I'm making it difficult. I'm back.
It's not. No, it's not you. It's a lot of other layers.
Okay, so coming from this, there's no single source that like states Vikings weren't racist, but like there's also no like not one single source. Like there's multiple texts that state like it wasn't based on ethnocentrism or anything like that, but there's not really any evidence that they were racist more than any other culture of that time.
Okay, so if there's
and that's what I formed my belief off of.
Right. So I'm
and how they interacted. I'm sorry for interrupting you. My bad.
That's cool. I'm not going to nitpick what you just said. I could, but I've had this conversation before, and people rely on the sagas. They rely on archaeology. They rely on interpretation for their views. There's a lot of different things out there, but it's all reconstruction. We know this just because of the conversations that we've had. And that's why I'm asking you what your sources are, because yes, there's a dark part of these beliefs, also true, some other things that have went forward from these Germanic or Norse practices that were misrepresented, but it's all reconstruction. Do you think it matters what those people did that was wrong, that was harmful, that is a part of your beliefs and its history? And do you think that you have any part in that by continuing to follow these beliefs?
No, just like the same way, I think it's very important that you look back on history and realize what your ancestors were doing. Just like being an American, it's important to realize, our history and make sure we don't repeat the same mistakes our ancestors did.
Right, but you still.
And I don't feel like No, I'm not a part of that like racist rhetoric or anything.
But you know of it.
Yeah.
Okay. How does that make you feel?
Very angry.
That's like what most people posit that as. It's like they that's what they put their anchor on, is it's that. And they've taken symbols and signs and adopted things, and and it's not really a secure source. From the Eddas to the sagas, like a lot of it was interpreted by Christians. How do you feel about that?
I mean, yeah, that's also very true. It's never gonna be a perfect reconstruction whatsoever.
Right. So does that mean it's uncertain?
Yeah. Yes.
And how do you feel about that?
I don't feel like it matters as much in pagan belief as it does in like something like Christianity.
Are Norse people pagan, or are they heathens?
I feel like that's a term. Pagan was, I'm pretty sure it was like a Catholic word, maybe.
I get it, but I just want to know: if you're acknowledging that there's this ambiguity that you're practicing, like you know of the bad,
yeah,
you're allowing yourself to just kind of like, well, it was back then.
Well, no, it's still, there's still bad today.
Right. Okay. I need to think about some more questions. I feel like other people have some.
Like, we always have to fight the bad, always. Not just in religion, but politics as well. It's not just, it's a human thing. People will weaponize almost anything they can get their hands on.
Do you think it's worth it to keep something that's so easily weaponized if it is so uncertain in whether or not it's even true?
Yes.
Why?
Because I feel like the part of it being untrue, that's another thing, but like it being weaponized, like it's just as easily weaponized as any, like almost anything else, like any other political concept or religious concept.
But the part about it being true or not was part of the question, so you're kind of ignoring
I mean, it is true.
What do you mean it's true?
You know, like what I was going back to, like to me about like, you know, the sun being, if you could has physical properties, you can feel it. You know, the concept of the life-giving sun, you can feel that.
The sun exists.
Yeah.
What does that have to do with Norse pagan beliefs?
What?
What does the sun exists have to do with your Norse pagan beliefs?
Well, that's the
or Germanic pagan.
Like, what does it have to do with the mythology?
What does it have to do with it being true? You say we're talking about whether or not the beliefs can be used for harm, and you're adding in your own spin, saying, well, the sun exists, and so the sun exists.
Well, they could definitely be used for harm.
How does it make the Norse pagan beliefs true?
Well, I mean, like in the stories, that the importance placed on the cycle of like the sun, you know, how the sun gives life, it sustains, you know, like time, or it helps like give, what's the word? It helps like, for lack of a better word, like flesh out, give body to time, or like mark time, I guess. So like that concept is true. That's what the sun does, you know?
The sun helps mark time.
Or like it is you know, like day and night cycle.
How does it make anything in the mythology true?
Like, I just explained it.
No, you really didn't.
Like that concept being real is what makes like the mythology true, like the identity of that god true.
The identity of the god.
Or what that god represents.
Can you describe the god that you're talking about?
Like, okay, so like in Norse paganism, for example, you have like Sunna, or like Germanic paganism, not Norse paganism. You have Sunna, which is like this, you know, like the idea of the sun, right? And it's like a life-giving entity, kind of like Estara.
Sunna is a life-giving entity. Can you describe Sunna's attributes to me?
She is like, let me think.
Is entity different from deity too? I'm curious.
Yeah, I would say so, because I'm an entity, but like I'm not a deity, I would say.
Yeah, I've heard people like make that claim before, that entity and deity are because I've had people say that they believe in like universal entities, but they're not theists because they reject the
Right. Can you also just answer Thraille's question about what Suna is? How do you define it? What is it? This entity?
Suna is the sun. It is the life-giving sun. She marks
in the mythology. She's just described as a life-giving sun.
Well, okay,
Just
so
the ball
in the
sky.
Norse sources, I don't really remember the myth cycles too much about the wolves and the sun and the moon, but
So there's wolves?
in the Norse cycle, yes.
The Germanic.
The Germanic, there's that myth is not the same, but the goddess is there.
Is there a myth involved?
Not in the Germanic myth, no.
There's no myth at all. There's no story. There's no actions, no characteristics.
A lot of these deities don't have stories specifically, no.
Fascinating. Go ahead, Morgan. I can hear you.
What do you mean?
I'll go after you.
The keeper of the lore.
No, so here's the tough thing about Germanic paganism in general, is there is so much of it that has been bled through because it was a tribal, nomadic area. Almost all of the stories of Odin, of how the sun and moon are chased by wolves, how the earth was created, are all the same story in that region. They just have different names because they're different countries, different languages.
So when we're saying that there's truth to the myth, are we saying that there are wolves chasing the sun across the sky?
No, I wouldn't say that.
Oh. Well then, when you say there's truth in the myth, you're just saying the sun exists and what it does helps with life on Earth.
Yeah.
How is that helping with the myth? Doesn't that help with any other story ever that mentions the sun?
I think the function of a myth is
Does that make the other stories that mention the sun true from any other?
Well, yeah, I guess. I mean, a myth serves like a couple of functions. I think a myth is more like a teaching lesson, like a lesson. They encode different like themes, especially the Norse myth.
But
do you remember when you said your friends said you sounded like an atheist with extra steps?
Yeah.
Hi,
Why?
I'm an atheist with extra steps.
Why do you add extra steps? Why do you add all these extra steps?
Because I deserve these concepts, deserve like recognition. Why? They could, connecting with these concepts can bring like a more fruitful life, I think.
How?
Like for nature example, like nothing but beneficial things come from like going outside and building respect for nature and a deep respect for it. Understanding the relationship that nature holds with like us, and our place in it.
But why is that like, oh fuck, how do I?
You can do it.
No, I fucking can't. Okay.
It's late as hell too. If I'm not gonna keep you guys all night, so.
You're not. If
Oh,
you're tired,
no. We're only 4 hours in, or 5 hours in at this point. Jeez.
we can do this forever.
Well, we will move on to a new guest soon, though. But if you can frame that question, Morgan.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I'm gonna bet AK's got a question for Siler.
I
Hello,
believe,
AK.
yeah.
How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Doing great. Good to see you.
I just popped in. I didn't know if Siler was, is he previously from a different religion? Was he previously Christian and then all of a sudden discovered to be Norse or Germanic? or is this a lifelong practice that you've been doing?
So my family was Christian. I never grew up around the church. They never really talked about doctrine to me or anything. So
Okay. So what made you go down the path of I see you see, for me it's kind of confusing as somebody who is Norse pagan, who was raised in the church, and I don't mean this to be rude in any way, but I feel people who have been raised around religion and then they kind of go into that pagan area, you're still looking at it through the lens of like biblical interpretation. And so when you're trying to talk about these myths, a lot of people get very, very confused on what a myth or a story and the representation of what that deity was doing, and start trying to take it as concrete like people take it in the Bible. And that's kind of what it seems you're kind of doing, and that's truly not the purpose of it, if that makes any sense.
well, I don't take the myths as literal, like literal things that happen.
So the way that you were talking about it, though, is that you have to have the sun because the sun does this, because this is what it's talked about in Norse and Germanic, you know, like Hattie and Skoll, the wolves that are chasing the moon and the sun.
Yeah. Within the myths surrounding him are two different things.
Oh, I'm aware. My family's from Sweden. I'm very, very embedded in this.
Well, yeah. I'm not saying you. I'm just saying like that's
Yeah.
the way I view it personally.
So that's your interpretation. So your
Yes.
interpretation of what Odin is these two different things.
Well, you have the concept of Other, right? Like what he represents, and then you have how he acts in the myths.
Yes, but have you gone before, you know, like have you looked into Ymir and all in the creation story in the actual Norse paganism? Have you like gone even further? Because it's not just all about Odin. There's a creation story that is far different.
Yeah, I've explored the creation story. I have a deep interest for that specific deity, so that's why I talk about it.
Okay. Well, and
I don't know
think that's
every
awesome.
myth, but like I know like a good few myths that I found interesting, you know?
Yeah, no, that's amazing. And I think it's great. Like, so like for me, I love Fenrir. Do I worship Fenrir as a deity? Do I think he's real? Absolutely not. But I love what he stands for because he's the breaker of chains. He goes, you know, so there's stuff like that. And I feel like a lot of times that people get confused and start thinking that the deities are being portrayed very much like biblical people, and so then they start going down that path, if that makes sense. And paganism is very different than that, and so that was just the questions I had for you.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. That was all the questions I had.
I want to ask one more.
Thank you,
RC, thank you.
Go ahead, Zay.
I want to ask one more, and I think RC had something. I can't remember, but I just want to make sure we don't forget everybody. But my question is, it sounds like you don't have access to all of the myths or the lore or the stories. And I mean, what are you carrying forward as far as values go? I mean, what does this offer your life? Truly.
Great question.
What do I carry from the stories?
You said, let me repeat it so you get all the info. You said you don't have access to all the stories, the myths, the legends, because you don't. You just kind of equated them, made them up your own way. I don't want to make this question super long. So you don't have access to all of them. You don't. So what is it that you're carrying forward as values within your own life? What does this do for you?
Like I said, it grounds me. It gives me a deeper appreciation, like for the concepts that these things embody, right? So like poetry, you know?
Right, let's stop you. Inspiration. Before you found this, you had other parts of yourself. You didn't respect yourself, right? You said that. I asked that for sure. But what does this belief do, knowing the problematic parts of it, the gaps without information parts of it? I mean, it just kind of seems like, couldn't you do this with some other pantheon? Some other god system that doesn't have attachments to so much hate and violence?
I mean, yeah,
that's
but
what you really wanted to do. That's what I'm wondering.
What would be the alternative then, do you think?
I don't need to offer you that, but I'm saying, like, couldn't you? when you admitted that you do know of the racial tension, the stuff with the 30s and the 40s, the occupation, you know of the symbols that were adopted and used for hatred.
Yeah.
I mean, why follow and fall in line with this when you're saying that Odin is just some concept of poetry? The sun is just something that is, and you don't know the true story. So why wouldn't you go somewhere where there's actual full stories that you can recall and recant to other people?
Because like these stories hold more significant like value to me, you know.
Siler, you don't have all of the stories. That's my point.
You don't
You're
need
making
to.
up and filling in the gaps yourself.
Have you read the Prose Edda and any of that, like the Snorri's readings or any of that
I've
stuff?
skimmed them a lot, or I've skimmed, especially the like Snorri's work,
Mm-hmm.
but I haven't gone through them completely. I mainly stick like to text like the Havamal, more simple stuff. I don't really go into the Nis as much as like the more Odinic, like researchy stuff, I guess.
Okay. I would just encourage you to read a little bit more, and learn a little bit more about it. Just because it would actually help you, because I think a lot of times when you're doing this skimming, and I'm not trying to be rude to you at all, there's a lot of pieces that are missed when it comes to these different characters and these different life lessons that they go through when you don't read the full historic, the different myths, the different Havamals, like the Proet. So, and I mean this with all respect, it's almost like you're creating your own type of Norse pagan or Germanic pagan religion that just, kind of caters to you, if that makes sense.
How so, do you think?
So if you're not reading and going through and reading the full information, you only have part of it, the information.
Mm-hmm.
That's like a doctor doing half of his work saying, yeah, I did the book work, but now I need to go do a heart surgery, but he only skimmed through the book work. So it's as cliche as it sounds, is you kind of have to dig way more into it and read a lot more about it to see if this is actually truly the path that you want to follow, because you might find out that as you read these, Odin is not the person you think he is. And that could be very different. So I just encourage you to maybe just, do a little more research, do some more education, and actually read through it.
Yeah.
And is Norse paganism, or is paganism like something you consider like your identity? Is that like something that's crucial with you, with your identity? Like a lot of Christians, they identify they are a Christian.
No. I mean, like, I think it's a personal thing,
Okay.
I don't see the need to advertise like that.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I just encourage you to do some more research, a little bit. You'll find, I feel like it would be very eye-opening, the more readings that you did.
Yeah.
But I get it. It's very cool. The mythology is amazing. So that's all.
Does anybody else have questions for Siler?
Yeah, I could take a question or two before I hop off here. I need to go to bed.
I think we're done, Siler. But I do appreciate you. I hope that you keep asking questions and consider what questions have been asked here. Oh, that pulsing in my head went away with this background noise.
Is that what?
Ciao, andiamo, little baby Nino.
Oh, that background noise was just something else. But I appreciate him answering the questions and going on the journey with us. So that much was at least good.
For how long?
I appreciate you letting me hop up.
It was good to see you.
Thanks, AK.
Good to see you guys. Love you all. Have a wonderful new year. Please be safe.
You too.
See you next year.
See you. Yes.
Happy New Year.
And if anybody has a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, you're capable of questioning your beliefs, Go ahead and request on up. I see a few people in queue. Some of you have been waiting a while, and I'm going to guess you might be ghosts by now. But I'll go ahead and go with the one that I think was... Oh, no. Never mind. That I think is still there. Nope. Spinelli, we'll take them next. Real quick, I've got to thank Jade and Philly Red, Robot Heather, Z the Witch, Danny Grax, and 96 for helping with that goal. Appreciate you guys so much. And yeah, I think we can probably take Spinelli up if they're still in queue. Hello, Spinelli. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
24.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I believe in the teachings of Jesus.
Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
No. I
Have you
believe
read
it's something you read as need be. I don't claim to be a Christian, though.
I see. But you follow Jesus, you said?
Yes.
What does that mean?
I apply what I read to my life.
You apply what you read, and you only read some of it? Or have you read all of the New Testament?
I take my time with it. Sorry, I'm trying my best. It is late and shit, but I did want to talk, so.
So you take your time with the New Testament?
Yes, the King James, yes.
The King James. Oh. Why that version?
It speaks to me more.
It speaks to you more than other versions? Have you tried others?
Old Testament, mainly for the dialect. I prefer the King James. I am not claiming, though, to be like...
Can I ask a question?
Yes, you can ask a question.
I was asking Thrayle, not you.
You're asking me.
Wait, have you been up here before, Spinelli?
No, never. Yes. It's my first time.
Okay. Can I ask Thrayle? Sorry.
Yeah, but I'll probably hijack it right back. Go ahead.
Okay, it's really simple. What does it mean being a Christian? Like, what's the difference between just being a Christian or just following Jesus?
See, I don't go to churches. I've never really taken a liking to Christians myself. It's very hypocritical. The groups, I don't like following it. And I understand the religion is about, unity and not judging, and I understand that. And I'm still working on that myself, but, yeah, that's what I have to say about that. That's my difference, is I judge the Christians, but I don't judge the teachings.
Thank you so much. Thrayle, it's your turn.
So, does it matter to you if the stories of the Bible are true or not?
It does matter to me, yes.
How would you know if they were true or not if you haven't read them?
And that's a great question. I can't tell you. All we have are books. That's it. We don't have video, obviously. But
how much of it have you read?
It's about faith and belief. Obviously, that's what most religions are based on.
Why'd you mention the book, though?
The book? What do you mean, what book?
You said all you have is books.
Yeah, there's many accounts of Jesus.
RC's question was, how much of the Bible have you read?
Who was the last guy that was just up here talking about skimming?
To the Bible.
Well, not necessarily. I wouldn't really call it skimming. It's more applying, because when I have something I'm struggling with, I go to a part of the Bible that correlates with what I'm dealing with. And then I read the word, and it helps. So
You go to a part of the Bible that helps with what you're dealing with. How will you know, if you haven't read it, that will help?
what do you mean?
If you haven't read it, how will you know what parts will help?
If I haven't read it? I'm saying if I go to it.
Yeah, if you go to a part to help you with something, how are you to know that that part of the Bible is going to help you with your problem?
Because I read it, I gain inspiration, and then I pray.
You read it, you gain inspiration, and then you pray.
Yes,
you read,
exactly.
So you read any part of the Bible, is what you're saying?
Yes, and...
Exactly, read.
Huh?
Sorry, I'm so sorry, but I interrupted. I was supposed to say, yeah, I was about to ask, what parts do you actually read?
Anything I'm led to. You know, most of the time I do flip through the book, and I just let it fall on an open page.
Bibliomancy?
Yeah, I was about to say that's bibliomancy.
Yes?
Is it, so you just let it fall on a random page and hope that will help you with your problem?
Exactly. And majority of the time it does.
When hasn't it?
When my faith is weak.
Why wouldn't you have trust in it?
Because we all fail. And that's something I've learned with reading through the Bible.
Hey, quick question. Can you follow Jesus without following the religion that was built around his life and his sacrifice?
Well, we know Jesus was a Jew.
I'm asking you a simple question. Can you follow Jesus when there's a whole religion built about his birth, his life, and his sacrifice? Following the religion.
That is a really good question.
No.
Yeah, it's a great question, actually. I think, because it is yes or no, I think you can follow his teachings to better your life, but whether your question is to get into heaven or not, no, I don't think.
I didn't ask about
Without believing in the religion, no, you
What
can't.
is it required to follow his teachings? How do you know his teachings?
Listening.
To who?
Exactly, the author of whoever wrote the Bible.
So you do read the Bible?
Yes. I can't say for sure if it's written truthfully, though, so.
Does it matter to you if it's true?
No, but I do pray to God.
Why doesn't it matter if it's true?
You guys are good, holy shit.
What?
I said you guys are good.
I heard you, but why did you say that?
What? Because you're actually making me like look inwards, which is nice.
To question your beliefs. Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Do you remember the question?
Well, because if it's not true, I don't make it into heaven. And as a follower of Jesus, that is our end goal.
So basically, Pascal's wager.
I'm sorry, what?
So basically, what you're doing is Pascal's wager.
I'm not wagering. No. No, I'm not. No.
So
I'll let you explain it, Thrayle. You.
Yeah,
well, I
explain.
wasn't even gonna explain it. I was gonna move on to questioning.
Well, well, then fine. Pascal's wager is basically um, if you don't know if it anyway, because if you're right, then like you gain everything, you get into heaven. But if not, hey, you lose nothing anyway, and you just have the dirt now. But it's fallacious because it doesn't take in consideration the possible existence of other religions being true.
True. And I will not say I've like, what is that? Islam? I don't prescribe to that at all. Their prophet. No, 2 of Aries on my left shoulder,
No,
and I
we
don't
didn't
prescribe
ask
to
you.
that at all. But
Yeah, we didn't ask you if you had thought about other religions, but the question, I guess, that should come from what RC was letting you know is do you think about or worry about the hells of these other religions? Are you worried that you might end up in Islam hell for worshiping Jesus?
no, I do not. No.
Do you worry you'll end up in Hades for not worshiping Apollo or what was the Greek god you mentioned? I'm sorry.
Aries?
Aries.
No. I believe that those are false. False gods.
So you don't spend any time worrying about ending up in their hells?
No. I have no anxiety about that whatsoever.
Did you have a follow-up on the Pascal thing, RC?
I find it interesting that you disclosed that you have a tattoo of Aries. Were you always a Christian, or did you come to your faith?
I like what Aries stands for, and no, I was not always a Christian. Father's side of the family was Christian. I was kind of forced on the book on my own. Went to a Barnes and Noble one day and I said, you know what, let me read this.
The book?
Huh?
The book.
The book? The Bible?
I also have another question, but I feel like that's going to open up a whole can of worms that I'm not sure if Thrayle wants to go down. So you don't call yourself a Christian, but you follow the teachings of Jesus, which is Sadak Mac for short. My question to you is, how do you...
That he did exist.
Is that useful in truth-seeking?
I would say so, yes.
But how does faith lead to truth-seeking if anything can be accepted on faith?
Because of my personal evidence and my prayers and what they've led to. And you could say it's coincidence.
Anymore. You have evidence.
Well, personal that I can't prove to anyone.
Because you told Thrayle earlier that you do care about what's true, right?
Yes.
So, caring about what's true and seeking the truth is obviously truth-seeking. And so, if you acknowledge that your faith in Jesus, whether you call it Christian or not, is based on something that, from the sounds of it, you kind of acknowledge that its very nature can, is fallacious or can lead to, all that. You value truth, but you accept things on surface faith.
You say surface faith, but
with probably worded it wrong. Basically, but you accept things on faith, but you also say you value truth. So how do you reconcile those conflicting stances?
because I don't believe in any other truth, regardless of what other Christians tell me, than what's written in the Bible.
So you believe what's written in the Bible?
Yes.
Anything written in the Bible is what you believe?
Yes.
So what
so
about...
far, I am still a practicing Christian,
just to clarify,
Christian, quote-unquote,
I'm still speaking.
follower of
I don't know
Jesus.
why you're speaking over me. It seems very rude. Is that what Jesus teaches you to do?
No, I was just
All right,
answering your question, and
maybe don't
I
do
did
it
not...
because I wasn't done asking a question.
Well, I apologize,
so if you follow and believe everything in the Bible, does that include the things that contradict each other?
What contradicts each other in the Bible?
There are many examples I could probably bring up. Have you never come across any contradictions at all in the text?
No, not so far.
Have you ever read the first chapter of the book?
Yes.
What about the second?
Are we talking about the book of Noah?
Genesis.
Genesis?
Book of Noah.
No, I am still not familiar with the entire book. I'm still practicing.
So you've read the first chapter of Genesis, but not the second?
No. I still fail.
What do you mean you still fail?
I'm not perfect. But I'm also a great example of what can come of reading the book.
You've never read the book? What the fuck are you talking about?
I've never read the book?
You said you're a great example of what can come from reading the book, but you've never read the book. I'm trying to ask you about the first 2 chapters for just a moment. And
yeah, I can't quote anything. I can't.
You're melodramatically meandering about how you are imperfect and can't, and somehow are a prime example of what happens when you read the book, when you haven't read the book. I'm so confused as to why you're doing that. Like, what point do you think you're making, Spinelli?
Well, it's not always about the book, is it?
Oh my fucking God.
Now you're starting to be disingenuous.
I love the Lord.
Pure disingenuous, are you kidding?
Disingenuous?
Yes.
You did.
Can I ask?
You did.
Can I ask? I just want to ask. I just want to do. Like, can we just do this for a minute? Like, why not? Spinelli, you're here. I want to ask you something. Do you like? What is it about Jesus and his teachings that you like the most? What's your favorite thing that you found?
I will say.
You will say. Okay, so tell me, what's your favorite thing that you found of Jesus' teachings?
The way of life that I've learned to live.
Where'd you find that?
Throughout the book.
Okay, where?
I can't quote it, like I said.
Can't give us any.
Like I said, I'm a failure. I will always be.
What do you mean by the way of life?
He's a failure.
Like, all sins are equal.
Alrighty.
How
do you know this? From the Bible or just yourself?
What do you mean?
How do you know that all sins are equal?
Life.
Throughout life.
He said words. So the words were, what he said.
Yeah,
he said the words.
I use words for sandwiches. It's great. I love it. It's awesome.
Words for sandwiches.
Yeah, it's so good. Many ingredients, many words.
Spinelli, why did you request up here?
Seriously.
Because I kind of want to listen to you guys, mostly.
Well, then do that from the comments.
Bye. I'll pray for you.
Really? I mean, like, if you want to actually question your beliefs, if you're capable of doing that, that's wonderful. But if you just want to listen to us and say nonsensical things at us, and I don't know, melancholy around about how you're imperfect and a failure every time we ask a question.
I can't do anything right. I'm sorry.
It really just...
Forgive me.
It's not judgmental, Spinelli. It's... We have a topic and you're really just falling asleep up here lying at us. Like, I'd like to give you the grace to say that maybe you just have no idea what the fuck you're saying.
Can I tell you what my next question was going to be if he was actually being serious? I was going to say, do you ever question if your interpretation of his teachings are inaccurate because you don't read the book? Thank you for letting us do that. That was fun.
Melancholy around is quite the phrase.
I don't know. Words fail me sometimes. I'm a failure. Harlow, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes, I am 47. I just had a birthday.
Happy birthday. And do you have a belief, God or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I couldn't hear you over the celebratory stuff.
That's okay. You're also very quiet yourself.
I'm sorry. I'm having a... Yeah, I saw some of my friends in here, so I was like, I'm going to have a visit. I'm trying to wake up so I can go to work today.
I understand. Well, I had asked if you had a belief in a god or gods, a higher power.
I'm a pantheist. I'm a run around naked in the moonlight kind of girl.
I'm not sure if that's pantheism or if
It
that's
is.
just a
It's
hobby
the-
that you like to do. But really quick, I'm going to ask, I'm just going to speak past you for a moment and say thank you to Philly Red, to Cat DeWitch, and to 96 for helping with that goal. I really do appreciate you guys. So you say you're a pantheist. What does
Yes.
pantheism mean
And
to
we
you?
believe that creation is God and God is creation. So it's not...
What do you mean by creation?
So it is the energy all around you.
What do you mean by energy?
Like if you ever just like walked outside and enjoyed the beauty of
You are
the-
so quiet, it's almost impossible to hear you.
I'm also walking down the stairs to get coffee. Hold on.
Can you hold your phone closer to your face? It might help.
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Much better.
Yes, so much better.
So have you ever walked outside and just enjoyed the beauty of nature or like the vibration of the earth?
I was with you up to vibration. I've definitely enjoyed the beauty of nature.
So for me, that's like enjoying the beauty of a god. Does that make sense to you?
Not quite.
Not
what
quite.
do you mean
What
by
else can I
God?
Just that, I don't know. I just love that. I love how it feels. Waterfall coming off of a mountain. You know, if there was a god, that would be something that they could create. You know, so I don't believe that God is a person or is a being in the sky, if that makes any sense.
So the beauty of a waterfall off of a mountain.
Yeah, I mean, have you ever just experienced like seeing things that just kind of just give you that feeling?
But
just like there's something higher than us. But
I don't know
this
what
is
you
an
mean by
example of
that. What do you mean
that
higher than
helps
us?
you. Like, how did it get here? You know, or maybe we are just living in.
If you were to study geology and learn how the mountain got there and understand how the waterfall worked and where it was fed from and where it was going, would
Tectonic
that
plates.
right would that alter your belief that there is a higher power involved, a God there?
I hope not. I hope to believe in somebody of the universe. I do. You're okay. I'm not. I had a really bad night with I have a disorder with my legs. So I had to take a bunch of medication last night. So I'm not quite as sharp as I usually am. I know I'm friends with Z, and I've spoke to you before because I remember your voice because you have a beautiful voice like Z does. So we've chatted before. So please pardon I'm kind of lagging because, oh my goodness, I just could not get my legs to stop last night.
Harlow, if that's the case, do you think you should be up here right now to try to question your beliefs?
Yeah, I ask some pretty deep questions. And
You can ask me questions because I'm going to drink
Seriously,
this
think
one
about
more
it.
cup of.
If you're not feeling sharp, if you're not feeling your best, you might be a little like thrown off.
But I've got to get up though. Got to get up and get it together. I've got like 6 patients on the schedule today.
Then go do that, Harlow. Come back another time when you have more time to focus on the questions.
I would be very excited to question you again when you're feeling more clear-headed and here with us.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Not at all trying to dismiss you, though, Harlow. I really do appreciate you coming up and trying to answer the questions.
You are welcome.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for coming.
I hope that you take care and keep asking questions, Harlow. We do have a few other people in queue, and that's the only reason why I thought it might be better to move forward. And I do see our C1's back up. Gatban, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 23.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I do. Yeah, I believe in God.
And
Yeah, I believe in God.
which god do you believe in?
So I think what I believe is the God of, like, Jesus. I
You
have,
said the God of Jesus.
yeah. Yeah, that's correct.
Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Yeah, and if you say, like, the Bible has, like, mistakes, I would say I think there is mistakes.
You say you think there is mistakes?
Yeah.
So you agree that there's mistakes in the Bible?
Yes.
Well, why do you think that there are mistakes? Can you give me an example?
Because they're obvious. Like, I think it's written by humans, and humans make mistakes. So it's very obvious there's some contradictions, and there's some things that says it's from God, but I think it's not from God.
You said there's
Yeah, like
obvious mistakes and things that it says are from God that are not from God. So if you say that there are mistakes within the Bible, why would you believe that Jesus is real or that the God of the Bible exists? And before you answer, I definitely need to make sure and thank Heather's Descent, Freya, Z-Witch, also Cat DeWitch, and 96 for helping with that goal. Appreciate all of you so much. Speaking of witches,
there she is.
My lover.
Martin Varkront.
Martin var, guys. How about it?
We're doing good. Gad's just thinking about a question, asking him why he believes in Jesus or the God of the Bible if he thinks there are errors within it. Go ahead, Gad.
Yeah, so I think I believe in God because of logic. Like I see in the universe that we are, like, created. We're not just an accident. And I think we have a mind and we have information on the DNA. Like those, everything in the universe.
Gad, it's really difficult to hear you. I don't know if it's because you're not using headphones or...
Oh,
but
should I use headphones?
It's a whole lot of just background noise and muffled speech.
Okay. How about now?
I mean, you haven't changed at all.
Nothing changed? Yeah, I think.
Okay, so you were saying something about how it's logical for God to exist, and that's why you believe God of the Bible exists, even though there's errors and contradictions.
No, I'm just saying why I believe in God, not the Bible.
Okay, so not the God of the Bible, just a God.
Yeah, the first
and you
thing
think
I'm
that
talking
there's
about.
some logical reason why a God must exist?
Yeah.
So it has nothing to do with Jesus.
No, I'm saying the first point, why I believe in God. And then the second point, why I believe in Jesus, I think it's personal. Yeah.
So you believe in Jesus because of personal reasons.
Yes.
And
Yeah,
you
the
believe
first,
in God because of some logical reason,
yes.
you say. What logical reason do you say that convinces you of a God?
Yeah, like if you look in the universe and you look at yourself, the way you created, I think you have like information and DNA and everything
I'm
demands.
sorry, the way you're created. I'm not sure how that's answering. You're
Yeah.
making the assumption that you're created, and so
Yeah.
saying then there's a God.
Yeah, I'm saying
Why do
the
you
way
make the
we are,
assumption you're created?
because the way we are, it's not, you can't say a building exists by itself. So we are existence. We can't say we existed by nothing. Nothing
I'm not
can't
sure
come
what you're
from nothing.
saying. Nothing can't come from nothing. I'm not sure what you're saying anymore. What does this have to do with why you believe a God exists? If you're saying
Because
nothing can't come from nothing, what does a God do?
because it demands, like for existing, demands someone to exist. That's why I'm saying, in the first point, the universe existed from some.
You cut out there. The universe existed from what? I can't hear you. You made a noise, but we didn't hear your voice. It sounds like you dropped your phone down a well. Did you drop your phone down a well? Did you flush it?
You're the worst.
It really sounded like we went down a hole.
Nah, that wasn't flushing. That was dropping it in the bath. We are currently in the bath, guys.
I can't breathe.
Chill here.
We're not laughing at you, Gad.
No,
but there was
Thrayle
an
made a
audio
terrible
sound.
joke, sorry.
There was a weird audio that sounded like we got dropped in a hole or
It's
something.
from my mic. Yeah,
There
I'm
you
sorry,
go.
guys.
Now we hear you, though. So do you remember what question you were answering? Gad, did you lose your mic again? Oh, good, Gad.
Stop.
It's a shame that he's having some communication issues because he sounds like he'd be quite an interesting person to speak to.
It does seem like this would be interesting to find out about the logic that implies a God. So far, it sounds like he's using an argumentative design of some sort, but I'm not sure how he's exactly parsing out what he's saying is logical. And then the Jesus thing's personal, but that might be some very interesting space to question if Gad can find his microphone.
Do you hear me now?
Now we hear you.
Yeah, I was saying, like, about the logic. Do you know, I think it's familiar that every cause needs a causer. So we are a cause, so we need a cause to be existent.
I'm sorry, we are a cause, so we need a causer.
Yes.
What does that mean?
Like, before anything existed, there was nothing.
Why did you decide that?
Like, if we say there is no God, that means there is nothing.
I'm sorry, but when you say before anything existed, what makes you think that even can happen? Like, why do you think there is a before?
Because the universe is not eternal. It had
How
a
did you
cause.
decide? Yes, why did you decide that the universe is not eternal, that it has a cause?
Based on science?
What science?
The science? Like what do you mean science?
Yeah, what science tells you that the universe had a cause?
No, I'm saying the science about the universe had a cause, had like in the beginning. About the Big Bang. Have you heard of Big Bang?
Where in the Big Bang theory does
That the universe is eternal?
I'm not saying that it is or isn't anything. I'm asking you, where in the Big Bang theory does it say that the universe had a beginning?
I think that's what I know about Big Bang.
I'm asking you a question. Can you tell me what part of the Big Bang theory says that? As a matter of fact, when you're saying Big Bang, which...
Oh, I don't know specific model.
Oh.
Just the start. I think it was all materials. The material had a beginning. Like,
Why do you think that all material had a beginning?
because they're all not eternal.
It doesn't matter what I think or don't think.
No,
The
should I
questions
talk
are...
to you?
You're not listening to me. Stop talking while I talk, Cat. It doesn't matter what I think. The question is, why do you think that it can't be eternal?
I'm not saying it can't, but I'm saying so there was a start, and before that point there was nothing. That's why.
How do you know that there was a start?
Because that's what science says.
Is it possible that you don't have a full understanding of what science says? That there is no actual start mentioned in the Big Bang, that it simply talks about an expansion.
We can talk about that. If there isn't, I will accept it. There isn't, or there is, I would like to know.
I'm not here to tell you what is or isn't. I'm not here to tell you that you're right or wrong. I'm here to see if you can question.
So just, yeah.
So, Gad, are you looking for a debate? Is that why you came up? Is it possible that your belief is based on misinformation? That you...
Yeah, maybe.
How could you determine if the Big Bang claims a beginning or not? How might you go about it?
Yeah, I haven't done like a lot of research about Big Bang.
May I give you
So
suggestions?
I'm just saying why I think about it.
You can go ahead, RC, but we gotta keep it at a question if you can.
Are you familiar with the laws of thermodynamics?
No. I heard of them.
So, in the first law of thermodynamics, the concept of energy is something that cannot be created.
Okay. What does that mean?
So, you know, all matter comes from energy, right?
Okay.
Okay, so if all matter comes from energy, and energy is technically the one thing that is eternal. Now, are you familiar with how the Big Bang actually started and like what it brought about the expansion? Are you familiar with that?
Not everything, no.
So
in goodness, RC. Well, I mean, so you're presenting enough here for me to actually have to start questioning you.
What's up?
Where in the Big Bang is there a beginning?
Basically, it's maybe I'm using the wrong word, but it's in the singularity point where there once was a singularity, and the heat from that singularity caused an expansion.
Is that a beginning?
It's the beginning of an expansion. Like, maybe you're right. Maybe I'm using the wrong words here. Shit.
So was it a beginning or wasn't it a beginning?
If
Or
if
both?
if the question isn't even about beginning, I thought where you were going at first, though, with energy not being created or destroyed. By the way, in a closed system, we don't know if it is a closed system or not, or an isolated system, but it raises the question, I think, that you might have been gearing towards, which would be that does a god defy the laws of physics? Can it do what science said not be created? Then how does a god do something that cannot be done?
So are you asking me or her?
Arcea's pronouns are he, him, and no, I was asking you, Gad.
Me? Okay. I didn't understand the question. Can you repeat it?
Wait, are we still?
If you was that kind of the question you were gearing towards, Arcea?
Well, I'm sorry. I was actually kind of like trying to like reword the whole thing I was trying to get at, because it's like what I was trying to say is like, it's in the theory of the Big Bang, there's a singularity point, and the singularity expands from the infinitely intense heat of its own thing, and then that's like again, and then that expansion is what basically come into the what's the word I want to say? Fuck, I don't want to trip over my damn self again. Let me pull it up on Google. Fuck.
Okay. Do you think that to the Big Bang, then that there is still reason to believe that a god started it? Gad.
The physics, like physics is in this universe, like inside the universe. What do you mean about God and physics?
Okay, that's question 3. If anybody else has a question.
Yeah, I'm not understanding your question, to be honest with you.
Google's doing me dirty. Because it's like I'm looking up the quick definition of it. It's using words like begins and like origin.
Okay. Well, can I ask a question then?
Model.
I'm talking about Google. Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Can I go, please? Okay. Hey, thank you so much. Does God? You said your God is based on logic, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that for certain for you?
No, I'm telling you what I think.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Cool. I just want to make sure before I ask my question.
Mhm.
So if it's based on logic,
Mhm.
does that logic give the same answer to every single person? Or is it influenced by different things like background and experience and geography, culture? Is God the same to everybody around the planet?
You mean based on logic to determine there is a God?
And on the planet pertaining to God, if God is logic.
The way they use it, each person is different, so no.
Oh, okay. Just want to make sure.
I'm not saying, I'm saying like it's a tool, you use it. I think it's the best tool to use it. It's not like just believe and use your...
Yeah, so next question. If logic is what leads to God, then how come it seems that naturally reasonable, intelligent people end up believing in a lot of different religions or gods or beliefs?
like human intelligent people. I think it's based on like faith, most of them.
Oh, faith. I thought it was logic, though.
No, you're saying about people.
Faith for the people to practice.
No, people, they have a choice.
People have a choice, but it's
Yeah,
logic.
yeah.
I guess that's where I'm confused.
What's the confusion?
You're not making sense with the logic part, because if logic is what leads to God, if
Yeah.
everybody has a different religion and a different faith, how does that work? Anybody else?
Because I'm saying, do God exist? You can use by logic, but who God is, it's a different thing.
So your God is different from everybody else's God, is what you're saying, based on logic.
No, I'm saying like to know if God exists, different thing.
So what's the different thing?
Yeah, based on religion, like who God is.
Where does the religion come from?
Like other people experience, and they wrote in the book.
How do you know that for sure?
Because that's all about. They could be wrong.
I don't have any more questions.
I said there could be wrongs, like mistakes that they did. It's not always from God.
Good morning, Tavi. How are you doing?
I'm great, Thrayle. How's everyone else? Assalamu alaikum, brothers and sisters. Ghadab. Ghadban. How you doing?
Hello?
I have a few questions, if I may. May I
Yeah.
ask you?
Yes.
Okay, so you said you get to God through logic, right?
I said to know if he exists. It's not like to know who he is.
Okay, no problem. Sure.
Okay.
I don't want to know from logic.
Do you get what?
Is God a he?
Yeah, I don't think so. God is he or she. But it's based, like I'm saying, it's based on culture. Like people, when they say it, like they understand it's for God. So it's like linguistic or something like that. Not like specific God is he.
So it's a linguistic thing. That's what
Yeah.
you're saying.
Yeah. Like to understand, I'm talking about
Okay,
God.
so you think okay, wait. Separate from human mind, God exists, correct?
Yeah.
How can you object God's such subjectivity? Like you were just saying, their own logic or whatever, because every person is different.
Like
but
who
now
he
you say
is.
God exists, you know?
No, I'm saying, does God exist? You can use logic to know if he exists. But who God is, it's a different thing.
Do you exist outside the human mind? We're speaking right now. Do you exist outside the human mind?
Right now? No, I'm in this world.
Yes.
No.
So you do exist.
You said outside? I said no.
Outside my... Oh my... Dude.
You said
Do you speak
outside?
Arabic?
You said,
Do you
do I
speak Arabic?
exist outside my mind? I said no.
Ghadban.
Bro, you said no.
Do you speak Arabic?
I'm answering your question. I'm speaking English. I don't want to speak
Okay,
different
I'm
language.
asking another one. Do you speak Arabic?
I don't want to speak different language.
He's just asking if you do. It's fair enough.
I do, yeah, but I don't want to speak different language. I do.
I just thought I would make the question a bit more clear in Arabic, so okay, whatever. I'm asking you, do you exist? Just exist, like this, exist. Do you exist, Ghadban?
Do I exist? Yeah, I'm talking to you.
Cool. Do you have objective characteristics?
What do you mean objective?
Okay, do you have characteristic? Never mind the objective part. Do you have characteristics?
Yeah.
And you have your own characteristics. Like
Okay.
I can observe your characteristics. Thrayle can observe your characteristics. Both of us have similar observations of your characteristics. Would have similar observations of us, correct?
You're saying each one can
Yes.
like look at me and say different thing about it, so it's not always the same.
No, both of us can look at you and say the same, see the same thing. You have
No.
similar colors of.
You're saying about my character. Are you saying about my physical form?
Your physical form.
So it's not character. It's different.
No, I'm talking about your physical form. Can we
Okay.
witness the same physical form?
Yeah, you can. Yes.
So, you have your own set of physical characteristics, correct?
Okay.
So everyone independently can look at you and witness the same physical characteristics, correct? Hear you.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so we agree on this. So why doesn't everyone look at God and see the same characteristics?
Because you
If he
can't.
if they objectively exist.
Because God is not physical, and like you can't know like. Like the same way. The way you are.
Okay. Let's talk about something else.
Okay.
You know math, correct? 1 + 2 = 3, or 1 + 1 = 2. You know math, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Is math physical?
No, it's in your mind.
Do we, independently of each other, look at math and come to the same conclusion or different conclusions?
Maybe different. It's not always the same.
Math is not always the same.
Like to different people, you say, right?
So there is a universe.
Okay.
Not universe. There is a situation in our universe that 1 + 1 can equal not 2.
Yeah.
Is this a circle?
Okay, I had a.
I can say why you can't if you want to. I can say why. You want me to say why?
Say why what?
Why 1 + 2?
Yeah, it's up to the guys.
Not always 2. I mean,
This one's not always 2.
I mean, I can tell you why. And you can say I'm wrong. And if I'm wrong, I will say I'm wrong. So I can say why. Isn't it here to say why I believe? Doesn't mean
There's
honest.
nothing to do with the topic anymore. I think Crow's had a question.
Okay.
Well, it wasn't a question. It was more of a statement. I can see where he's coming from, because if you've ever seen me doing maths, right, you will see how it is easy to come to a different conclusion from what is meant to be.
Fair enough. I was trying to relate it to God as, as mental concept can sometimes be objective. Wouldn't God be objective truth? Be objective as well. But he's saying that even math can't be objective.
It's like saying why Earth, like Earth is it's sphere, like it's a circle, but people still argue it's a flat Earth. So it's obvious, like they have.
But there is an objective truth, the objective truth is that Earth is spherical.
I know what you're talking about. You're saying why everyone doesn't have that logic. So I'm saying in this.
So.
Isn't that your point?
You just said.
Isn't that your point? Why no one has this logic?
Let me talk.
Okay.
Can I talk?
Yeah, of course.
So you can prove this point.
I'm not talking about math.
Argue about facts.
I didn't talk about math.
I was talking about math.
Yeah, but I'm saying the point you want to mention, like you want to get to God, isn't it? That's the point.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm saying like today people still debate about Earth as a flat Earth, and even though there's like evidence it's a sphere, the circle. So like the logic exists, but people still can disagree with it.
You're saying the logic exists that proves God? Is
Yeah.
that what you're trying to say? You haven't presented it in any way whatsoever, God, so why would you insist that it is there? We asked you about that before.
And also,
Yeah, I said every.
Yeah, and also Z asked you about. Wait, Radwan, wait. Z
Yeah.
did ask you about the objectivity of logic, and you said that logic is not objective and it differs from every person to every person. That's why I was curious and asked you about math.
Oh, like you mean logic?
Well, if the logic, but if logic objectively exists, independent of fucking hate abstraction. If logic objectively exists, out your way to God is logic. Shouldn't logic be objective?
Yeah, outside human. Yeah, it's objective. But to humans, could be
You
subjective.
literally said to Z that it is not objective.
Not at
Yeah, I
all.
think I didn't understand it.
Thrayle.
I think I didn't understand it.
I gotta make sure and thank Freya for the Panther Paw. Thank you so much, Freya. I really appreciate you. It's feeling like this is turning far more into a debate than it is a questioning of Gad's beliefs, which Gad really, well, it's okay. Gad really isn't here to question his beliefs, is he? I mean, are you?
Question. You mean I'm questioning my belief?
Can you question
Are you
your
listening
beliefs,
to anything
Gad?
we said?
He doesn't listen when I talk. It's been proven time and time
I'm
again.
listening to you, but
Gad,
I can't understand.
right
what
now
you're
I'm
saying.
talking, so why are you talking? See? So the question is, can you question your beliefs?
Yeah,
What does that mean?
like I'm open to question my belief. If I'm wrong about it,
What do you believe?
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
We know he believes in Jesus and God. He believes in Jesus for personal reasons and God for logical reasons. And the logical reason that he's presented so far is that it seems we're created.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
But logically,
Go into the objectivity of logic. You can go ahead and say whatever you want.
Yeah, I think that's the only reason you can know if God exists or not. I'm not saying I have perfect logic, so I'm still working on it. That's it.
Mm-hmm. So the logic isn't proving God.
No, I'm saying, look, like you guys mixing two things. Like the logic outside humans, it exists. Like truth, you can say truth. But like when it comes to human, you can sometimes mistake it, or you can't see it correctly, or you can't determine what's like always right.
we can't perceive it.
Like you can know it. No, I'm not saying. I'm saying like in the beginning.
Are you rage baiting right now?
I'm saying like in the beginning when you
Am I
start.
being rage baited right now?
What's that?
I feel like I'm being rage baited
We'll
right
come back another time when you're ready to talk about your beliefs.
Tab, it's okay. I have no fucking clue what's going on, so
He just said what I tried to convince him of, but in his own words. But he said no to me. I feel like I'm being rage baited now.
That's why I
Usually
told
I'm
you to
the
go to
rage
bed.
baiter here.
I said, go to bed. Don't come up here. You're gonna regret it.
I should have listened to you, dude.
Yes.
Oh my. I wonder if it's time.
Maybe it's hard. I don't know. Well, I'm saying like different things, and you guys saying different things.
God, you've said so far that you believe that
Okay.
God exists because it seems we're created. You've tried to reference the Big Bang as though there's a definite beginning and that something had to begin that. I don't know where you got that information. I asked you about it. You couldn't answer. So,
That's correct. You're correct. I said I'm gonna keep searching about Big Bang. Yeah.
So if there is no marked beginning, would that mean that there is no logical evidence for your God?
Yeah. If there's no beginning, yes. Depends. Yeah, I said this.
I'm gonna take Z's advice to heart. Good night, everyone.
Appreciate you, Tab. Take care, Tab. Does anybody else have a question for Gad before we move on?
No, I just want to express my gratitude for the circle that I got to walk 4 times.
Okay.
I appreciate you, Gad, for coming up and trying to question your beliefs. It seems as though you, maybe you can. There might be some questioning going on there, but it certainly seems as though you've dug your heels in on that. I suppose the only other line of questioning I would ask is, when you decide that there must be a God, and that logic compels you to that, what is it that compels you to believe that that God is Jesus?
Yeah, so it's based on, I said personal. So it doesn't have to be like for everyone the same thing.
No, I'm not asking if it's something that needs to match up for everyone. The question is, what is it that compels you to believe that that God would be Jesus? You say it's something personal. Is that something that you can question?
Yeah. Yeah, I can question it. And it's based on, like, I see God is good. So, like, in the Bible, I see, like, in the Old Testament, God had, like, genocide. And I think those things are not from God, they're from humans.
So you're saying the Old Testament stories of God are from humans?
Not everything, like the bad things.
Just the bad things. Just the bad things are from humans.
Yes. Because I think God is good. So if God is good, he can't tell you to go kill a kid, like go kill babies. I think that's...
Even though he does in the book. That can't be God then. Is it because you assume that the God that exists is something that you've decided, and that whatever's in the book doesn't matter?
Like when I say, like, the first point, if God exists, then you can have personal relationship. And I think those in the Old Testament had personal relationship. But it's not always, like, sometimes they think it's from God.
So you're not listening to my question. No. All right, Kat. I appreciate you being here. We tried.
Yeah,
Proved that you can't really listen to the questions. And maybe it's a language barrier. Maybe it's just a matter of time. And the next time you come up, who knows, maybe you'll be able to question your beliefs.
Yeah, I think it's a language barrier.
You're being so nice, Thrayle.
But if anybody has a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, you're capable of questioning your beliefs. Go ahead and request on up.
Thrayle, Morgan said she wanted to be let down. So I want to go to bed.
I wasn't looking, sorry. Good night, Morgan. Appreciate you.
If she wants to be let down, all she needs to do is read the news.
Good morning, Hammy.
Bacon pancakes, bacon pancakes.
Oh my. Do I really want to let somebody up with that name? Probably not.
Why?
You're welcome to request back up if you actually meant to be here, if you actually can question your beliefs. But if you are just getting here, and you've got a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request on them. I'm not here to debate you or argue. I just want to know if you can question them. What is it that you believe, and why do you believe it? Hello, Synod. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Wait, you could read that?
No, its username is in English. Well, in English characters.
Ah.
Synod Munir. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Okay. Well, don't know why they requested it twice, and both times, yeah. Liwa. Well, they can.
Liwa. Yes, his
Liwa.
name is Liwa.
Liwa can request backup if they'd like. If they can speak English, it might be a requirement. No offense.
Okay, so I came up to say two things. First off, I'm sorry if I got a bit loud earlier. Second off, I'm sorry you all had to go through that aneurysm-inducing conversation.
Go to bed. I told you to go to bed.
It's too early to bed. See,
I know, but I knew that was going to happen to you. I knew it because I've heard you ask people questions, and you try to do it a certain way, and it's just like circle, circle, circle. I was like, man.
Hello, Liwa. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? You're gonna have to unmute. I don't know why you're on panel for a third time if you don't use the mic.
Yeah, if you're talking, we can't hear you.
They're muted. They muted themselves.
I think it's a bot.
And then they left. I don't know. Maybe. They might be having technical issues like Hammy is. Hammy's now up for the third time.
I've been having...
I'm sorry about that. I was having technical difficulties.
Yeah, some people said that...
Perpetually respawning Hammy.
Yeah, some people said they were having trouble getting onto my live last night.
No, they just didn't want to be there.
Mine was a technical difficulty with actually my setup, not necessarily getting up on the panel.
Does your phone do that thing when you plug a USB mic in and it closes the app you're in?
Yeah.
Yeah, mine does that sometimes.
To me.
That, and I think that my the cord that goes from my headphones to the mic itself is going out because it keeps shorting. Either that or it's the headphones themselves that are shorting it out.
Probably the headphones. But that's enough tech talk. If anybody has a belief and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate or argue or tear you down. I just want to know if you can question it. Then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it?
No, he's still here.
Of course.
Nobody was making inappropriate comments earlier, so.
Oh, I missed that. I'm not always watching the chat. Hello, Paul. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Sure, I'm 42.
I know we've spoken before, but I'm going to ask a few of the same questions. Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, believe in a Trinitarian God.
The Trinitarian God. Is it specifically the biblical Trinitarian God?
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Okay.
Father, Son, Holy Spirit.
Mm-hmm. And Are you Catholic?
No, I'm Anglican, but we're low church, not high church, so we don't do so many rituals.
I see. Have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
I'm pretty confident I've read the whole Bible, and some bits I've read a lot.
So not necessarily in order, but in totality.
Absolutely, I'm quite sure I have.
Do you believe the stories from the Bible to be true and literal?
Genesis could be allegorical. I'm not a scientist, so it's easy for me to go, oh, I'll just be a creationist and say that the world was created in 7 days, but I know that there's a lot of evidence for evolution, so I'm willing to accept that Genesis is
So Genesis might be allegory, just the entire book, or the creation.
no, just the creation story. And like this, like as you know, there's like stories of humans living for 900 years. Yeah.
So those are allegory, meaning that they're not literal, but like what does that mean?
What does that mean? Honestly, look, I'm just gonna say I tried science. It's hard for me to accept evolution. I always go, well, we can't see things evolving in real time, so how do we know it's true? But yeah, does that help?
I do have a question about that.
Go ahead.
Sure.
So you said that because we don't see things evolving in real time, that means it didn't happen. Were you around for the Model T?
What's the Model T?
Oh, one of the very first Ford vehicle. It's like you had your Model A, your Model T, and it's like back whenever you actually had to go out to the front of the car and crank it in order to get it to start.
Oh, yeah.
Were you there for that?
I was not.
So then how do we know that? How does that exist? How do cars exist?
Well, there were photos taken before the age of AI when photos were just churned out, so they must be real.
So you have evidence that corroborates that the Model A and the Model T exist outside of just we have cars today.
Oh yeah, well I guess also that there are cars today, like it's very likely that that was part of the process.
Yeah, so we have this process of collecting evidence for the fact that at one point in time cars used to look like the Model T, and then we have cars that look different over time, right? We have outside evidence other than the fact that cars exist.
So you tried to tell me that I should think the same way about evolution? Because as far as I know, that it's just like the similarities in organs and spinal cord shapes. People link it into a tree of
It's
evolution
not just
over
that.
time.
It's not just that. I mean, the fact that you exist today and the fact that your parents were able to have viable offspring shows the change of like genetics over time, because you're not a direct copy of your parents. You are part of one, part of the other, that makes a unique individual. We have outside evidence that shows evolution happens. For instance, whenever we look at things like, say, like we can go back to one of the very big.
Are you asking a question?
There's going to be a question attached to the end of this. I'm so sorry, Thrayle. I know I know I tend to do education time. Sorry, but whenever it comes to like Charles Darwin, like he said, he had made a prediction that if his theory is correct about evolution, that we would find this specific fossil in this specific rock layer, and we wouldn't find it anywhere else. And we did. We found that after he died. We found it exactly like that. So, with all this outside evidence of evolution, like, why do you think that we would need to watch it happen in real time?
Well, I wonder, is it possible that most of mankind evolved, but maybe Adam and Eve were put there in the middle of the earth and they were of a separate strain from the people that evolved?
Why? That's a bit odd. Why then, if they were the first people, then why would we need to be a separate strain?
Well, I think it's unlikely that all of humanity come from Adam and Eve. Like, that would be... there would be a lot of inbreeding, I suppose. I don't mean to say rude words.
Oh, yeah, no, I would agree. Maybe if we're lucky, we'd get to the third. Maybe. But the thing here is that why would there need to be like, if this is God that we're speaking about, and we're doing all this, like, bending over backwards, why would there need to be a first person, a first two people?
Well, I will tell you, in Genesis, there is a certain pattern with the days of creation where 3 of the days line up with the other 3 of the days. So it could be taken allegorically. Sorry, I'm not answering your question. I'm totally not answering your question. Could you repeat it?
If we are products of evolution, as far as, because not all people came from Adam and Eve, why would there need to be a first and second person, such as Adam and Eve?
Well, the story of Adam and Eve is more about sin entering the world, and that, I believe, is a very important story that needs to be told, and it just shows how our free will sets us against God. So I'm not as interested as I should be.
Wait, what's free will?
Yeah. Oh, well, every time you make a choice, you could have chosen otherwise.
So that, I mean, that sounds like free choice, but not necessarily free will. What's free will?
Well, I'm sure, like, are you telling me you don't believe that when you make a decision, it was you making it?
I'm not necessarily saying that. I'm just asking, what is free will?
Well, I'm not sure what answer would satisfy you there. Maybe I'm talking about free choice. I know there's the idea that God can see the beginning and the end and is omniscient. So people say that contrasts with free will, but I mean, if God is the one who can see the future and we can't.
I could go on and on about that, but I saw that Z has their hand up. Go ahead, Z.
I was told.
It gives me a chance to go make coffee. It gives me a chance to go make coffee, so I'm good.
All right.
Go ahead. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Hi, Paul.
Hi.
How did you define free will again?
If you make a choice, you could have chosen otherwise.
Okay, so humans have free choice. Is that still guided by God?
I think if it is, because there are parts in the Bible, I know in Exodus, where God hardens Pharaoh's heart, so it could be guided by God. But even if it was, we wouldn't know. We don't have that knowledge. Yeah.
So is a decision still yours if it's guided
I
by
believe it
God
is.
and He already knows the outcome?
I think when people make a decision, they can look back and see the things that led up to that decision, and they can explain it that way, and they don't need to say, God made me do it. I think if we're being honest, we can say we know why we made our choices.
So a decision is still yours. Yes.
Yes.
That's what you're saying. Okay. So there's no limits to your free will.
There are limits. I mean, like addiction is a thing. So
Yeah, but you have free will. You have agency of yourself.
a lot of the. Oh, sorry, you first.
Oh, no. I'm just basing off of what you said is how you define free will. So there's limits to free will.
There are situations where it's hard to make good choices. If you allow yourself to smoke, you're going to find it very hard to quit. I actually vape myself. I've been trying to quit for a long time. And I feel it's very hard to quit. Very, very hard.
Gotcha. So is that right or wrong?
Oh, vaping. There's nothing in the Bible? Is that what you're asking me?
Yeah, is it right or wrong?
Fair enough. I was told by one pastor that, like, our health is like a resource, and there's better ways you can use it, which makes sense. But I don't see anything condemning it.
So, Paul, is it yes or no?
I think we can. It's unwise, and
Paul, is it yes or no?
Yes, you can vape. I believe you can.
Thank you. And I'm not trying to like trick you or anything. I just want to know if it's yes or no. It's a very simple question. Do you think that your decisions are influenced more by reason, belief, or emotion?
I'm hoping reason, but emotion is definitely something that I feel. But reason, let's say reason.
Why?
Why? Because reason allows you to put two and two together and say, I'm doing this because I did that in the past and it worked and such and such. It's the most clear-headed way to look at the past and decide what to do in the future.
So if you think of a recent choice that you made, like coming up here, for example, you chose to be here on this panel, right? What was the reason?
Yeah, I've been here twice before. I like hanging out in the comments section, but I just thought no one was coming up. And I find it hard when people come up and talk about energy and stuff. It's a bit exhausting.
Paul.
Well, that leads me to my question. Sorry, Z, I'm going to jump right in there,
please.
darling.
I'm
You
glad
just
it inspired
opened
it,
the
yeah.
floor for me. Where do you stand on witches?
I don't want to harm anybody, and I don't believe. I'm glad that there are laws that allow people to act freely. As long as witches aren't harming anyone, the law says that they get to do what they want. But if there was a witch in my church, I would probably ask her why she's doing that, and does she want to be a Christian or does she want to be a witch?
Who gives you the right to decide to ask her those questions? And hold on, stop. Why are you presuming that the witch is only female?
No. I know that. I mean, aren't they called warlocks if they're male?
That was pretty presumptuous, my girl.
Okay. Well, it's not something I know a lot about. I haven't met many people who are active witches or warlocks, so I don't know a lot about it.
Well, it's funny because half of the panel are that way inclined, just saying.
Okay. Are you sort of saying I should probably go somewhere else?
No, I'm trying to work out why you think you have some kind of authority over giving someone the choice to be a witch or a Christian. Surely or not, that's your God's authority?
I have the choice to go somewhere else. If I was in a church where it was openly acknowledged that witchcraft was okay and it was part of the service, I have the right to walk out and meet with people who are like-minded. So
So
that's probably the authority.
if you have a witch in your church and she's there to venerate your god, you don't want to share space with her even though she's working with the same god? So
Only
your
because
issue,
there are rules that I have to follow, and there are rules that
but then she has to follow
look.
the same rules. She has to follow the same rules if she's working with your god, does she not?
Look, it's a topic I don't know a lot about, but I do know that witchcraft is not something we're supposed to get involved with. So
Paul,
I would go somewhere else, and I would just meet with people who are like-minded.
Paul, what is the difference
Yes.
between, say, a prayer and an incantation?
One is directed towards God, I would have thought.
Couldn't an incantation be directed towards God? If I'm like, for instance, if I'm praying to God to have Him give me the strength to do something, what's the difference between that and an incantation that draws on God?
I think an incantation is something where we are the ones exercising the power, whereas a prayer
No, we're
is
drawing on.
ask.
In the incantation, you're drawing from a different source, right? Because it's not coming from within you. Because we're all humans, we don't have that innate power, but we can tap into whatever other source there is to get that power. And if I just so happen, let's say I'm a witch, and let's say I'm a believer in Yahweh, and I am doing an incantation.
These are tough questions because I have never in a church ever met someone. I didn't even know it existed. I would have thought if you were a witch, you wouldn't go to a church. It's just not something I've heard of.
Can we go back a little bit, please? I think we're off base. Just that's why it says "what the fuck" in the thing.
Yeah, we got the screen there, dude.
Right. How do you define right and wrong again? Can you just define that for me? Say it for me.
Well, we all have a conscience, and that conscience comes from God. But if you want nitty-gritty details, I think the Bible is usually pretty clear. I don't believe in the Old Testament Levitical law. That's the Old Testament. I would mostly stick to the New Testament when coming up with
What about Matthew
what right
5?
and wrong is.
What about
I'm sorry.
Matthew 5?
Wait a minute.
I know the
realized
Bible,
we
but
just
I'm
got
not
off
good
the
with
what
this.
the fuck screen.
Oh.
But I thought you just said you don't hold to the Old Testament.
The law has been abolished. That
The
was
law
for
has been
Jews.
abolished. So the part where it says "Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live."
Yeah, gosh, that's Old Testament law. I do know
That's
that
Old
bit,
Testament.
and
So
yes,
what's your problem with
that's Old
witches now?
Testament. I'm pretty sure in the New Testament there are bits where they're talking about immorality, where part of it says, I don't know the words used, but I'm sure that I've seen it in the New Testament. I could Google it, but if I do, I won't be able to talk. So
I can do it, but I can almost guarantee you that nowhere in the New Testament does it say anything about how witchcraft is bad.
Let me give you an example. Right? Christian witches exist, and for those witches, I'm going to do this. Saint Bridget is the foster in Ireland and Scotland. However, Saint Bridget, heal these people, bless them with your healing waters, and cure their ails. That is the kind of stuff that you get from Christian witches. They work in healing.
Mm.
Answer that.
I mean, it sounds very good and noble and humanitarian, so it's hard to find fault with someone asking for healing and wanting to heal others, and that's something that I think everyone here would be happy about.
Not when they've got the label of woman or the label of witch next to them. Indeed, I hear you.
Yes.
Paul, what do you,
Thought so.
Paul, what are you questioning about your beliefs? Where are you in your practice, in your questioning?
That might be where you've got me there. I don't question them a lot. I'm willing to question them if I get asked questions, but I don't know. I'm 42. I've had a lot of trouble in my life. I have schizophrenia. I'm just hanging on until the end, really.
So do you think that you can just question your beliefs on your own, or does it require coming up on a panel like this? I just want to make sure.
That's a good question. I'm usually more busy learning than I am questioning. I haven't, yeah, so maybe you're right. It's probably the panel that gets me to ask these questions.
Yeah, which is good that you're questioning, but could questioning your own free will change how you even live in your faith, maybe?
I mean, if the problem of free will, that's like a philosophical problem. I've done a bit of reading on it, but
That was some of
I've
my
always
first
just
questions to you,
thought,
actually.
yeah, that's right, yes.
Yeah. So, and you had answers for that were pretty straightforward, pretty direct. You didn't wait too long to answer. So, could questioning your own free will change how you live within your faith?
My own free will. I mean, do you question your own
Why are
free
you
will
asking
from
me a
day to
question
day?
when I asked you a question first?
Okay. I'm not sure much would change. I find philosophy is interesting, but when it comes to just like day-to-day life, I don't question myself. I just live. I choose to go into my car and drive to the shops or whatever. I don't have to sort of go, why did I do that? Was someone
So you
making
feel
me
that
do that?
So you feel that there are parts of your life that are truly independent from God?
I feel like I could choose not to be a Christian, and that would be
That is not what I
trouble.
asked. Do you feel
Oh,
like there
sorry.
are parts of your life that are truly independent from God? Your choices.
No, because he sees everything. So I might not always know what he wants, but he's always there.
So
And I
let's go
have to
back.
think about what he
Right.
would think.
Perfect. So let's go back to the other question. Could questioning your own free will change how you live in your faith?
Could questioning my own free will
Same
change
question
how
I asked
live in
before
my
the other
faith?
one. Yep. Didn't change the words.
I guess if I was able to question my free will, it might change how I live in my faith, I suppose.
Why and how?
I mean, I guess
and how?
when I don't. Sorry?
Why and how?
Okay. Maybe I'm wrong. To be honest, I feel like whether I believed in free will or not, I would probably live the same way.
Yeah, same thought, Thrayle.
What a complex thought we shared.
Just display psychic abilities.
Get out of the hedge.
If I've run my course on this panel, I'm happy
You're
to
doing
leave
all
and
right,
let
Paul.
somebody
You're
else
doing
come up.
fine. I wanted to
doing very
clarify.
well.
You're doing great. I just want to clarify. I don't mean to sound like an asshole. I just want to clarify. I like to ask clarifying questions. That's what we all do. So you can also say I don't know. You're allowed to say I don't know.
So you
Sorry,
said
was
that.
I asked a question?
No, you're doing fine, Paul. So you said that you don't know that you would be any different. You wouldn't change your life in any way that you can think of if free will weren't true. That you would assume that you would continue on.
I feel like most people feel like they've got free will, whether or not they say they don't believe it or not. It's just the common sense fact of reality that you will choose what you choose and you won't question it.
Can you repeat that? You said morality is what?
Oh, morality. Did I say morality? I think
At least that's what I heard. I don't know if I could have been mishearing.
What I remember I said was I think
Coffee and Tab is wanting to use caps, and I told him no.
I didn't. Come on. Go make your coffee, honey.
No, I'm gonna go pour my cup now. I think it's done brewing.
Paul, you were talking about how it would be. You think some people assume they have free will and don't know whether or not they do. They act like it, and you feel like you would act like it. Is that
like I guess I feel like I'm choosing to do the things that are difficult are probably love, drugs, habits. The things like those start to feel less like free will when they're deeply ingrained. But in general, most decisions you make, you don't question them.
Do you believe in omniscience of your God? Is he all-knowing?
I'm pretty sure he is.
So, if he's all-knowing, the choices that you made that are mistakes, that are harmful to you, and your God is omniscient, why is he allowing that to happen?
Hang on a second. Can I have 30 seconds?
Yeah, Paul, take your time. I'm going to go ahead and mute you, give you a chance to have your privacy for a moment. And if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, go ahead and request on up. We will more than likely be moving on soon. Not that Paul's done anything wrong. He's done well. He's definitely questioning. And I do know we will have at least one guest joining us after Paul.
If you want the space, you can drop me.
Are you ready to go to bed finally, Tav?
Go to bed.
I'm ready to go to work.
It's that time, isn't it? Well, I appreciate you, Tav, as always.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've come to announce that my stomach is now full of yogurt, berries, and granola.
Thank you for announcing that, RC. I don't know how my day would have developed any further without knowing.
You're welcome, friend.
Well, I'm going to add in some developmental progress. I've just had scrambled egg and toast.
Wonderful. I had almond kringle and cherry kringle while Z was asking questions and sipped on my blueberry coffee. Now that we've all told each other what we're digesting.
Not all of us.
Not all of us.
Not doing it.
I do need to make sure I thank Heather's Descent 96 Z Witch and Freya for helping with that goal. I do appreciate y'all so much.
What's going
Look
on?
at that. The witches are doing their kindly gestures and donating things. I mean, if only, I'm just going to stop. I'm still raging. I need to calm down. Hello, rub my belly and pat my head.
You're a powerful witch.
Oh, yeah.
Cannot let it bother you.
What are you doing, man? Stop that. That's bad.
Love it.
I do. It's fine.
Have we solved the witchcraft thing?
Yeah, I was like, why
I
did
mean,
we
you are
divert
so
to that?
late.
What's going on?
Sorry, I was away making my coffee. I didn't know if we solved witchcraft and morality.
Just a replacement for someone else, okay?
A lot of things look like nails to hammers. Hello, Freya. Good morning.
Good morning, Thrayle.
How are you doing?
I know I'm doing better than I was the last time I was up. And with that being said, I would like to offer you a sincere apology. One thing that people need to know is when you come up here, you really should be in your right frame of mind. You need clarity. You need to be able to think. And the last time I came up here, I was not in my clear mind. I was dealing with a lot. In fact, I was dealing with my dad dying. I could not think clearly. And with that, what transpired was me running off panel crying. That was just as much my fault as it was any others, and I have to take that responsibility. And for that, I owe you an apology, Thrayle, because in a way that was not respectful of the space. And as a creator myself, I would not expect someone to do that to my space. So I do hope you accept my apology.
Very, very much accepted. And also, I don't think that you owed it, but I appreciate it, Freya. I really do.
Well, that's all I really wanted to say to you. I do believe, these rooms, and especially yours, is one of the best out there. And I think it's very important that if people are questioning beliefs, that they do have a safe community that they can do that with. So these are very important rooms.
I appreciate that, Freya. I really do. That really means a lot. I really didn't think you owed me one. I know that these conversations can be contentious, and I don't ask all the details that are going on in someone's life. So, it makes a lot more sense in context. And I'm sorry if you felt badgered in any way off of the panel, because I never want that.
No, I do realize that. So, I mean, it was too, if I'm not coming from a place of being able to understand, then, and nobody knows the situations, it just leads up for a not constructive conversation. And that's what I set myself up for. So, again, I appreciate the rooms. I appreciate the panel. I've made a lot of really good friends through this. And I just want to make sure that, you do understand that I do respect your space.
Thank you so much, Freya.
You're welcome. And I hope you guys have a great day, and I'll be sitting here listening in.
And it's this level of maturity is why we all love you.
Oh, thank you.
Absolutely.
Shh. Zip it, witch. All right, you can kick me down for the algorithm.
Appreciate you, Freya. Thank you so much. W's for Freya. She didn't have to do that. She really didn't. And I appreciate that so much. It brings a lot of context to our last conversation.
You are a great facilitator, though, Thrayle. I hope you know that. So, thank you for always facilitating those two.
Wish people would stop pumping on him. He'll start getting a big ego. We don't need an ego.
No, he might cry. That's what'll happen. He might just cry. He'd leave.
Yeah.
Like this, I can't take it.
Okay, that I could vibe with.
Who's to say I haven't done that on a live already?
Yeah, I was there.
What? I missed it? No, don't believe this. Make it happen again, please.
It was very special and very rare, and you can't do that. You can't recreate it.
I won't deny that Freya jerked a tear or two. I didn't, I really didn't expect that. So, thank you. She really is. And I do remember most of that conversation being very productive. So knowing that in context is even more impressive.
I have found that I have to go in about 10 minutes. It's bedtime here.
Yes,
Weeks
Paul.
or something.
Absolutely, Paul. I appreciate you coming up and sharing with us. I wonder what you will question in the meantime.
Thank you.
And
will
I
try
definitely
to do
will. And I definitely will question you again about that free will stuff.
that. I'll have to do some research then.
There you go. Well, I appreciate you, Paul. We'll go ahead and set you down so you can get ready. But I do appreciate you asking the question or answering the questions and going on the journey. Thank you so much. And if anybody else does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. We're not here to debate or belittle or argue. We really just want to know if you can question, then what is it that you believe, and why do you believe it?
Apparently, I am bullying Tav.
We're all getting bullied today.
Why are you bullying Tav? He's awesome.
Oh, because apparently, I told him about the no caps thing, and then he sent all caps in the chat saying W Freya, and I was about to let him have it. I was gonna let him have that, and then
We
whenever
let the
I said the
Ws
same
go.
thing, yeah, and then whenever I said the same thing, Freya in all caps, he's like, "Hand me no caps," and I was like, I was about to let you get away with that. I was like, "You really want to go there?"
Let me see.
Yeah, so that's the reason why I'm apparently bullying him.
Well, Hammy, I agree.
You agree with what, me or Tav?
Oh, Tav, obviously.
Ah, yeah. I mean, that makes sense. That makes sense. You and your Sam Hain people.
There. Tavium has basically one power. He can type in caps.
Look, there you go, Tav. You are now the sole exception to the rule.
I'm a bully. Who is this?
Well, no, I mean, he should have.
Oh, the last message. What? Wait. Tav, send another message. Send another message real quick, Tav.
There it is. Yeah. Now you can type in caps.
Oh, there you go.
Just Tav.
Congratulations, Tav. You're part of the mod squad. You can now.
He literally has no other power.
just to be able to. I
He
love
doesn't
it.
want it. He doesn't want it. I've offered before, so.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, Tav, there you go. You have
Do
the
it,
power
Tav.
to be able to
Tav, just do
caps
it.
lock.
Do it. I was like, I don't know if I should.
Yeah, now he'll second guess when to use it, like any power. But if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, go ahead and request on up. I do see one name in requests, and I am very hesitant. Yeah, 0 followers, 0 following, and the name is a joke. So let's just wait for a serious interlocutor.
I have a question. So, in this space, right, we're all sharing this space. Does that mean that the mods are gods? Or are they like demigods? Are they demigods?
A god and a mortal, right?
Well,
So
yeah.
I don't think there are any demigods in here unless there's some things I don't know about.
Well, you're the one that decides whether or not the offspring has the power of being a mod, right? So you are the creator of the space. So technically you're a god. Well, listen to me. Stop talking over me. Right? You are the creator of this space, correct?
Yes.
So technically you're a god, which is what I've been saying this whole time, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Right. And then you decide who gets the mod stick, right?
Okay.
So then they are your offspring.
Are
So
they
are
my
they
offspring or are they my prophets?
That's
Are
what
they
I was
my
gonna say. It's more like an acolyte.
Are they?
Yeah, but I'm a witch, so I decide what's a god and what isn't, and I think they're demigods.
What?
Why not?
Run that? No, Chris.
Do that
Run
again.
that through me. Run that
Talk
by me
about
one
that.
more time.
Now.
How?
I
Like?
decide. I
Run that by
decide
me
why
one more
not.
time.
I'm a witch, so I will decide what is a god and what isn't, right? So a mushroom to me could be a god, or a mud stick to me could be a god. Why not?
I think mod stick. You mean ruler, right? The rulers.
Oh no, she is a god. She's a goddess.
How do you define a god?
I don't know. Something that has power, I guess.
Choose what
And
it
if
is.
you have something that has power, right? And if you have a mod stick, then you have power, right? So there you go.
What power does
I. So, but the thing is like whenever you have the mod stick, like especially in this space, there's different degrees of the mod stick. So for instance, like Billy, I think can bring people up onto the panel or drop them if, like, usually if mods ask, hey, can someone drop me? But I don't have that power, and I've never really wanted that power, so I don't have that in my mod tools to be able to do that, even though it's been a detriment sometimes.
So what you're saying effectively, Hammy, is that there's an entire
power.
No, is that there's an entire
It's coming by. Sorry, a train was going by to be able to answer that question. But no, there's not a pantheon. It's just that there are different acolytes who have different, what is it? Not rules, but different responsibilities.
Here's the thing, you don't really get a say in this, Hammy, considering 3 months ago we all coined you as the god of Oink. So really, you are a part of the pantheon.
I almost forgot about that. Like I remembered the god of bacon as far as like the Discord stuff goes, because that's been an ongoing joke forever. But I almost forgot about the fact that she's made me a god.
Hammy, is it okay that I call you Baconator?
It is 100% A-okay, because I love Baconator.
I just want to make sure I had consent. Thank you.
I love
now, it's the
Baconators.
epithet. What you're saying, Z, is that the god of Oink has epithets. So he's the god of bacon, the god of Oink, and the Baconator. That's epithets. That's godly.
So is Hammy a sandwich?
I'm so confused.
Yeah.
Everything's a sandwich.
Hammy has always been a sandwich. The funniest thing is that Thrayle and I have agreed on sandwich thing, epistemology. However, he does it for a different reason than why I think everything's a sandwich.
So Tav has just asked what he's the god of, and I'm about to tell him he's the god of caps. He's the god of caps lock.
Am I the god?
We put what the fuck is on the board, you guys? So
But if you have a god that you believe in, that you don't have problems questioning, request up.
Or if you're in the business of creating new gods, also request up.
I'm definitely
Thrayle,
going to want to question that.
Thrayle, I know it was one of those low hanging fruit segues because of the fact that we were talking about gods, but you know it's the one that came to mind real quick.
It was a segue. It was a segue.
It was a segue.
We can bring up the mermaid again. If anybody has a belief in that kind of thing, you know, gods, goddesses, higher powers, mermaids, Sasquatch, aliens, something like that, you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request it. It works better when I do it.
Especially if you have a belief in the cryptozoology, because I would definitely love to question you about that.
That might be interesting. Hello, Nadine. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Did Nadine mean to request?
Probably not. Seems like he didn't. They didn't mean to. Sorry. They can try again.
If you did, yeah. Oh, Thrill. You and I both were made gods on that same discussion.
You were somehow ascended.
I was, and it's just off of the one-off joke.
By association.
Well, I was I was there that day, but also because I made the joke about how there's a Discord community that I called the God of Bacon, and Crow's like, yeah, sure, you're a god now too, and I'm like, wait, what? Nope, what?
As someone that is polytheistic, I follow many gods, and I know godly energy and how they vibe very well.
She used the vibe and energy, Thrill. You see, she is wanting us to question all sorts of things.
No, I'm just taking the piss, guys. Calm down. Jeez, though. Don't smite me or nothing. You know what I mean?
Just asking what the fuck is energy?
I don't know. Yous are the gods. You know what I mean? You tell me.
Do you have one for the what the fuck is vibe? Please tell me you made one already.
I haven't made a vibe one yet.
Oh, you've got to make a vibe one.
I have energy. I have source. I like source.
Well, that's one I don't use.
But vibe is one of the words that people use a lot. Well, I mean, I've been away for a while, so like I don't know if they're still using it, but I'm pretty sure like
we have love. We have spirituality. The fuck is spirituality?
Yeah. We just need vibe.
We have spirit. What the fuck is spirit?
Yeah, we just need vibes. That's the only one.
We have worship. What the fuck is worship?
Did you ever make one?
We need the one for vibe. That's the only one we need.
What about tone? Your tone is very pointed right now.
That's the wrong one.
What is the question?
The double T question. Hang on, I gotta get rid of that.
With the double T question?
Raggy. I didn't do it on purpose, but it did happen.
Scoob.
Bravo, Raggy.
Bravo, Raggy.
That's him just exercising his ability to be a god. Do you know what I mean? Putting
No,
us in with
see,
quick-
see, it's got to get like in the middle of the ree. It's got to get high
a little
up.
higher. I just didn't feel like
It's like
singing it.
ree.
I'm a little tired, sad, so I'm not.
That
Wait,
didn't make
Thrayle's
it
got it.
better. That didn't make it better.
Look, I can't get that high. I'm sorry.
It was more of a like you increased the energy without increasing the tone. That was
Yeah. Look, I can't get that high. I'm sorry.
Well,
Jinkies.
Keepers.
we probably lost a bit of the audience on that. We are still here questioning beliefs. That is what the fuck we're talking about. If you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, go ahead and request on up.
we may be questioning beliefs, but they're questioning our sanity right now.
Let's see, I did make this one.
What the fuck is creation? Yeah. I have to know, Thrayle, whenever you had the what the fuck is the question, did you have me in mind whenever I go on my like educational diatribe for a little bit?
Mm-hmm. Not just you, but yeah, there it is. I did fix it with one T now.
Let me guess. It's the other part of it is whenever they are answering a question that wasn't asked.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah.
When they go on.
I have an answer for what the fuck is creation.
Oh.
Soot. Soot.
What?
Soot.
Poop? What?
Fucking hellsy, I'll type it for you so as you can understand, man. Would you like subtitles and all? Yeah, fucking soot.
What?
Soup. What is soup?
It's a soup?
Aye, creation is a
I
soup.
purposely misheard you, so I'm sorry.
You know what? I'm going to block you.
No,
What is
that would be a terrible idea.
I know, right? But you know
We
what?
get along too
3
much.
days.
Don't do that.
What is soup?
I don't know. It's a fucking shit show is what soup is.
Can soup not be described as layered though?
Well, the way that I see soup, I don't know about you, right? But if I look at actual soup, right, it's a mishmash of whatever the fuck is there to go into the pot. And that's kind of what creation is to me.
Nail soup.
Right, absolutely.
Are you familiar with the nail soup thing?
Oh no, I thought you said a nailed soup. No, I'm not.
No, nail soup. Nail soup.
What's that?
Nail soup. Nail soup is like whenever
If anyone wants to question their beliefs, please
That would
request
be
it.
so great. I'm now thinking I'm gonna have to make another background with his soup.
Yeah, well,
I was just about to say.
Can I at least say what nail soup is real quick, Thrayle, and then shut the fuck up about it?
please.
I suppose.
So nail soup is a way to get everybody to kind of like get together and whatever. So like you have a pot of water and you throw your nail in and when people ask, what are you making? You say nail soup. And so then other people will sit there and be like, will want to throw in, oh, well, I've got some potatoes, and they'll throw in potato. So now they get to have some of the soup. Well, somebody else is like, well, I've got, carrots. And so they throw it into the pot, and now they get some of the soup. And then people just throw in what they have.
Wait, what was the nail at the beginning? Why is
The
there a
nail,
in the soup?
the nail is just for somebody to ask,
But did you
what the
actually
fuck?
throw a nail in the soup?
Yeah, you
Is
throw
it
in a
clean
nail. It's
or
a
is it
clean nail.
rusty nail.
No, it's a clean nail.
Like it is a used nail.
No, it's not used.
Can
Why
I
are you
just
throwing nails in soup? This sounds
Nail-
like a bad. Like the FDA is going to be all over.
The nail is just so that way people ask you what the fuck you're making because they see you with a pot of water and they see you throw a nail in there.
Well, can I just say, from a witch's perspective, if you put a nail in a pot of water and then add other shit, you're technically making war water. So I'd be like, what the fuck is war water? Can I join?
see,
It
see,
does sound
that's
like a hazardous soup. Why would you want to eat a soup with nails in it?
Why would you want to eat
You
war
don't
water?
eat the nail, Thrayle.
Okay, we're
Jesus,
talking about
man.
like a metal nail, right? Not a toenail.
Yes, a metal nail.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't eat it. You just throw it in there, so that way people are like, "What the fuck are you doing?"
I still don't think this is a good
Why?
Yeah.
That's like a question or a story I would.
Can I just put out a disclaimer? Please don't drink water that has nails in it.
Okay.
No.
Oh no.
You gotta also remember this was a man who was born 5 years before the end of WW2, right? So like he grew up in the 50s and he grew up poor. So
why would you abbreviate WW when there's more syllables than World War?
Fine then, World War. I don't care. Like
Oh,
it's
wow,
the same. Everybody knows what WW2 is, and everybody knows what World War II is. So they know the two things are the same. So this man was born 5 years before World War II ended, and so he grew up in the 50s. Whenever, he was poor, and he grew up having to do a bunch of like weird shit. So like just to get by with food. And then, of course, he lived through the entire 60s where everything was gelatinized. So, like, maybe it's not a great thing for today's society, but that's something that he was just like, hey, make some nail soup.
Did we get a shadow raid? Hell yeah. Thank you, Shadow.
Ooh, Shadow Slay!
Look at all those shadow slayers slaying the shadows.
I heard they were atheists. Did you guys know that? Pray for them. Make nail soup.
Make a nail soup.
With the Jesus meat on it, apparently. Fucking weird.
Well, I would laugh if you looked at
nail.
I would laugh
So
if you looked at the AI and it said, discussing nail soup.
Oh no.
Hilarious.
Hello, Shadow Slays. Thank you for the raid.
Hi, Shadow.
Good to see you all joining. If anybody joining has a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, you're capable of questioning your beliefs. Well, that is what we're doing here. We're just seeing if you can question. And if you can, then I'd like to know what it is that you believe and why you believe it.
There's a lot of witches on TikTok now. It's kind of scary.
I really want anybody who believes in cryptozoology to come up and tell me.
Cryptozoology currency, what?
I mean, if you believe in something in the background, a yeti or a gray mothman, I think there's a bat without a body back there. It's like just a head with wings.
Werewolves.
If you got a belief in something like that, we could question that too. I am more curious though if you believe in a god or gods. Why the hell you would want to do that?
I like how you say, why the hell would you want to? Why the hell would you want to do that? Like, why, my guy? Like,
what's up
what
with
is
you? Why are you
this?
doing that?
I always ask atheists when they come up and say they don't believe. I ask why the hell not. So why? I
did the same. I did the same with like agnostics. I say, so why are you a dirty fence setter? And then Thrayle laughs. He's like, he's joking. He's joking. Do not take that seriously. And I'm like, yeah, I'm joking. Sure.
Is there an ingredient you can't put in your nail soup?
What?
Is there any ingredient you can't put in it?
I mean, yeah, like, like if somebody came with human and said, "This is a leg," and I'm like, I have so many questions, but no, you can't put that in the soup. No, thank you.
We can put Jesus meat in there, right?
Of course, Jesus meat is fine.
But then was he not human?
He was a demigod.
Ah, point. Was he the demigod of caps as well?
No, he was not the demigod of caps. He cannot talk in all caps in this chat.
Ah, man. Poor guy.
Only Tavium. Does that mean Tavium has more power than Jesus?
He does in this chat.
Fascinating.
Who decided that?
I think I did.
Yeah. Thrayle decided
You are
that.
the god.
I haven't met a Jesus that I would give a mod badge to, but
The
I've met a
elevator
few
Jesus.
Jesuses. I met a God
What about
once.
sweet happy Jesus? Thrayle. Love's husband?
Sweet happy Jesus. Oh yeah, I mean maybe.
No, Habby, you missed the Jesus that was having intercourse with his mother so that he could be born. You missed that Jesus.
I'm sorry. What?
Yeah, that did happen. That did happen.
No, I need context. What happened?
Well, because Jesus is God, and so if Jesus is God, and this person believed that there was a conception, and so if Jesus is God and God helps Mary to conceive Jesus, then
Oh,
I think
okay.
there's a
So
song
I
about
see the like I am my own grandpa type of song. Yeah, I see the logical progression here. Yeah, no, thank you.
That was such a fun night. I met Batitude that night. That was the night I met Batitude. It was amazing. Mm-hmm.
You've never seen Batitude before?
Well, obviously not. Otherwise, that wouldn't have been the first time I'd met him.
I have a feeling Batitude's about to show up right now.
No, probably not.
No, that takes effort.
Wasn't it like 200,000 likes or something? It was like 200,000 likes was like the first tier to get the call out to Batitude.
Right. And it does have, something to do with whatever's happening on panel. Batitude used to be the what the fuck before there was a what the fuck screen. You would know you were being what the fucked when Batitude showed up.
Yeah, there was one time Batitude came up onto the panel.
That's
Just
what I
the
mean,
once.
Hammy.
Oh, okay.
He used to show up all the time. And that would be the what the fuck.
So if you are a witch and you want to explore your beliefs through questioning, please join the panel.
Was he the one with the bat puppet?
Batitude.
Dignify that.
No. What? We don't. No. He looks like. Did you not like? Come on, RC.
I have a picture of Batitude here somewhere. So
Yeah.
we start the show off with Batitude every night. See, there's Batitude.
There's Batitude right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is
Remember-
Batitude. That's what Batitude looks like.
I know, but Hammy, here's the thing. Batitude told us that it was going to give us little bat babies.
Batitude said what now?
He's going to give us bat babies.
Yeah,
We're going
I
to
don't.
baby.
I think this is. I don't think this was what something that Batitude would say.
That didn't sound like anything Batitude would say.
Well, there was witnesses. There was loads of witnesses.
I think there were witnesses to someone saying that's what Batitude said. I don't think there were witnesses to Batitude.
Is this like a witness to Jesus? Like there was 500?
Yeah, it's
Oh,
like the
okay.
500.
I gotcha. 500 nameless accounts. Got it.
So, Jerry Bell, can I get your H for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, can you hear me? Okay, yes, I'm
I can.
61.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Not really, no.
Why not?
Well, because, can you hang on just a second? I have to get
Sure.
somewhere quiet because there's still people asleep in my house.
Yeah, take a moment. That's fine. It's a perfect time for me to thank everybody for 178,000 likes. We're nearly to 180. Appreciate y'all for tapping the screen. And for sure,
And you
go live if you haven't already. You can add to your story or repost.
And you heard it here, folks. If you get to 200, Batitude will show up again.
No, that wasn't
Didn't
guaranteed.
say that.
That was not
wasn't
guaranteed.
No, it's just Hammy making promises.
I heard that.
Welcome back, Cherry Bell.
Thanks.
So
Okay, so,
you were saying you don't believe in a god, and I was asking why.
well, because I used to, and it pretty much ruined my life because I just believed everything they taught me. I believed I was broken. I believed if I didn't have this, Jesus literally living inside of me in my heart, that I couldn't be a good person. And that's just not true. And I'm so glad I got free from that.
What was it that helped you to break free?
Well, I went to therapy and I realized my true worth and who I truly was. And it didn't have anything to do with being broken and needing to be fixed by, some invisible being that may or may not have lived on the earth. And, it wasn't really about religion, though. That was really kind of my own doing, that from learning how to live my true self, which I'm not a bad person. You know what I mean? It's not like I don't need fixing. I don't need, I want to be a better person all the time and grow, but I wasn't what they said I was. I wasn't filthy rags. And so it's really sad to me that people still believe that. And so I've had to correct everything I ever taught my kids, apologized 65,000 times for taking them to the cult. And, I just trusted my parents. I really trusted my parents to teach me what was right. And I feel like they really believed what they were teaching me. So it seems like, because I was born here in America, that's how I ended up. That's, because that's what we teach people here on this part of the earth.
So you found your way out mostly through therapy and finding your own worth, you said?
Yeah, it was a self-awareness program, and you just learn about yourself basically, and you learn to reflect, and then you listen to other people telling you what they see. And so that's the value of it. That's what really helps you grow. Because when you're listening to someone that comes up here, you just listen to them for 5 minutes, and you can tell if they're ego crazy or completely unaware of how ridiculous they sound. So yeah, it's
so for you, Jerry, does it matter to you if there is a God or not?
If there was evidence of a God, I guess it would matter, but there's no real evidence that I see.
What evidence do you think might convince you that a God does exist?
That thing, like when you pray that things actually happen.
So if you prayed and things
Like if
happened,
like if Christians went into the hospitals and people were literally walking out healed and truly scientifically healed, then you would go like, wow, maybe there is some kind of power in this. So that's kind of, what I would constantly see prayer not being answered, and like it's just all a false thing. It's all a scam.
How have you ruled out such things as like Spinoza's God?
It's all those stories are meant to, they're fairy tales. And if it helps you be better, then great. But I just don't believe in it.
Well, I meant like, are you familiar with Spinoza's God?
No, sorry.
Oh, okay. So Spinoza believed that. Remind me, is it gave the life force, or is it the more pantheistic version?
more pantheistic.
Okay, yeah. So Spinoza's God believed that that nature, like anything within the natural world, that was God. It was the essence of God. That's what God is. So how have you ruled that out? Or even the
Well, I
more
don't worship
deistic.
nature, but I do learn the most from nature. I mean, it's very obvious that nature is a powerful force in our lives. It'll take over the earth if you don't control certain things.
What about the more deistic gods, such as like a god that gave its life force to create everything and then just unalived? How have you rolled that god out?
You mean the thought that actually happened?
Yeah.
I mean, that just takes a belief in something that I can't really prove, but right?
Mm-hmm.
Wonderful. If there was a God that did that and had so much compassion for the universe that happened, then I think we're all living the result of that, and all the more reason to be compassionate and give to others.
Can you think? I had asked you before this. What would compel you to believe that a God exists? What evidence might you expect to see? And you had said answered prayers, right?
Yeah, because you can't see him, so literally you're just talking and hoping he hears your prayers.
Mm-hmm.
And
if your prayers were answered, if as you said, Christians were healing people in hospitals, and people were getting up and walking off, age-old injuries and diseases, would you then worship that God?
I don't know. I always felt weird in worship services. Because if somebody's so not popular, if somebody's so powerful that they can do those things, I don't really understand why they would need to be worshipped. Does that give them more power? I mean, do they feel more, do they have like an ego that needs to be stroked? Because, when you're worshiping, it's almost like, I almost felt hypnotized when I was in church after worship, because it's like, please, can we end the song now? Because I'm getting tired. So I don't know. I guess I don't know. I don't think that's natural.
I see. So worship to you doesn't seem natural.
Not really, no. It seems ritualistic. Like, is there a purpose? Is there some reason why he needs to be, or he or she needs to be, sung to?
Those are great questions, Jerry Bell. Wondering what purpose worship serves for a God, what good it does for it, how it helps or benefits it in any way. I
Yeah.
wondered very similarly. Can you think of any kind of God that you might want to venerate or respect, if not worship?
Mother Nature is the highest form of tangible, like, things I can see that I would respect. Because that's what I learned the most from. And it's powerful, it's very powerful. It's it's constant powerful force, but it's just nature.
A constant, powerful force.
We're constantly dealing with it. We're constantly looking at it. We look at our phones and go, "What's the weather today? How's it going to affect me? Can I drive in it? Can I, it just affects every part of our life. That's why
So
we
for
have to have
you,
Go ahead.
if there were a God to venerate or respect, it would be something like nature. Just the power that is what happens.
Yeah.
But you don't see that as a God. Or do you? Do you
I don't-
think of it in the same reverence that someone in church might think of Jesus?
No, I don't think so.
When you first came up into the panel and you were talking about nature, you made a comment about as long as you could control it because it takes over. That's what you said about nature. Why would you want to control Mother Nature?
Well, the control is you have to control your surroundings, or it'll take over.
But why? Why would you want to do that? Surely, if you were looking at nature and Mother Nature as it is, you wouldn't want to change it. You would be happy with how it is. You would accept it for how it is, right?
Right, but if it's storming, you want to get out of it and get, shelter until it's okay to be out in nature, out in the atmosphere. It's the fight or flight that your brain does whenever it knows you need to survive. And
Is
when
it
I
fight
was,
or flight, or is it survival?
huh?
Is it fight or flight, or is it survival?
I mean, that's what fight or flight is. Fight or flight is survival, a survival mode that your brain goes into when it thinks it's in danger.
Yeah, I'm not going anywhere with this, Thrayle. I'm good.
Not a bad line of questioning, though. I don't know that I have very many more questions for you either, Jerry Bell, but you've done wonderfully answering the questions.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming up and, questioning your lack of belief anyways. I wonder if any believers might take courage in your example and come up to question their beliefs. But
I hope so.
I do too. But thank you, Jerry Bell. Does anybody
Thank you.
else have any questions for Jerry Bell?
No, but I do think that we should put W's in the chat for Jerry Bell.
Hell yeah. Appreciate you, Jerry. I think we're going to go ahead and move on. But
Respect all of y'all. Thank you.
thank you so much. Definitely in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, well, go ahead and request up. This isn't a debate. This isn't an argument. I'm not here waiting in ambush with a half dozen atheists. Actually, I think there might be one full atheist on the panel, and it's not
Hello.
even me. If you,
I will let y'all know I'll put my atheism aside to just question from a more neutral position.
no, you do fine, Hammy. Sometimes you present gods I don't expect you to present.
I know, right?
All right. Appreciate it. I'll be quiet. I appreciate the welcome in.
Hello, Ascend. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I am 37 years old.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I definitely do. Do you not remember me? I thought you hated me.
Ascend, I don't remember you. I remember
No?
your name. I talk to different people every day. So
And that's okay. I feel sad then. I thought I would be memorable enough that you'd remember me, but that's okay.
I see.
What's your question?
Do you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that?
I definitely do, yeah.
And which god is that?
No, there's no God. I believe in a higher power, but I don't think it's definable by like Buddha or like Jesus or whatever. I don't think it's definable. But I definitely believe in something more powerful than us, for sure.
What do you mean by more powerful than us?
More knowledgeable, I guess. Ultimately, more knowledgeable. It's the thing that created us.
Okay, so you believe in a creator being.
I think something created us, yeah.
Is it a being? Or
it could be an alien. We don't know, man. It could be an alien, dude.
So it's I don't know.
No, it's not an I honestly don't know. If I had the wisdom, I'd love to share it with you, but I can't prove anything to you, dude, man. I can't.
Right. So I'm not asking you for proof, of course. I'm just asking what it is you believe and why and the what. Right. So the what you believe is some kind of higher power.
I hope there is. Honestly, I don't really know, but I honestly hope there is. I don't know.
It wasn't about knowledge, right? It's about belief,
you're right.
Which might be a kind of knowledge. Or maybe knowledge is a kind of belief. But the questions right now are about what you believe, right? So do you believe that there is a being that created us or a mind?
Fuck no, that's stupid. There's no freaking alien that made us. It's I think it's based off of like biology and like survival of the fittest, and you get stronger and shit. That's really like systems. Systems were made by one after the other. That's all I know.
So you don't believe in a
not like a big boogie man
mind or
I don't think there's a boogie man
is responsible.
No, I don't think so. Not at all.
So you're an atheist?
I'm not anything, man. I don't even know what that word means.
Do you believe that God exists?
I think that there's something smarter than us, but I don't know what the hell that is. But can I say it's a boo-boo or boo-boo or boo-boo or anything? I can't speak to that, man.
Yeah, so you said that there's something smarter than us that exists.
There is something that understands more than we do, yes. There is something greater than ourselves.
And where do you get that idea?
I don't know, man. It could be on Mars. I really don't know where it comes from, but I know there is something greater than ourselves.
No, not where that thing is. I'm saying, like, where do you get the idea that that thing exists?
Because
where did you
it must.
personally?
If I exist, then something greater than me must exist, or I can't exist.
Why?
Because if black exists, white exists. You cannot see black if white does not exist. Do you disagree with me? You need one for the other. It's a
Actually, so like, I mean, if we're getting into the science, black is literally the mixture of all colors. But so, for instance, white could not exist, and I'm pretty sure black would still exist. And black isn't necessary for white to exist. So, no, I would disagree with that. But
now, I will say this, man. You speak to people like very mean. You speak to them like tone in your voice. I think is very rude, but also
don't you think it's kind of rude to interrupt someone while they're talking?
Yeah, I think that this is just my normal voice.
Yeah.
I don't think I really speak differently to anybody, even the friends that I have on this panel.
I think he's actually quite subdued at the moment.
Yeah.
Okay, Hammy, Thrayle. This guy was on my panel last night with the same attitude. Like, yeah, so.
Yeah. Well, he left on his own.
Nah.
What do you mean? I'll just unmute my mic and I'll show him what fucking mean is.
I mean, I'm very, very good at being mean. I just don't do it on Thrayle's panel because whenever I get mean, it tends to devolve, and that's not what I want to bring to Thrayle's panel.
Well, I've got two settings: really mean or kinda nice. Like, there's no in between.
No, he was an absolute, it's like, he was absolutely rude to Z, like, on my panel, like, last night, so no. Mm-mm.
Yeah, I noticed since he's been in here, there's been people trolling in the chat too, so I guess he just brings them with him.
That's interesting. He's requested to be up here before. I'm sure I've spoken to him before. I think it's a kind of trolling, and yeah, he's not good at it. He's still practicing. Oh, I don't even know if he got that far.
Come on, man. I've only had one cup of coffee. Calm down there, bud.
Yeah, you sounded even more subdued than me at the moment, Hammy.
Right?
But if anybody believes in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request up. We're not here to debate you or argue or make you look like a fool, though you may do that on your own. We're just here to see if you can question your beliefs, and if you can, then what is it that you believe, and why do you believe it? Hello, the Victoria verse. Can I get your age for TikTok, TOS?
Yeah, I'm 33.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Okay, so I'm gonna try to describe it. Okay, so I believe in like the universe, and that we are here to learn something, as like a collective, as a whole. And I think that religion's man-made because people don't like not knowing, but I think really just what I believe is that the universe, it's not good or bad, it's not negative or positive, it's just an experience that we're learning from.
So the universe is just an experience we're learning from.
I think like this Earth experience is what we're learning from.
We're learning for what?
that's where I just kind of always hit, like, it has to be more to it.
Why?
I think it would just be really depressing if this was just it and it was just painful and awful for.
Why do you assume there must be a reason?
I don't know. I guess that's where I hit the I don't know point.
If there was no reason, does that cause you fear or?
Not anymore. It really did when I was raised in a very cultish church, but I have found less fear in what happens next when I left like an organized religion.
I see. So you had fear of hell before.
Oh yeah, yes. It took me so long to decipher that that's what my belief was holding together in, was just fear of what would happen. And to me, that's not true, I guess, faith. I don't know if I sound stupid.
You don't sound stupid. You're just saying that you were held to your faith before by a fear of hell. I'm curious now, why is it that you think there is any afterlife?
I've died before because I tried to like kick my own bucket. And I don't know, I think after that I don't have any I don't know. I'm not one of those people that said they died and saw God or any of that. I don't believe in the Christian God or in the Jewish Catholic sector of like religion.
When you say that you unalived before, are you saying that you had an experience that leads you to believe there's something after this?
Yeah, it was just slightly kind of not like a God or Jesus or a heaven, but that it didn't feel over.
So it just didn't feel over for you when
Yeah.
you had an experience. During your experience, did your heart stop?
Yes, for like I think it was 2 minutes and 15 seconds.
2 minutes and 15 seconds. So during that 2 minutes, then your brain likely would have continued to function.
I'm assuming because I think I work in science right now. The more I've learned is that like I think you're in a euphoric state when you pass for like a while. But I don't know. I don't believe that time is linear, so it's bigger than what my brain can put it into, and so a whole lifetime can be lived in like a minute. I don't know if that makes sense.
Not quite. You're saying time isn't linear. Are you referring to, in your experience, that you think that there was some non-linear experience of time while you were in your 2 minutes?
It almost feels like that because when I came out, really just like being super medicated for after you do something like that and all of that, I just kind of came out of it not afraid to die anymore, almost like, okay, like I want to be as good of a person as I can and learn as much as I can about people and about life here, and that it will go on to something else. I hope there's something else.
You hope there's something else.
Yeah, that's I think where a lot of that lays.
You were out for 2 minutes and your brain continued to function. You know that, or at least you think that there is some euphoric state that the mind goes into during that process. And you recognize that you had that kind of feeling.
Yeah.
And that made you feel like maybe it wasn't over. Do you recognize that all of this could just have been an experience in your mind and a hope built from wanting to exist?
Probably. Yeah, like 100%, probably. I have devoted my life to science now. And I think my I don't knows don't feel so like wall hitting. It's just that like I think all religion inherently kind of has the same ideas. I think that atheists are probably the most interesting people to me, because I just think it's fascinating to be so like confident in the nothingness, if that makes any sense. But yeah, I think my hope, I just have a lot of faith in the fact that I hope there's something more out after this. Not
Faith
a
in the
heaven.
fact that you hope. It's interesting, the choice of words. Faith in the fact that you hope. And I know you might just be, nervous, and I'm not trying to pick apart too much. But I do notice that it's faith in hope. Is it that you recognize that the process that you go through or went through could just be part of your mind, and that the hope is really what drives you?
I think so. Yeah, because I think I wouldn't be surprised if this is it. But like, it would be really nice if it wasn't. But I also am completely turned off by the idea of a heaven or a hell.
Mm-hmm.
And
So
so
the idea of nothingness, does that frighten you?
I don't think it like scares me anymore, but it absolutely would cause panic attacks in my like 20s. I think I fear what's happening on Earth more.
That makes sense. So you don't fear it anymore, but you used to have sort of a dread of non-existence.
Yeah. But I think that's, in my experience, I don't want to speak for all religions, that was really bred into us. That like, it was very like cult Mormon upbringing. It was really bred into us the fear of not believing in something.
So do you still have any fear related to that, to not believing?
In like God?
Mm-hmm.
No. I think my family asked me that a lot. I think I don't look at, I hear from a lot of people that are really in religions of like, oh my God, you're going to really regret it when you die and you're at the gates of heaven and you have to plead your case. I hope this isn't stupid. I almost feel like if that is God, he has like a lot to explain as well. If that makes, I don't know if that makes any sense.
That makes perfect sense.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I'm very nervous to talk to people. Sorry.
You're doing all right.
In Auschwitz, there is a wall with the inscription on it, "If there is a God, he has to beg me for my forgiveness."
Yes. Yeah. I have questions and they're not, oh, like what happened? Like why the hell did this happen? Like why, like I have so much, was my only option. I wouldn't pick going to heaven anyways.
Are all of your beliefs... Oh, Crow's right at the same time.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
No, you go, you go.
Are all of your beliefs centered around afterlife now?
No. I think that it's important to be respectful and holy to the land. I don't know. I have found a lot of, like, I guess, peace or things that make sense to, like, the Native Americans and how older cultures, and I don't know them all. I'm still trying to educate myself on all of them. Just love and respect the land and the earth and the water so much. And I think that is important too. And I find I just want to be a good person, not by a religious moral standard, but to like a human standard.
Good by a human standard.
Like in religion, there's always people that just don't meet the mark. Like in my upbringing, it was different races and different sexualities, and I don't think that any of that matters. I do struggle, of course, with pedophiles, because like if there is a hell, I do think they should go there. But like I just love people.
I'd agree, but you also can't say that word on TikTok.
Sorry. But I just want to take care of people. I don't know. I don't care what people are or what they believe or who they love or anything like that. If I see someone that needs something, I help them. I've been homeless before, and so the universe took care of me, so I want to take care of it by taking care of the people on the earth. I don't know if that makes sense.
Sorry, I did not mean to leave you hanging on it. Does that make sense? I had a slight distraction in the studio here.
No, you're fine.
So for you, the standard of good is based upon humanist values, not based upon anything religious or prescribed.
Mm-hmm. I don't think it's that simple. I don't think it's black and white. I think there's a lot of gray in decisions people have to make. I don't think everybody has the best circumstance or has the same circumstances. And so they need help in different ways and they make decisions in different ways. And I don't think you can tuck it all into a religion of yes and no, of what you should and shouldn't do.
I know Crows had a question a moment ago. Crows, do you still have that question?
It's very similar to your question, so it was. And to be honest, I can't remember it anymore.
That's usually how it works. I don't have too many more questions for you, Victoria, but I think you've done very great coming up and answering the questions posed to you. I think there's plenty more to question. I just don't want to seem to badger you on the same point. But does anybody else have any questions?
No.
Nope.
I was mainly getting coffee, so I didn't hear a great majority of it, so no.
Okay, well, we'll just restart the whole conversation.
The whole thing.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So that way I'm caught up.
Thank you, Victoria, for coming up and being open and honest with the questions and your answers. I really appreciate you. I hope that you keep asking questions. I think it sounds like you already do, and I hope if you find any answers, that you bring them back. We'll definitely want to question those.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Yes, W's for Victoria in the chat.
Hell yeah. I think we have a multi-dimensional muse. Can I get your
Really?
age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 55 years young.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I don't know if I see it as a higher power. I believe that we are pure awareness having a human experience. Now, I come from a very strange background. My childhood, I was raised in a family where my grandfather was a Satanist who was posing as a reverend in a church. So, my experiences caused me to start questioning things at a very young age, that trauma. But my beliefs started to change as my gifts started to unfold for mediumship. So I literally communicate with my late husband who's passed on. So this gives me the belief that there is an afterlife, but I still keep the edges of my belief systems loose because I question everything. So, maybe what it is that I believe is not correct and there's more to learn. So I just like to keep my belief systems, the edges of those systems loose for expansion so that I can include more to what it is that I believe, so I can be open to learn something different if what I believe isn't correct.
Just to check, you said that you're a medium. And
Yes.
that you communicate with your deceased husband.
Yes. He became one of my guides.
Mm-hmm. Are you open to questioning that belief?
Yeah, I'm open to that.
I had asked prior to that if you had a belief in a god or gods,
Mm-hmm.
and your answer to that. Honestly, it kind of got overshadowed by the mediumship. Do you believe there are higher powers, gods, entities?
I don't know about higher power, but I believe that we have an oversoul. I believe that we have a higher self. So I don't know if that's could be God, considered a god. I just believe that we
You
have
say
a higher self.
oversoul. What is soul?
Soul, the spirit.
I'm going to ask the same question, but change the word. What is spirit?
Spirit would be what animates us.
What animates us?
The air that you breathe. Life itself.
So, air is soul?
Not necessarily air, but breathing that air is, I believe, evidence that we have a soul, like when you're alive.
Would that not just be evidence of a respiratory system?
I guess it could be, but I believe that there's a source of creation. I do believe that, but what that source is, I'm not exactly sure.
A source of creation. What is creation?
Like nature, life.
Well, those are just products of what creation is, right?
I guess so, but
So, then what is creation?
Good question.
Wait, do I get to use it?
To use it.
I just made it.
Creation is the world around us. Like whatever universe that you live in, we all have individual universes that we live in, do we not?
Well, we're moving back again to the fact that isn't that just the product of creation?
I suppose it is.
So we're trying to figure out what creation is, and giving us the products of creation doesn't tell us what creation is.
Creation comes from nothingness. There's nothing and all things. But all things come from nothing.
What is nothingness and how is that possible?
I see that as the void.
How can something come from a void?
Good question. I don't know.
That's a good answer.
No, like I don't have all the answers. I have answers that work for me individually. And so I respect everybody else's beliefs, like, and I'm open to believe that maybe I don't have all the answers, but for me, I like to keep my mind open to other beliefs because I may not have all the answers, but for me, the answers that I have collected work for me.
We're not expecting
individually. Pardon me?
I said, don't worry, we're not expecting you to have all the answers.
Yeah.
It's not about having all the answers. You've already kind of defined and said what questioning your beliefs is like. We're just kind of walking through and your mind to more beliefs, but kind of to see what actually fits and makes sense.
Right.
Do you think it's possible to have your mind too open?
Yeah, I do believe that's possible. I do.
Do you think that it's possible that you might, in keeping your mind open, accept things that are not true on the basis that they feel good or are fun?
That's a possibility, yes.
Do you think that... I guess I should ask a separate line here. When you say that you're a medium, what does that mean?
That means that I commune with the spirit realm.
In what way?
I'm a bridge.
In what way do you commune?
Telepathically.
Telepathically.
Telepathically, or I'm given impressions, visions. I hear things. I see things.
So you have thoughts occur?
I wouldn't call them thoughts. To me, they're communications.
What is the difference
between thought and communication?
When you're talking about telepathically, yes.
Because I'm aware of what is a thought form, what is my thought form, and what comes from me, from externally from me. I'm aware of that.
How do you know that it's coming from something external?
It's an inner knowing.
What?
It's an inner knowing.
An inner knowing that the things you're calling communications are not your thoughts.
Yes.
When you refer to this inner knowing, how is it that you've verified this knowing is a knowing?
I'm giving evidence, like I'm an evidential medium, so they give me information that I wouldn't be able to get if I wasn't communicating with them.
When you say they give you information,
yes,
you say you're an evidential medium.
Yes.
What kind of information do they give you?
Well, very specific information like dates and things that have happened, conversations that only two people that had that conversation would have awareness of.
Like full conversations, you get like a whole back and forth.
I can
of
get, yeah, I
what's
have
said.
I have full conversations back and forth, yes.
No. I mean, you're given.
I'm
like
given, yes, they will give me things that have been said between people. They will give me experiences that two people have shared that I could not know otherwise if I wasn't communicating with them.
They give you experiences. You say that these are things that you could not know. How have you verified that you're getting things that you could not know?
Well, through the people that I read for.
So you read for someone and you tell them that you're getting a conversation, and then you tell
When they
them
come to
what
me and
was
they
said.
ask for a reading, yes. I tell them what information it is that it's coming to me, and they verify that information.
Do they always verify the information?
Yes.
So every time someone comes to you for a reading, you always give them information that they say, yes, that's true, that's what someone said.
Yes. I haven't had anybody tell me that what
you
it
tell
is
me-
that I bring up doesn't resonate with them. I've never had that happen.
You've never once said anything that someone said didn't resonate. So you have 100% accuracy.
Well, to this date, I've never had anybody tell me that what I've given to them, whatever information that I've shared with them, I've never had anybody tell me, no, that doesn't resonate with me. No, I haven't.
Is it possible that these people are being polite?
No, I don't feel that. Like, the information that comes through is just too personal in order for them to just be being polite. What reason would they have to be just being polite? If they're paying for a reading and I'm not giving them information that resonates, why would they not tell me that doesn't resonate?
Maybe because they want to feel like they're getting their money's worth.
Well, I don't know, but like I said, I've never had anybody tell me that, so.
Let me.
Sorry.
I'm not saying that it's not possible, but I'm just saying that it hasn't happened to me personally.
All right. Because I work as a reader myself.
Mm-hmm.
I know I can imagine everybody in the comments are gonna tear my head off for this, but yes, I work as a tarot card reader.
Mm-hmm.
And I am not even 100% accurate. Sometimes I can be a little off. Sometimes I'm completely wrong. And I'm not afraid to admit that. And I
wouldn't be afraid to admit it either.
Right.
Like when I do readings with cards, there are things that people have told me don't resonate. But when it comes to my mediumship, no, I haven't had that experience that somebody has told me that it doesn't resonate.
I mean, and there are people that do tell me, like, when they say, no, dude, you're completely wrong. And I'm like, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I get that with my other like when I do intuitive readings or when I do tarot readings, I've had that happen where people will say, yeah, that doesn't make sense to me. And that's okay. Because sometimes I feel like sometimes some of the information may not land with them at that moment. Maybe sometime down the road, it lands with them and they have, they look back and then it makes sense to them later on down the road. But I'm not afraid to admit that, no, maybe I'm not 100% accurate with everything that comes through.
If you find out that you're wrong about something, do you ever refund people?
No, I've never had anybody ask for a refund. I don't think I've ever been so wrong that somebody wanted a refund. But there have been times when people will say that there are certain things that have come through that don't resonate with them. That doesn't make sense to me, or I don't understand that. I've had that happen.
So some people have said that they don't understand or things don't resonate.
Yes.
I thought.
Not with my mediumship. I haven't
Oh.
had that experience yet.
So no one's ever done that with your mediumship.
No. But I mean, I haven't been doing my mediumship all that long. Maybe 2 or 3 years now that I've been doing the mediumship. Not that I professionally for all that long. But in my experience so far to date, no, I haven't had anybody tell me that.
So far to date, no one has
Yes.
ever. That's fascinating. And do you charge for these readings?
Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. Sometimes messages will come through and I can walk up to a perfect stranger and tell them something. And I'm not charging them for it. It's just something that I'm compelled to do.
Do you always control?
Pardon me?
Yeah.
I didn't hear you. What did you say?
My question is like, do you, are you able to always control it, or does it sometimes pick and choose when it comes to you?
I've learned how to control it now, but it used to come through for me when I didn't want it to, like standing beside somebody, all of a sudden information is coming through and I didn't know how to control it before, but I worked with my guides and I've learned how to.
I think Solo had a question.
Sorry.
I've just been listening for a little bit now, and would it be inappropriate to maybe ask for a demonstration?
Well, I'm not a clown here. This is not a circus act. So yeah, it would be inappropriate to ask that.
Really? Because I mean, I think it would make us all more I would certainly believe in it more, and maybe I would.
Well, I'm not here to convince anybody. All right? That's not what I'm here for.
So what are you here for? And I'm not saying that you should
I came up
convince
to express what my beliefs were.
to express them. So just to share them,
Yes.
not to question them.
No, I can question them as well. I have no problem to question.
Do you understand then why Solo would ask that, considering the topic?
Oh, I
of the
do
letter is,
understand
can you
why,
question
but
your
can you
beliefs?
understand why
And
I
so
would say
far,
that no, I'm not
everything-
going to be doing this to prove to anybody?
Yeah, I can understand.
I don't have
I'm
anything
not,
to prove.
Right. You say that, but we're trying to understand why it is that you believe what you believe. And so far what you're telling us is that you have 100% accuracy in your mediumship, and that you commune with spirits in ways that you don't seem willing to test, question, or in any way scrutinize.
It's not that I'm not willing to question, but I'm not willing to demonstrate in order to prove myself to anybody.
Sure, I understand that. I don't know why you're still arguing on that point.
Oh, I'm not arguing.
Yeah, you seem definitely interested in arguing. I'm not interested in arguing. So if you're not actually, you're still doing it. If you're actually capable of questioning your beliefs, then I'd be open to having you up here, but I'm definitely not here to let you advertise for a service.
I'm not
especially if you're
advertising.
willing
Goodbye.
to demonstrate it. Okay.
I'm
Even got to ask my question.
She left on her own.
I know. I was wanting to know if she knows what confirmation bias is, and how does she, in her work, how does she ensure that that's not a thing between her and client?
I would have loved to get to that question. That was kind of the entire line of questioning that I was going down when she said that she had 100% accuracy rate.
100%. You know, Thrayle, I was working as a Boilermaker apprentice for a little bit, and I met people in the field who've been doing the job for 30, 40, 50 years. And not even they could say they had 100% like proficiency in welding, and that's like their biggest main job is welding. So like that was really fascinating to say, oh yep, I have 100% success rate. It's like, what?
I just feel like if someone has a power that is so refined that it's literally free of error, that, you know, just a simple demonstration would be so like eye-opening to the rest of us. But
Well, and I can understand somebody saying they don't want to do the demonstration, but she did get extremely defensive when I was explaining why it was even asked. I wasn't trying to argue with her, and the fact that she decided that was the reason to throw the tantrum and leave. I mean, that's fine, but I was just explaining why the question was asked.
There was so many ethical issues there that I had concerns with, and it wasn't even that. It was the getting information out in the wild and giving that information to the person, like.
Oh, unsolicited, yeah, just walking up and saying,
Yeah, that's a massive ethical. Like, I teach all of my witches not to do that, because people, if you say something like that to a person out in the wild, unless it's yous guys, they're more than likely going to say yes. Do you know what I mean? Because they don't know what else to do in that situation. It's not informed consent, it's forced consent. Do you know what I mean? It's not ethical at all.
One of those Family Guy, whenever they made fun of Sean Connery's 007, where he says 10,000 no's and a yes always means yes. That's basically what it is.
Kind of, but coercive consent is we see it a lot in the spiritual communities with a lot of people that are something, and when you break it down to how their evidence of their abilities, there's usually an undertone of coercive consent there, and it's terrifying. You know what I mean? It's terrifying for the people that they are putting in that position. Do you know what I mean? Because those people didn't seek you out for your abilities. You seeked them out, and that's dangerous.
I think that even if they do seek the medium out, I think that a lot of the times, especially if you're charging for the services, that it can also be very predatory, because a lot of people are because a lot of people are wanting to, like, they're suffering due to the loss of a loved one, and they just want to know that everything's all right with them, and for you to just accept money for people and doing that, it can be very dangerous. It can be very predatory.
It can be, and like if you look at the medium community on TikTok, for example, there are people that aren't mediums that do that specifically. They target people that are grieving so that they can make money, and they build names off of that, and they're not real. Do you know what I mean? There's a lot of, sorry, I'll shut up.
We're about to what the fuck. There's a huge question I wanted to get to. I really wanted to ask, and I don't think I'll get to. And that's kind of, what is the purpose? What is the purpose of confirming information about unalived people to someone? Like just saying there's a person with this, are you just trying to give them false hope that there's an afterlife, that person is at peace? Like, what is it that you're trying to provide in saying that I've communed with this relative of yours and they had brown hair and their name was Joe? Like, what are you actually accomplishing by providing that information?
So I want it to be clear, I am not a medium, nor do I practice medium stuff, right? So from what I've seen, witnessed, and what I teach, basically, a lot of people, Hammy hit the nail on the head. A lot of people go to mediums so that they can be comforted, so that they can know that their loved one has passed on safely and are okay. Do you know what I mean?
What is knowledge in this case? Are they actually knowing it? Or are they being told that by someone who...
Well, it depends on the medium. It depends on the medium, because there are mediums out there that are very fucking good at what they do. And do you know what
But
I
are
mean?
they actually doing what they say they're doing? You think they're actually communing with the spirit of an unalived person?
I do think
Or are they
so,
just
yeah.
providing comfort?
I do think so, yeah. There are mediums out there that are real, but there are more fakes
Wait,
than there
they're
is
real.
anything.
What are they communing with?
Spirit.
It looks like we're about to pull up a panel here.
No. You see, this is why I don't talk to you guys about this kind of stuff, right? Because you always try
Because
and
you don't want it questioned?
No, because I can question it, but just not the way that you want to question it. Your line of questioning always goes to trying to disprove. You've
It's not
never
trying to
questioned.
disprove.
Yes, it is. You've never questioned to try and prove.
Why
Always
would I
disprove.
question to try and prove? Why would
Why
I
would
try
you
to
not?
prove spirits?
Why would you not? If you're so set on
Crows.
questioning to try and disprove, why would you not
Crows.
question to try and
If
prove?
someone comes up and says that I believe there are no spirits, I might question them in a way that sounds like I'm trying to prove it. If they say that I believe there is no God, I might question them in a way that sounds like I'm trying to prove it. But I don't.
Oh, I've done that.
I don't tend to prefer that conversation because I am curious why people believe things, why they have positive beliefs, not why they don't accept the claims. So when I'm questioning, it may sound like I'm trying to disprove, but I'm actually just questioning the conclusion. In this case, the conclusion that spirits exist and are being communed with in any way.
So then, instead of questioning to disprove, maybe question to prove.
Well, that's just it.
He's not questioning to disprove, though.
And to see if there's any truth or ability to bear truth within
The burden
the
of
claim.
in a client medium situation, the burden of proof falls on the client and the medium, right? And
I
the
have
medium,
no idea what you're saying now.
right?
Why does the burden of proof exist in a mediumship?
In a mediumship client dynamic, the medium brings back the information and the client either validates or invalidates, right? The proof there lies between the two.
Is
Now,
that proof? If you say to me that you just spoke to someone who is beside me and her name is June, and I say, nope, never knew anybody named June who's in my generation, then does that mean that you didn't talk to someone named June? Or does that mean that that I'm lying? Or if I say that yes, there is somebody named June, does that mean that you actually spoke to them, or could you have just made a good guess?
all of the above.
All
So
of the above.
How do you know which one is the correct or true?
Again, the proof lies between the relationship between the medium and the client. This is why I don't do mediumship.
This is one of the reasons why the way I do my readings for people is not so much trying to appeal to the supernatural so much as it is trying to influence food for thought.
Right. I've heard you describe what you do with tarot cards. That's a little different than saying you're talking to someone's dead relative. You're saying what a card says and kind of the implied meaning according to a great pamphlet and a narrative it might paint.
Yep, like a mental prompt.
I find that to be wholly different than saying I just spoke to your dead aunt and she said, you know, that it's okay.
She said, "Stop picking your nose."
Right. I find a certain honesty in saying this is, you know, what the card was dealt as, and this is what it means according to the book, and this might relate to you in this way because you're being, you know, it's creative thinking. I don't think you're communing with spirits. I think you're just deciding what a card says, and the person can, like a horoscope, decide if it means something to them.
Mm-hmm. And I will fully tell them that my
Solo, drop me or I'll cook the whole panel.
He's gonna cook us all.
You're getting ready to run. You're a runner.
Oh, yep. Yep, we're gonna be truck stars.
Make sure you use lemon pepper seasoning for me, okay?
Appreciate you, Solo.
Yeah. And
there I go running.
Beth, I'm a reader. Like, how am I disgusting you?
She's overreacting. She does that.
Yeah, just keep putting
she
her in
likes
Shadow
Tool,
Realm.
though. So, I mean, she likes Tool. I don't know what that means, but when I ask her about higher power, that's where we end up.
Yeah, just keep putting her in the Shadow Realm.
But I do wonder about the implied, well, I mean, whether it's deception or self-deception on the part of a medium. If there are no spirits there, then are they just, you know, guessing and preying on someone who's mourning? Or have they converse if there's nothing there? But if there is something there, then why don't they ever stand up to scrutiny?
Because you make them feel like they're crazy.
By asking them questions.
By asking them questions that they can't explain the answers to, you make them feel crazy. They don't know why it happened, it just happened, and that's the truth in it.
But is that Thrayle's fault or their insecurity coming through?
Both.
I don't know, because Thrayle has questioned me several times on my positive claim that no gods exist, and I've never once felt like he made me feel stupid or made me feel like any type of way other than him questioning the beliefs.
Well,
I don't know, Hammy.
the very first time I was on this panel, you can't remember it, but I can tell you, the very first time I was on this panel wasn't the first time that you think it was. I'd been on this panel 2 months beforehand, and I crashed the fuck out. I did, because of the way that you treated me. And then I had I'm not going to say which female. I had two females from your live message me and apologise to me on your behalf because they didn't understand why yous guys, and it was you and Thrayle, why yous guys were being the way that yous were with me.
Why are we saying females?
Because they were females. They were females that messaged me, right? And that was 2 months before I eventually came back to the panel and actually made pals with you.
I remember the first time you were here.
Yeah, I crashed the fuck out. Like I was ready for
Go that bad.
you were, yeah.
Females, dog. These females.
Look, I can barely remember sometimes what I did last week, let alone what I did like months and months ago.
My point is your line of questioning was drizzled in disbelief, and it wasn't quite accusatory, but it kind of was, and it was infuriating because I was trying to give you answers from what I could give you through the language that I knew and understood, and you just picked it apart, and it was difficult to manage. It was really difficult to manage because
Is it coming from disbelief, or is it coming from a line of Socratic questioning where we're questioning the whys and the hows of the belief?
Well, at the time, it felt like I was, as all is in the comments said, it felt like I was being interrogated. So I'm not sure, but now I know you guys. I know it wasn't the way that it was meant to be, and now we can play around with it, and that's fine. But at the time, I was new on the panel, and I genuinely felt like I was being interrogated and attacked, and I was being made to look like a fool, and that's exactly what you've done to me.
I remember.
Mhm.
I remember.
Was I being harsh?
Harsher than
You rode me like a
Look,
donkey.
this might have been the early stages whenever I was still very, very, very much coming from getting angry at a lot of different guests. So I will take some blame here, and I might have been a little bit on the harsh side, and for that I do apologize. But
Don't apologize.
Well.
I'm a man for it. You're fine.
But I can see what you mean, Crows. We do question from it's not necessarily an oppositional stance, but it is to see if you can go through that questioning, if you can scrutinize the belief and how it stands up to scrutiny, and what they say and how they present it. Sometimes personality makes a difference. I thought you did great the first time. I remember.
Like I said before, Thrayle has questioned me several times on this panel.
Your first time in a what the fuck can feel like a loss. I understand that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but look at me, bitches. I came back in a 1.
Hell yeah. Now you're a questioner. Who I still want to question all the damn time, especially when you say shit about mediums.
Which, because there's sometimes whenever it's just you and me up here, and you're just like, well, no believers are requesting it, so Hammy, and I'm like, oh no,
can be questioned.
So the first time I about my approach to things, I just remember I was mostly a mumbling, fumbling mess who couldn't basically
explain what I do in a coherent way. And I came away from that. Yeah, I felt a little embarrassed, but I didn't feel like that you were trying to destroy me or anything. And if anything, the fact that I took those questions to heart is why I was able to come up with the thing that I always say, when I start my lives, which is, it's like, hi, I'm an agnostic spiritual atheist. I don't believe in a God figure. I don't claim a God figure does not exist. Meaningful coincidences and mistakes attribute the supernatural.
I always start off with saying, hi, I'm Hammy. I'm an atheist who believes no gods exist. I make that claim. Thank you.
Start off with, I'm a witch. Suck it, bit.
How come when I was talking is when people decide to do the whole gift thing and just blur it out with
Old Mick in the comments saying I use a sledgehammer to crack eggs is hilarious. I don't think I'm a sledgehammer. If you didn't come up drunk, Cole, I think we'd have great conversations about the Fae.
It's funny that you mentioned that because the D&D campaign that I have paused right now, whenever I came up, is called A Court of Fae and Flowers.
Yeah. Old Mick and I have spoken a few times, and every time I won't elaborate, but yeah. I think we could have a good conversation if you came up clear-headed.
Mick, the thing is it's like, yeah. That's what happens. You get booted.
Well, to be fair, he stayed up for a while after letting me know. We still let him know we were moving on. I didn't do it abruptly.
You didn't drop him abruptly?
No, we've spoken before. I know where he's coming from. But I don't. Yeah. I don't drop everybody abruptly just for being drunk if I know that they're still somewhat there. It's the slobbering drunks we move right along.
Go and drop my phone.
Gotcha, Crows. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate you. And also, this is what they do. I also got to make sure that I thank Heather's Descent, Z-Witch, Dash, and 96 for helping with our previous goal. Thank you guys so much. Go ahead.
I was gonna say I've been drinking coffee, so I definitely am not drunk. Unless you can get drunk on French roast coffee.
I'm sure there's a way.
I mean, if I put a little Bailey's in there, I mean, sure. Or the whiskey I have in my freezer.
I like my blueberry coffee. It is the best.
You never did DM me where I could get it from.
I forgot.
I had a feeling you did. Just like,
I'm
did
terrible.
you...
I'm terrible at DMing. I'm terrible at getting in contact with people. I'm already going to say that. You know what I mean.
Yes, I did know what you mean because you knew I was about to ask.
I'm absolutely terrible at it. If somebody sends me a message, I usually can remember to respond. But no, when it's ball in my court, I often...
I don't know, because I have sat there and messaged you, and you have not responded to me.
I'm going to have to go through my DMs now and see.
And see where it was that I sat there and sent you messages. Sleeping One, it's not that fact that you can't get drunk and be on here. It's just that if you are, we don't necessarily, depending on how drunk you are, we can't really have a conversation. I always use this phrase, but it's like stepping into the ring with weighted gloves at that point. It's like you're trying to have a conversation, and when one person is lucid and the other person is very much just off on a bender, they can't have a coherent conversation. In which case, any question you ask is like hitting somebody with weighted gloves.
I think what they mean is, like Huggie's saying, they literally getting drunk on.
Also, if someone discloses that they are like elevated or under the influence, you have to drop them. Otherwise, it does compromise the live.
I didn't know that.
Yep.
That's a good thing that we tend to do that anyways.
Well, Mick, now you're saying, what if I lie about being tipsy? The thing is that now we can't trust anything you say because now we're just going to automatically assume you're lying.
Woohoo! 200K.
Hell yeah. 200,000 likes. You guys are fucking amazing. Best audience on TikTok. I appreciate every one of you tapping the screen.
That's fair. I mean, you are Irish, so I mean, it's kind of expected. Womp womp.
Oh, my. Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know. I know plenty of Irish people that don't live up to stereotypes.
Boo. Not boo, that's great. We always like to break stereotypes. I mean, one of the funniest things is of like breaking stereotypes is I grew up in a family that cooks. My family owned a restaurant and everything, and so like every bit of food that we ever ate was seasoned. And so I'd always heard the stereotype white people don't season food, and it went way over my head until I started actually seeing some of the when I became an adult, I saw a lot of people sharing their food, and I was like, oh my, sorry. But if you have a belief in a god of food, request on up.
He did, Catfather. It's like, the thing is that it's like I was using colloquial terms that even like if you kind of like, look it up, certain way that people explain the Big Bang uses well, and I had fully acknowledge and admit like that's fallacious, and I need to work on that myself. But yeah, it's a pain in the ass.
Yeah, you can even find ways to Google it and give yourself the answer you want. But it is something I question every time it's mentioned. When someone says Big Bang implies a beginning, where in the actual theories does it say there's a beginning?
There was an actual what is it? An actual like consensus that was done among the relevant scholars and people in the field, and they asked, one of the questions asked was, does the Big Bang imply a beginning? And the overwhelming majority of them said no, they don't believe so.
Right. When usually when people say the beginning, when they're describing the Big Bang, they're talking about when the universe like expanded from that singularity point.
Yes, colloquially, that is what they're referring to.
Right.
And that warrants a lot of question.
Yeah. That's why I try to avoid words like creation, because especially if the word creation and destruction is within like the laws of thermodynamics or mentioned as something that like with energy, I've tried to avoid using the word create and destroy as like in the colloquial term. So it's like I do want to try to flex that muscle.
But if you have a belief in the beginning and of creation, request on up.
If you want to flex that muscle by questioning your beliefs, if you can, then that is what we're doing.
I gotta say, I do love it that people have started doing the segueing.
Was an alley-oop of a segue.
It really was. But like people would just sit there and just like stop segways, and people were like, "Oh yay, segways!"
Segways. Segue into the subway.
We
Subways are
referred to it earlier as carnival barking.
subways are a church as far as Thrayle is concerned.
No.
But sandwich.
So, sandwiches are everywhere.
But then
Sandwich is sandwich.
But then by that logic, it's like, can we not call a subway a church?
No.
Damn it. Fuck it, I tried.
No, because Subway is just sandwich, and the building is sandwich, and everything is sandwich.
A temple of sandwiches.
Everything's a temple of sandwich.
Even
I
your
mean,
body is it.
because a temple is a sandwich, and it's just a sandwich with sandwiches inside, devoted to sandwich. Anything devoted to a thing is going to be devoted to sandwich, because that thing is layered or can be described as such. So then everything is devoted to sandwich.
So our bodies are a temple in the sense that they're a Subway sandwich shop?
I don't know why Subway keeps coming up. You're trying to trademark brand name sandwich, but sandwich is already sandwich.
And if you sandwich a sandwich, then sandwich on up.
Yes.
Only if you can sandwich your sandwich.
Our body is a sandwich temple. Because sandwiches do go into our bodies, so yes, they are sandwich temples.
Oh, that was a mistake.
A mistake or a happy accident?
I think it was a mistake. I was meaning to... meant to thank 96 and Heretical Apothecary for helping with that previous goal. And I cleared the list before I could see it, but I found you.
Catfather Sebastian asks a really important question, which is, has Chalk and Cheese been here today? How many days do we have left, bro?
I think it's like 41.
Because he included me in there, too. Down in the comments. There's a person who comes here whose name is Chalk and Cheese and said to Thrayle a long time ago that in X amount of days, Thrayle would become Christian. And
I don't know if it was become Christian. I thought it was become a preacher.
Oh, become a preacher. And then whenever...
I didn't say what I would be preaching.
And then whenever I was questioning, because all he would do is come in and pop in with X amount of days left, Thrayle. And I was like, until what? And then...
It certainly seems ominous.
Right? And then I clued in, and then he wrote me in on this too. And I was like, I don't know about that, my guy.
I think Thrayle will be preaching about the necessity of ceramic pot holders.
I really don't know why ceramic pot holders would be necessary.
I don't know. That's what I'm psychically channeling with my mediumship skills.
I just thought it was weird that he wanted to rope me in on the thing he was saying about Thrayle. I'm like, why am I being included?
It's a little odd. I don't know. It does get a little ominous, as Catfather says, because the sort of implied threat. I know it's not. I don't know if it's a threat, but it certainly has an ominous ring to it every time they're like 41 days, nothing to be worried about, or no, that was like 52. Now it's 41, and now it's something to be worried about, or it's coming up quickly, or like, yeah, it certainly has a stalkerish ring to it.
I don't know what's weirder, that he did that or the people who constantly at me to be let up on the panel. Like, even if I had that power, Like, no. Like, that's... Like, Thrayle will bring you up whenever he wants to bring you up. Why are you adding me to let you up on the panel? Right. Stop it.
When was the last time someone's ever threatened you guys with a good time?
Every time someone threatened me in general, I said, don't threaten me with a good time and not deliver.
I guess that's going to depend on the definition of good time.
Temporary layoffs, good time.
It's true, Cat, to which we all got cursed in the live yesterday.
What did you get cursed with?
I forget what the curse specifically was, but yeah, it was on the whole live.
Over 15 years ago.
Well, depending on what time, I may have been here, but I did fall asleep, so I might have exited out of it at one point.
Yeah, I don't remember if you were here at the time.
God, can I go one day without getting something wet and sticky splattered all over? That came out so wrong. Jesus.
If Hammy is a sandwich, would he be a croque monsieur?
Joke's on you. I don't know those words.
It's a fancy ham and cheese sandwich.
Ooh, fancy. Look, we ain't trying to church it up around here. We're just a regular...
Google it, and you will be happy.
Okay, I'm gonna Google it real quick.
I'll take a quote on for myself. I actually am most sandwich.
Oh my god, that looks delicious.
Yeah.
What's it called again?
Croque monsieur.
Croque monsieur.
Look, I don't speak French.
It's close enough.
Yeah. It looks delicious, but again, we're not fancy around here. We don't church it up. I'm just a regular ham and cheese sandwich.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck me raw, that does look good.
Look, I didn't know we could say these phrases. I'm gonna start coming up with some clever ones now.
Oh my. If anybody does have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your belief, go ahead and request on up, because that is what the fuck we're talking about. Not necessarily what kind of sandwich you are, though that may come up somehow. It seemed to already once.
I'm still waiting for you to... I still remember this one time where someone was talking to you about, like, Great Depression food, and someone brought up water pie, and you said, what the hell is water pie?
Oh, isn't that where you, like, gelatinize water?
Yep. That should be a what the fuck. What the fuck is water pie?
Look, that's... Depression era food is where we got, like, biscuits and gravy.
Yeah. Because I actually saw, for Thanksgivings, I actually saw, like a reel where someone basically made water pie with, like, apple juice, and it's basically appleless apple pie.
But if your god eats apple pie, then request on up, and let's talk about that god. Not about whether or not he eats the watery apple pie.
Hello, Barefoot. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Hey, Barefoot. Can I get your age? Did you mean to join us?
Barefoot.
Guess not. If you did mean to, you can of course always request back up. ask, can anybody who has a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and can question that belief?
Tiny tiny, rawr.
I wonder. Well, I mean, we can always try this out, but is it really going to go any differently than it ever does? How are you doing, Yomer?
I'm doing good. I'm 20 years old.
I remember that. Appreciate you. Has your belief in a god or gods, or higher power or anything like that changed since the last time we spoke?
Yes, so no, it's not the trickster of God anymore. It is the Abrahamic Christian God.
So we're kind of back full circle.
Yeah, pretty much.
Wait, real quick. You went from a trickster god to the god of the Bible.
It was the God of the Bible. And then the God of the Bible was more of a deistic God. And then the deistic God was more of a trickster God. But it was still the God of the Bible. And now we're back around, and the God of the Bible is just the good God of the Bible that it says it is.
Pretty much. Yes.
That's a long circle.
Yeah, that is a long circle.
It's been about 2 weeks.
Damn.
Wow. So you went through all that in 2 weeks.
Yeah, 2-3 weeks. Yeah, I think about 3 weeks actually.
Well, I literally went through the whole 5 stages of grief, like after my sister passed in 1 week.
Ugh, yeah.
Each day was literally a completely different phase, and by the time Saturday rolled around, boop, I was so over it.
Yeah. And I could remember coming here right before before I was starting my project, my computer science project or whatever. I was like, gosh, I just wanted to be like done with my project. I just wanted to, yeah. Anyways,
I'm curious, Yomer, what has brought you back full circle? And before you answer, I gotta thank Heather's Descent, Cat DeWitch 96 for helping with the goal, because they're fucking amazing. Thank you guys so much. Yomer, what is it that's brought you back to the Christian God being the good God that you thought he was?
Yeah. So I had some serious doubts. I thought the God of the Bible was being hypocritical due to the interpretations of Isaiah mainly. There'd be a contradiction there. If the honest interpretation is that God knew that Adam and Eve would rebel, that would literally contradict if Adam and Eve were created at that point. There would be no before for them. So there couldn't have been a foreseeable future in which he saw before they were created. It would be impossible. Even if God was all-knowing, he can't know things.
What?
Yeah. So it's like this. It's similar to this. If I were to flip a coin outside of time and space, and before that occurrence, not before, sorry, I asked God heads or tails. He has to pick, and then once he picks, I flip it. He can't actually get it wrong. Similar to Adam and Eve. See, his transaction of making Adam and Eve is timeless. So it's not really possible for him to know before that transaction.
How is there anything that's timeless?
A timeless transaction?
Well, how is anything timeless?
anything can be timeless simply if it's outside of time and space.
But how would you know if it's outside of time and space?
Right. So how would I know if something is outside time and space?
Mm-hmm.
So that would take evidence for an actual God.
Well, how would that God even be outside of time?
Be in existence itself, because existence itself would be timeless.
Well, how would that God be outside of time?
If it were eternal.
Yeah.
And
No, even eternal denotates time.
No, by its definition, it's
eternal is a temporal word.
How do you move without time?
How do you move without time?
How do you move outside of time?
Okay, how do you move without time? Well, you don't move linearly like we do in time, right? So this is a question. How do you move without time?
Could we agree on a definition of what time is? Like, would you agree that time could be defined as a change of events?
Yes,
going from one event to the next.
Yeah. It would be more like, yeah.
Would like if in that definition of time, would going from thinking or from not thinking to thinking, would that be a change of events?
Yeah, that would be a change of events.
And if I were to go from not doing something to doing something, would that also be a change of events?
Mm-hmm.
So this God, he has to go from not thinking about creating to thinking about creating, and then go from not creating to creating. So he would be working within time, would he not?
His transactions, if he made a transaction.
Well, he has to, because he goes from not thinking about creating to creating, which is a thing of time there. It takes time to go from not creating to, or not thinking about creating to thinking about creating. Then another instance of time where you have to go from not creating to creating. So would he not be working in time?
So would he not be working in time? Well, not all causal events have to be bound by time.
Well, how not?
How not? Simply put, if causal events can just happen through conditionals, not through time.
What do you mean by conditional?
So, if a certain condition is meant, like let's say, if
when a condition is met, what is denoting it being met from it not being met?
So let's say if not time, it's waiting on something to do something.
Waiting implies time.
Implies time. Oh, that's right. That implies time. Sorry.
How does something exist in 0 seconds?
Yeah, waiting implies time because you're waiting for in passing. So, yeah, my bad.
That's all right, Yummer. I appreciate that you stop and think about things like that.
Yeah. So, okay. May I try to lay out an example, maybe?
You can try.
Possible
We're going
events.
to question it, you know that.
Yes, and I thank you for doing that. So, okay. So we have 3 causal events. a causal event chain. Sorry, my bad. So, okay. So, A, is God. Let's say this causal event leads to C, which will create a cat. Okay. So, cause A, event A will be God thinking about the cat.
And that requires time.
And that requires time. So you're saying every action?
Yeah, well, because he went from not thinking about cats to thinking about them. So that's a unit of time.
So just simply thinking or doing any action is bounded by time.
Yeah, because if you go from not thinking about something to thinking about something, that is a change of events. And we've agreed that that time can be defined as a change of events. So going from not thinking about something, which is an event, to thinking about something is a change of that event. Therefore, thinking about something requires time.
I almost need to ban the words therefore so that you'll phrase it in the form of a question.
Sorry, would it not then be time? Require time?
Okay. So, there is one more thing. Alright, definition time that's needed. So it doesn't only require the causes, the actions, but it also requires a linear path. It requires in itself to go forward and not have a chance to go any other direction. So there has to be past, present, and future.
But if there is a past, could you not? Is that not part of going backwards?
Well, yeah, the past is part of going backwards. But if you're really locked inside of time, you have to go forward. You're forced. You and I are forced to go forward.
Could the three past, present, and future not run simultaneously?
Well, if they run simultaneously, then that would be time relativism, which that's why I'm arguing that God is living in
all of
time
this.
relativism.
Well, isn't all of this time relevant? Because even in a theory of time where it's a linear progression, that's still a temporal language.
So, okay. So past is referring to something before it happened.
And is before a unit of time.
Before is not an exact unit of time. It's an arbitrary. Before I can mean 2 years ago or 4 seconds ago.
Yeah, that's still before, which is a unit of time, is it not?
Yep. No. A unit of time, 4 seconds, 2 years, 1 decade. Those would be units. Before is arbitrary. I can mean anything. 2 years before this, I played Fortnite regularly.
So if
before
this,
this,
I
I
unit
slept.
of time, is it not still a reference of time?
Yes, it's referential. Yes, sir.
So it being a referential of time, would that not mean that God still is within it?
So his actions can, if his transaction affects time, something that's bound to time, then his action doesn't really have to be bound to time. It's just simply we can see the reflection of that within time.
But he still has to go from, would he not still have to have a change of events in order to get
Yes.
to creating? So then would he not be working within time?
So, okay. Right, so what he does outside of time and space is not bound to time. There's no before, after, present.
But we still haven't gotten to the fact that he can be outside of time, because all we've done so far is say that he works within time, have we not?
Yeah, he worked inside of time.
So if we are saying, if we've acknowledged that he works within time, how do you get to he's outside of time?
So, okay. So, with the Big Bang, there is a start of time. We know if the Big Bang started the universe. So
How do you know? How do you know that it started anything?
It's an expansion.
Yeah.
It's an expansion, and it needed a cause.
Does anywhere within the Big Bang, does it say anything about how long it was in a hot, dense state?
So, okay, a hot, dense state, there was no specification on how long it was in a hot state for.
So then is it still fair to say that the Big Bang is the beginning?
Yeah, it's the beginning. Yes.
How so?
It would be the beginning of what we know is the universe.
It'd be the beginning of expansion, but that's not saying that it's the beginning, is it?
Okay, well, the question would be, I hope we're fine to answer with a question. Would be, what exactly was there before the Big Bang?
A hot, dense state. Isn't that what we know?
So, we know at some point there was a hot, dense state, but did it sit there for a while?
I don't know. But the thing is that doesn't mean that because the hot, dense state was there, that means the Big Bang was the beginning, does it?
Yeah. But the hot state also didn't just that state.
I don't think that that's relevant to the fact that the Big Bang isn't the beginning. Is it?
Well, it is because it's poking at how long was the hot state for and what was it prior. If we can't,
I could give you several different theories on what was before it, but but I don't see how it's relevant.
This is just where we get to the. You keep saying we get Yomer to not knowing how long it sat in a hot, dense state. All of that would imply a measure of time, though, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that would. You guys were talking about something physical.
So if
something bound by time, a hot, dense state would be still bound by time if it's physical.
Mm-hmm. So then, why would we say that this is when time began, or that God had anything to do with the beginning of time from outside of time, if every action, every movement, everything implies time?
So, okay, every action that is any action that's going to be linear, that's going to be unchangeable or fixed within a chain will ultimately be bound by time. It means that pretty much we can't undo any actions.
Is it possible that it's just always existed?
Well, if it always existed, then it should have no causes for its existence.
Yeah.
Wait, the universe needs no cause for existence, so it'd be more than just eternal. It would just be uncaused. And so,
Mhm.
and it would pretty much be existence itself. So,
Yeah.
all right. So if I believe that, then I would think we're all God, and that would,
Why would you think that we're all God?
well, simply put, we would be, or at least we would be part of God. Sorry, because we would be part of existence itself.
Why does I don't see how those two things connect.
Why does existence imply God?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're playing just existence itself, then you would be God. You have a ability to create and nothing
Why?
prior. There's nothing prior to you.
I didn't say that there's nothing prior to me. I said that existence could just be eternal. The universe always exists.
All right,
So
but
how
nothing
do
is
we
prior
get?
to- Right.
So how do we get from that statement to therefore God? Is that
I
we're
should
all God?
My bad. Sorry. I should specify that matter and energy would be God.
Why would matter and energy be God?
Yes, it has nothing prior to itself, right? Matter and energy would have nothing prior to itself. If
So
the universe were eternal.
yeah. So why does that mean that it would be God?
Why can't it just be matter and energy?
Oh, it can just be matter and energy. I mean, the word God just simply means usually it's to entail a creator, but really it's just existence itself. If you're simply existence itself, you're God.
Then what's the point of calling it God? Why the extra baggage?
Why the extra baggage?
Why the loaded term then?
Because it's so implicit with the ability to create.
But if matter and energy always existed, then it's not creation.
It's not creation. You're right. You're right. If it hasn't been started, then it's not creation.
Right. Law of thermodynamics. That which, like, energy cannot be created nor destroyed.
Yeah, matter can't be created nor destroyed. That's the definition in science in which we observe
Can you
it.
tell me, you say matter can't be created or destroyed. Where is that in science? Can you tell me what that's called?
Me?
Yes.
Well, that's in physics, right?
What is it called?
Law of... I don't have a...
I'll give you a hint. The word conservation is in there.
Thermal conservation? Oh, gosh.
No, I'm saying that the word conservation is in that, what you're looking for.
Law of matter energy conservation. Yeah, no, I'm...
Close. That specific thing is the law of the conservation of matter. Because you have the law of conservation of energy, which would be the first law of thermodynamics, but the law of the conservation of matter is a different group of laws that aren't within thermodynamics.
Mm-hmm. Yes. That's right. So, okay, so law of conservation of matter is matter cannot be created nor destroyed.
Is it the whole law?
Is it the whole law? I do not remember.
Should I throw?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so this is where it shares a lot of commonality with energy, the thermodynamics, which it's that matter can neither be created nor destroyed within a closed or isolated system.
Mm-hmm.
So, now, you can correct me if I'm wrong here, but if God is outside of space and time, and he is creating things, is that not getting energy and matter from outside of the system?
Yeah, of course. It would mean that he created matter and energy.
So if we're getting energy outside of the system, and we know that the laws state that within a closed and isolated system, and we know that the universe is an isolated system, how can we verify that this energy and this matter is coming from outside of the isolated system?
Well, I can't even verify whether or not that even matter came from outside of this system.
So if we can't confirm that the matter came outside of this isolated system, then how can we confirm God?
Right. So, good question. But we're asking for a direct source to God, and that's going to be a problem. I'm not going to be able to give us a pointer to ever going to directly find a pointer to him.
If we can't find a pointer to him, then how do you know he even exists?
I said many, not all. The a intelligent mind behind it.
How did we get there?
Because the DNA and RNA of the cell is language.
But intelligence, though?
Yes, an intelligent mind. You don't get
Real quick before you continue that, is it language or does it look like language and therefore we call it language?
Well, from the observation we have, it is probably a language. The reason why it's possible to believe there is syntax, some sort of syntax or linguistics behind it, is there are sequences of nucleotides that are permutated matter when it comes to reading. Yes, there can be a naturalistic explanation
So
for pretty much anything.
So if there can be this is one of the key points to God.
Because I'm arguing that it is more practical not here to think that language does entail a mind.
So this is going to sound very patronizing, and I don't like. Please don't take it that way.
Okay.
But are you saying that it's more likely that God magic did this over a naturalistic progression of of single cell organisms combining to create these things?
I don't believe in magic. Even though I believe in God, I don't believe in magic. Because God can't do literal things.
I mean, is raising people from the dead not impossible? Is that impossible today?
Impossible for us, but not for God.
But the thing is that you said not physically possible. That is something that's physically impossible.
Mm-hmm. For us, but not for God. God cannot make one and one.
So God can do magic.
Make it four. Sorry. So can God make magic?
Well, is that not what that implies? Because if it's not possible, but God can do it, that means God can do the impossible, does it not?
What's impossible for us, but there are still things impossible for God.
How is it possible for God?
How is it possible for God?
Yes.
Okay.
Because it's logically impossible for any unalived body to come back from the grave. And
Yes.
we see it all throughout the Bible where God does that.
Yes.
So if it's logically impossible for us to do it, but God can do the logically impossible, what is the difference between that and magic?
Yes, so the reason why rising people from the dead is not logically impossible for God to do, but why it's probably impossible for us to do, is that life, there are metaphysical elements to life, so consciousness. He would be able to change certain laws of nature temporarily to bring someone's conscience back.
You realize that all you're doing is you're trying to find a naturalistic explanation for magic.
Also, how is...
I don't believe in magic, sir.
Also, how is consciousness fundamentally metaphysical?
Well, we're not really able to observe it as a physical object.
Then why make that association?
Why make the association with consciousness? Because we understand it to be something.
Make it metaphysical.
It's not an object. It's not a physical object.
Especially where consciousness is an emergent property of narrow.
Yeah. If you look up and ask, even ask AI, is consciousness a physical object? If you let me look it up.
Well, the thing is that isn't consciousness a byproduct of the physical? Because where have you seen consciousness without a mind, without a brain?
Well, in Flatty Helmet, in a Flatty Helmet, they have, I think worms. Don't worms kind of follow some
Worms are working off of sensory inputs. Like there's no consciousness there.
Yeah.
There's no brain. There's no consciousness.
They're dumb as hell. Beings.
The same thing with jellyfish. Like jellyfish don't have a brain, but they work off of sensory inputs. Like this is like one can have sensory inputs without a brain, but one needs a brain to have consciousness, do they not?
One needs a brain to have consciousness? No.
So then why are other animals not included in God's plan for going to heaven?
Well, it can be similar to why we don't value AI as human. If they were, let's say they were sentient, right? AI became sentient.
Oh, hold on real quick, Yomer. Thrayle,
Yeah.
did you just make that on the spot? Or did you have that one loaded up and ready?
Oh my god.
The world may never know.
All right, continue, Yomer. Sorry. I just this one I haven't seen yet, so I had to know if you made it up on the spot or whatever. But go ahead, Yomer.
Yeah, that is a funny pick. But yes. Yeah. All right. So yes, on a consciousness. So similar to how God has different plans for animals and will the animals just be terminated? I do not know. Or will they make it to heaven?
I could be wrong, and Thrayle probably will end up correcting me if I am here. But doesn't in the Bible say that like those that have a soul are those that have the breath of life in them from God, and that animals don't have the breath of life? And the soul is where the consciousness is, right?
Mm-hmm. I
So-
have not seen that verse before. I'm so sorry.
Pretty sure in the Bible, it doesn't say the consciousness aspect, but it says that
Soul's a consciousness, so that's
yeah. So, but I do remember it saying that the animals don't have the breath of life from God, just man does. And so, if that is the case, and again, I could be wrong, but if that is the case, then animals would not have consciousness according to the Bible.
that would be a contradiction. Yes, that would be a huge contradiction.
I mean, I could look it up real quick.
Please do.
RC, if you want to ask some more questions while I look that up.
I don't have any at the moment. Aside from, like, again, the obvious, it's if I mean, like, how do we know, like, all this shit is the case? Basically, like, when I would sum that stuff up, especially if like, you admit that really objectively.
You're kind of muffled, RC.
Oh shit! Sorry. My bad. Well, actually, I was just trying to fudge together a sentence, but like, whatever. It's like it's nah. I got nothing.
Okay, now, you can take this as with a grain of salt because it comes from Google's AI overview. I was wrong. Animals do have the breath of life from God. However, it says, let's see here. Yes, the Bible indicates that animals possess the breath of life, similar to humans, as they are living beings, which gives them a different spiritual nature. The main distinction being humanity's capacity for a consciousness, eternal spiritual existence that returns to God after death. So, the Bible doesn't say that animals have consciousness.
Okay. Well, if animal does not have consciousness, then that is still a violent contradiction. Yes, I know. Yeah, because from my experience, from many people's experiences, animals are able to choose. My cat is not forced to run to me.
Animals are self-aware.
Yeah, animals are self-aware, yeah.
Yeah, but with this being said, that it doesn't really, like, we normally indicate that things that have brains usually are the ones that have some level of consciousness. And there are animals. You disagree. So.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said lack. I thought you said lack. I'm sorry.
So things that have a brain are the ones that have consciousness. And there's animals that are more or less sentient as far as, like, they have sensory input. Yeah, but they don't have brains. Yeah. But they don't have brains that control that sensory input. I don't understand how one can delineate consciousness from brain. And how do you do that?
Yeah. Consciousness, I would say consciousness is the why you're moving your hand right now, because the brain is the tool to actually moving that hand. But why is that brain moving the hand? Well, it's taking input from the consciousness.
Well, wouldn't it just be taking input from the electrical impulses?
If it's taking input from the electrical input pulses, then the very conversations we're having right now are determined
by electrical impulses.
That's correct, yes.
So I don't understand where consciousness comes into play there. Other than the fact that I am self-aware of the fact that the electrical impulses are controlling my speech, controlling my thoughts controlling my ability to actually open my mouth to even speak right now. Like,
well, not really self-aware. Let's say this is true. Okay, you're not really even able to think. You're only able to process. Thinking is a choice. But right now,
well,
you can't.
thinking's not. How is thinking a choice?
By its own definition, thinking is a choice to partake in critical analysis.
We have subconscious thought too. Like, for instance, like the fact that you breathe in and out, that's your brain thinking, breathe in, breathe out, but it doesn't come to the forefront because it's unnecessary. It's second nature. It's just something that it runs. If you want to take this to the computer aspect, it's part of the OS that runs in the background, right? And so
You just can't think either.
right, but I'm saying that for this analogy here, in terms that like a lot of people who may be tech savvy can understand that the thought process of breathing in and out runs in the background. It's not something that you consciously think about.
Yeah.
Otherwise, your entire existence would just be you thinking, breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out.
Yeah,
And
I don't
so,
think about it at all, really.
well, subconsciously you do, because, like I said, it runs in the background. Like, your brain is constantly moving. Even when you're sleeping, your brain is constantly having thoughts and is constantly doing things. It's a rapid fire thing. So I don't know how you can like get around that.
So, okay. I think that breathing is an automatic process that your brain triggers, which doesn't entail any conscious thought at all whatsoever.
That's why it's subconscious thought. Thoughts
only-
that you don't actually have to think about.
Thoughts that you don't actually have to think about.
Yeah, it doesn't. Basically, if we go back to the computer analogy, it's a load order, right? And this load order breathing is further up, so that way, or further down, so that way it happens, but it doesn't take as much priority as your conscious thought process. So, like, whenever you're thinking about the words you use, that takes more priority, and so it takes less priority, so it's brought up to the top, but the breathing aspect is high priority, so it's down at the bottom, where it's constantly running.
Okay, so breathing is not a function like growing. Your nail is growing. You're saying it's something that we choose to do, but subconscious. So it's like we don't really.
It's not that we're choosing to do it; we're just doing it. It's happening. Yeah, unconsciously we're doing it.
Okay.
Same thing with like nails growing. That is again down on the bottom of the load order. It's down near the priorities where it's like, this is something that's going to happen, but you don't have to actually think about it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, see, if we equivalent it to nail growing, then we're not really ourselves doing it. I would say it's just our brain triggering the breathing process, triggering the nail growing process. Not a problem at all with consciousness here. Consciousness has a matter of whether you're able to choose anything. If you're not able to, then you don't have a conscience. So the brain, it can be used as a tool.
If you're not able to choose things, then you don't have a conscience.
Correct.
I mean, consciousness. I just want to make sure we're not conflating the word conscience with conscious.
Oh, well, yeah, that's true. Because consciousness does imply that your conscience is active, is available. So if you're unconscious, then I guess you can still have some level of consciousness, but it would be very limited. Actually, no. If you're unconscious, then your consciousness has left you. So I guess if people are in a coma, are they conscious? Do they have a conscience with them? That's a difficult one. I would answer probably in the minority and say no. Onto that one, they don't really have a conscience. They're unconscious. They temporarily have lost it.
Why?
Why? Just simply put, they have temporarily lost the ability to choose their own actions.
So consciousness has to do with choosing action.
Yes, it has to do with action and choice. Oh, okay, my bad. Conscious means wake and not awake. My bad. I have mixed types there. My
Yeah,
bad.
you're thinking of like Jiminy Cricket.
Yeah. Sorry, I did mix types there. Okay, so if you're unconscious, it doesn't mean you don't have a conscience.
Right. It just means that you're not like not I would say like because like whenever it comes to unconscious thought, it's more like not aware.
Or
not aware of something, right?
Yeah. Man, I never still a troublesome corner I could be put there because by I do need to be aware. At least partially. You still need some sort of awareness. You don't have to be fully aware, I guess. So
Yeah, no, so whenever it comes to like for instance, like when you're sleeping, right? You're not fully aware, but you're still aware.
Yep.
And you still have sensory input that's coming in. And it can definitely like I mean there's one instance that I was in the comments section and I had this had the Batcolyte playing while I fell asleep, and I was aware enough that my dreams were being affected by what was being said on panel. So like there's still some sensory input even when you're sleeping.
Yeah.
But so you're aware of something.
Yep, that's right. You're still aware of something if you're dreaming, yes, because you're able to still think in your dreams. So yes. Yes, if you're unconscious, you still have a conscience. Yes. Yes. So
I'm gonna be quiet for a little bit because I know that I could probably just keep going down rabbit hole after rabbit hole.
Well, I mean, I think we've rabbit holed all the rabbit holes we need to today, Yelmer, but I appreciate you coming up and answering the questions, going on the journey. I think we will have more questions another time, of course.
Thank you.
And who knows, you might have different answers. You often do. And I appreciate you coming up. Thank you, Yelmer.
You're welcome. Have a nice one.
You too. Take care and keep asking questions. And if anybody has a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. I have a feeling we might be hitting that morning lull that we often do, and I may just take the time to proofread a poem. I think it might be about that time anyways. Yomer will take you there. If you let him, he'll take you there. I'm just glad he didn't linger on DNA very long. You'll have to ask him about how that's a language sometime.
Yeah, some other time.
I wonder if Thrayle enjoys the sound of the celestial skeletal bat goddess like flapping her wings against a chalkboard.
She's unfurling her wings, and it's in accordance to the Lambda CDM model of physics, also known as the Big Bang. So she hasn't flapped it yet. She's still in the process of unfurling it.
Right, but her bony wings against a chalkboard, though.
What did you say, Arcee? You said being bored?
I said so many gay babies are being born right now.
Oh. I thought you said all I heard was, like, being bored. And it sounded like being bored.
No. It's like every time there's an awkward silence, another gay baby is born.
But if you have a belief in a god of, I don't know, gay babies, then request up. I don't know how to segue that one. Look, it was a terrible one. I get it. I got it. Yeah.
We're just like filling it with right now.
Hello, Draken. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Draken, did you mean to join us?
Draken God.
That's all right. I don't know why the silence is so awkward for either of you. What's so awkward about silence?
I was fine with it until I heard something that sounded weird and I wanted to know about it.
That tavern music is... Oh, I love it, though.
Thrayle, I did want to bring this up earlier. And before I go on mute for a little while, I did want to say I spoke to my dad and he's going to help me convert my tiny little bedroom area into a studio.
Congratulations. That's awesome.
Yeah, because I asked him, he was here on Christmas Day whenever I got off work, and I asked him, I was like, Dad, how's your carpentry skills? And he's like, okay-ish. And I was like, oh. And then I brought up the idea of making this little like office, and he's like, yeah, we can do that. I was like, awesome.
I think I have a poem. It's not the best. It's kind of, similar to so many, but I think it's time. So, RC, I appreciate you being here. Thank you.
Alrighty.
And Hammy, I appreciate you. Thank you, sir. And audience, you guys, the best audience on TikTok. Thank you for tapping the screen up to 208,000 likes. You guys are amazing. Thank you all for sharing the love. Thank you, Joe and Heather's Descent. One Love, Two Homes, and 96 for helping with that gift goal. Appreciate all of you. And thank you all. Whether you fell asleep, whether you participated and tapped, whether you just sat here and watched or had some cynical thing to say, I appreciate all of you for being here. If you want to be part of this community and see what we get up to behind the scenes, see what I do between the lives, usually little chess and sleeping. But if that's something you want to see, or you just want to see what our community is really doing behind the scenes, there is a link tree in my bio or in the Batcolyte's bio. That first link will take you to the Discord, and you just got to make sure that when you get there, you read the rules. Otherwise, it might look a little lonely. But if you can agree to them, then you should find out that you're not alone. And if you stumble across the Venmo or the Cash App and you want to show your support that way, well, I absolutely appreciate that. And I truly thank every one of you that helps that way. It really does make all the difference. I think there's really only one thing left. They tell me there's a God who watches all, who listens close and judges what we do. But watching claims don't make the watcher real, and wanting eyes doesn't make it true. They multiply the names when one won't fit, add goddesses to soften what feels wrong. But power split in mythic silhouettes still rests on faith, not proof, however strong. They speak of spirits drifting through the room, of whispers felt but never clearly heard. Yet feelings rise from brains evolved for fear, not from truth of every felt-ass word. They promise higher powers just above, a layer out of reach, but close enough. Convenient heights where questions can't ascend, and doubt is called too shallow or too rough. They say the oceans hide what science missed, scaled singers, ancient watchers in the foam. But mystery is not a substitute for evidence that never made it home. They point to skies and swear we've been observed, that visitors arrived and slipped away, yet blurry lights and hopeful pattern seeking aren't reasons to believe. They're just things to say. Every climb, every claim arrives already armored, immune to tests, allergic to critique. The wilder it becomes, the more it's framed as wisdom that skeptics are too weak to seek. But truth does not require special rules or anger when its footing is surveyed. What's real survives the light of honest doubt, not silence, threats, or faith-based barricades. I don't deny the ache behind these tales, the need for meaning stitched into our bones. I question why the hunger justifies believing anything we're never shown. So question gods and ghosts and cosmic minds, the myths we guard because they calm our fear. For nothing grows more powerful than thought that dares to ask, why should I trust this here? And on that note, until the next time we meet in darkness and seek wisdom together, I love you all. Take care.